Chapter 451. The white-bearded old man left after seeing someone intervene in the fight. He did not concern himself with anything else. In the distance, Han Hua, the general manager of UFOA, arrived to personally greet him. It was clear this person held an extraordinary status. The slovenly youth glanced at Zhao Hao before turning to leave. For some reason, he did not walk far. He slipped into an alley and continued to watch Zhao Hao from a distance. If anyone from the Gu family were here, they would be surprised to find this was Kiju, a longtime follower of Gu Junqing. He watched Zhao Hao gleefully, fearing he might miss any future opportunities the man encountered. Moments ago, Gu Junqing had posted a message in the Gu family's private group chat, asking who was willing to tail a student named Zhao Hao. The group operated on a server built by the Gu family itself. Its encryption was extremely complex, leaving no risk of exposure. He had been nearby and volunteered immediately after seeing the request. Gu Junqing referred to these people, whose luck was the envy of others, as the favored sons of heaven. Intercepting the opportunities of these favored sons seemed to grant a boost of power, improving one's own luck significantly thereafter. Previous colleagues who had tracked these destined individuals were now living happy lives with endless money and women. He had been coveting their success for a long time. He was also driven by the subtle prompts Gu Junqing had given him previously, mentioning vegetables, green hats, and vast green pastures. He finally discovered the truth that his girlfriend was cheating on him. All the excuses she made, like her phone number being a duplicate, were total lies. In a rage, he crippled the woman and her lover before breaking up with her. This left him single again, and he desperately needed an opportunity to find a new girlfriend. He pinned his hopes on Zhao Hao, praying it would lead him to a beautiful girlfriend. As for asking Gu Junqing to set him up, he dared not even consider it. Baldi had been set up by Gu Junqing, and was still stuck as the husband of a black tribal chief. Ding, host intercepted the protagonist Zhao Hao's opportunity. Plundered 200 points of protagonist luck. Host villain luck plus 200. Ding, host changed the plot. Rewarded 2000 villain points. Gu Junqing was driving and glanced at his interface with understanding. He had guessed that Zhou Chen might take issue with Zhao Hao's pretentious attitude and move against him. With Zhao Hao's current luck, he would certainly escape unscathed and might even encounter helpful mentors. That was why he had instructed Kiju to follow closely, intercepting or stopping any opportunities that arose. This was a method he had used early on to deal with weaker protagonists. However, recent protagonists were quite strong, making such opportunities rare, so he had used this tactic less often. He had just determined that this was a rich protagonist archetype. Since the target was not strong, stealing his opportunities was effortless. Everything had been arranged while they were eating. Gu Junqing glanced at it and ceased to pay attention. This type of protagonist was not difficult for the current Gu Junqing to handle. Money alone is useless in this society. People in power can ruin you with ease. If you lack the weapon of power and only carry a bag of money, you are an easy target. You would have no room to resist. Therefore, having both money and power is the way of the world. It is an immutable truth. As far as he was concerned, having Kiju watch him was enough. He could just sit back and wait to collect the villain points. Brother Junqing, is this the road to the hotel? Asked Luo Ningyu with a look of feigned innocence. This is the road to your home, obviously not the hotel, Gu Junqing said ruthlessly, glancing at the rearview mirror. Brother Junqing, we want to be with you. Why does time with you always feel so short? Sighed Luo Ningyu. True, perhaps it's because we're too happy, so time is never enough, added Mirong Wan. I think you don't find the time too short, you just crave my body, Gu Junqing said with a raised eyebrow and a smile. Brother Junqing, this is clearly normal affection between a man and a woman. How can you say we crave your body? Luo Ningyu blinked her round eyes, looking innocent. Gu Junqing chuckled lightly. The girl was quite cute. Even if I gave you a few days to rest, your family wouldn't agree. Back then, when my mom asked what criteria I had for a husband, I thought you fit them perfectly. Luo Ningyu interjected. Oh, what criteria? Gu Junqing was slightly interested. That you're handsome, Luo Ningyu whispered. Just that one? Could she really be sold just by being handsome? That's 2 conditions, Luo Ningyu replied, eyes wide and innocent. She felt extremely satisfied. She imagined her mother would also be happy to have such a good son-in-law. Luo Ningyu thought with joy. She believed Gu Junqing was the best choice for a husband. Apart from being a playboy, he had almost no flaws. You little girl, I'm worried that after staying with you for too long, honor will be corrupted, Gu Junqing said with a laugh. Mirong Wan blinked on the side. What were they talking about? She couldn't understand a single word. Humph, Brother Junqing, you certainly understood that instantly, Luo Ningyu giggled. She and Gu Junqing had only had verbal exchanges so far. Nothing deeper, like exploring length and depth, had happened yet. Now that she had graduated, she felt she was ready. Mirong Wan felt she had no common language with these 2 seasoned drivers, so she stayed silent. She quietly watched the bustling city lights outside. Hey, Xiao, let's go get a haircut another day. Look at how many people are queuing up there. Their haircutting technique must be good, right? Mirong Wan pointed to the barbershop in the distance. That won't do. That's a place strictly for men, Luo Ningyu replied, leaning her head on Mirong Wan's shoulder and looking at the sign. Do barbershops distinguish between men and women? Mirong Wan tilted her head and asked curiously. Don't worry about it. But it really is a place where only men can go. Luo Ningyu laughed helplessly. Her little Wanner was such a beauty, yet so naive. What would she do without her? Gu Junqing was also curious and glanced at the sign of the barbershop in the distance. Wash and cut 20, wash, cut, and blow dry 200. Gu Junqing nearly laughed out loud after reading it. Now he understood why Luo Ningyu said it was for men only. Chapter 452. In the end, Gu Junqing did not grant Luo Ningyu's wish. He simply chatted with the two women along the way and sent them home. According to his schedule, he still had to visit his sister-in-law, Fang Ruoxiu, at her home. After all, his elder brother Wang Teng had not been gone for long, and he had to personally comfort his sister-in-law's grieving heart. He truly worried himself sick for her sake. At this moment, Fang Ruoxiu was lying prone on her late husband Wang Teng's memorial table. For some reason, the memorial tablet had fallen to the ground. Her snow-white neck was arched high like a swan's, and her expression was one of weeping and pleading, as if she were overwhelmed with grief. The reason she had set up Wang Teng's memorial was twofold. First, it was to better inherit his transferred assets, and second, they had been a contractually married couple. Even though she felt absolutely nothing for Wang Teng, she had to keep up appearances for the sake of others. As time passed, a crimson flush gradually appeared on Fang Ruoxiu's delicate face. Her flawless white toes were being gently and slowly toyed with by a pair of large hands. Her soft, reddish-white solace were propped up on someone's shoulders, perfectly blending the allure of a mature woman with the purity of a young girl. Gu Junqing gently wrapped his arms around Fang Ruoxiu's waist from the front, providing her with seemingly endless energy. Since his sister-in-law was in such deep sorrow, he had to do his utmost to console her. Otherwise, how could he console the spirit of his elder brother Wang Teng in heaven? Of course, if Wang Teng knew that Fang Ruoxiu and Gu Junqing were acting this way on the table holding his own memorial tablet, his ashes, which had already been scattered into the sea, would probably be so furious that they would reassemble themselves. The clouds passed and the rain stopped, and the river on the ground seemed to gradually dry up. Gu Junqing carefully tidied Fang Ruoxiu's white dress and pulled her into his arms. Meanwhile, he could not stop marveling at her beauty in his heart. To look pretty, wear mourning clothes. That saying was certainly true. Without any makeup, Fang Ruoxiu's small face was stunningly beautiful. Her white attire gave her a fragile aura, much like a pure white flower. Sister-in-law, don't be sad anymore, Gu Junqing said, patting Fang Ruoxiu's back in consolation. To hell with my sadness, you brute. You act like this in just about any place. Fang Ruoxiu snapped, sounding rather annoyed. She surrendered all her strength to Gu Junqing, leaning against him with no desire to move. By now, she naturally knew everything about Wang Teng. She did not blame Gu Junqing in the slightest, as it was purely Wang Teng's own doing. Besides, she had never had any feelings for Wang Teng, so she naturally obeyed Gu Junqing in everything. She not only accepted the remaining inheritance before the Wang family collapsed, but also used the opportunity to annex many other factions. It could be said that the Fang family was the biggest beneficiary of this gluttonous feast. She wanted to stand by Gu Junqing's side using these gains, rather than just relying on his help. Where did you go today? Fang Ruoxiu asked tenderly while lying in Gu Junqing's arms after being carried to the bathtub to wash away all traces of their intimacy. It was as if a wife were gently asking her husband why he had come home late. If Wang Teng were still alive and saw this, he would probably be furious to death. In the years of their contract marriage, she had never asked him anything so tenderly, nor had she ever asked where he was going. She had basically treated him like air. I went to a graduation party, Gu Junqing replied, enjoying the gentle massage from Fang Ruoxiu's small hands. A graduation party? Fang Ruoxiu asked in surprise. To be honest, if she did not know his actual age, she would have forgotten that Gu Junqing was only 18 or 19. Whether it was his seasoned methods of handling affairs or the way he spoke with old foxes, nothing seemed like something a teenager could do. It was hard to imagine such achievements from a young man. Why do you look at me like that? Gu Junqing asked, opening his eyes and raising his eyebrows slightly. It is nothing, I just feel there is a large gap between your age and your mental maturity, Fang Ruoxiu said with a soft laugh. At the same time, her hands kneaded Gu Junqing's shoulders with just the right amount of pressure. Well, there is no helping it. Life forces one to grow up. Humans are like plants and trees, all growing toward the sunlight. Who would not want to be a carefree, sunny student? Gu Junqing shook his head with a sigh. Internally, however, he thought, luckily I do not want that, otherwise, how could I tame so many wild horses? His words caused a faint sense of heartache in Fang Ruoxiu. Junqing, do not overwork yourself. You need to know how to relax from time to time, Fang Ruoxiu said softly while massaging his scalp. Good idea, I think so too. I, Gu, am truly exhausted. Gu Junqing raised his eyebrows, seemingly touched by his own circumstances. After all, who could resist the successive attacks from so many heroines? Only he could manage it. Sister-in-law, only you truly care about me, Gu Junqing said with emotion as he threw himself into Fang Ruoxiu's arms, even nuzzling against her to absorb more warmth. Only his sister-in-law cared about him, whereas the other heroines only thought of themselves. If I do not care about you, who will? Fang Ruoxiu said with a soft laugh, gently brushing aside her hair, which had been dampened by the water. Soon after, they both walked out of the bathroom. Stay here and do not move around. I will be right back, Fang Ruoxiu told Gu Junqing before turning and walking out the door. She left behind only a graceful silhouette for Gu Junqing to admire. Gu Junqing blinked. For some reason, he had the feeling that he had been taken advantage of. But honestly speaking, even if he were drained dry by this charming stock, what of it? He did not overthink it. Right now, he was resting and at his most zen, so if he did not meditate and cultivate at this time, when would he? Junqing, you are busy with work, and still have to devise strategies for me. Your health is the most important thing, and you usually love to drink tea. Look, this is the tea I brewed for you. Before long, Fang Ruoxia walked back and carrying a massive thermos. Looking at Gu Junqing, who was meditating, her eyes were full of concern. Gu Junqing took the thermos and stared at its capacity, which was several times larger than a normal one. He fell into deep thought, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He opened it, and as he expected, it was filled with various medicinal ingredients. There were tiger parts, bull parts, various other kidneys, and 2 layers of goji berries floating on top. This brewing method left Gu Junqing dumbfounded. He did not know whether to praise Fang Ruoxiu or not. He could only express through his actions that he really did not need this stuff. Did the man known as Mighty Gu really need to be nourished? Chapter 453. After a night of indulgence, the sky began to grow light. Gu Junqing picked up the drowsy Fang Ruoxiu and carried her back into the bathroom. She was so gentle, just like water. It really was true that women are made of water, Gu Junqing thought to himself. It felt just like stepping in puddles when he was a child. A firm step would send water splashing everywhere. Gu Junqing closed the door securely. The bathroom was in complete disarray from their antics last night, with bottles and jars knocked over everywhere. He turned on the soft lights and adjusted the water temperature. He gently placed Ruoxiu into the tub and arranged her posture to ensure she wouldn't bump into anything. Under the glow of the tub lights, the warm water slowly filled the basin. Fang Ruoxiu's body was submerged, revealing the mottled marks on her fair, delicate skin. Gu Junqing cleared his throat, feeling a little bit embarrassed. Those were all left behind from his simp behavior last night. Her skin was simply too delicate. Gu Junqing had certainly enjoyed himself immensely last night. Marking his territory was truly something only a bastard would enjoy. After tidying up the mess, Gu Junqing climbed into the tub. He wrapped his arms around Fang Ruoxiu and leaned back, enjoying the warmth of the water. Feeling him enter the tub, Fang Ruoxiu shyly opened her damp eyes. She glanced at him bashfully before quickly closing them again. The bathroom light cast a silvery glow over her charming, alluring face. Her exquisite features radiated a blend of shyness and seduction. Junqing, I won't have much time to spend with you from now on, Fang Ruoxiu said, her eyes closed and lips parted slightly. She did not know why things had become so busy lately. She could have left some business matters to her subordinates, but the clients insisted on dealing with her personally. This made it difficult for her to get away. Her secretary had already booked her schedule through next month. To make matters worse, she knew Gu Junqing was about to leave Luodu, which only added to her gloom. She had originally planned to move her company out of Luodu and relocate to the capital, where Gu Junqing would be attending school. That way she could see him often. However, neither the rest of the Fang family nor Gu Junqing himself agreed to this request. That was the reason for her frustration. Sister-in-law, if our love is meant to last, does it really matter if we aren't together every single day? With today's technology, surely you aren't worried that we won't be able to see each other. If you miss me, you can just call or video chat. Gu Junqing tightened his grip on her waist, lifting her effortlessly from the water. He pulled her flush against his chest. Oh, Fang Ruoxiu gasped in surprise as she felt herself lifted into the air. Gu Junqing caught her firmly in his arms. She was amazed by his strength once again. Despite her slender frame, she was still a grown woman with a significant stature. Yet in Gu Junqing's hands, she felt as light as a doll. But I can see your face without being able to touch you. Fang Ruoxiu took a breath to calm herself before speaking softly. If she had never experienced his touch, she might not miss him so much. Now that she knew the taste of pleasure, she was not about to let him go so easily. Sister-in-law, have you heard that absence makes the heart grow fonder? Gu Junqing chuckled softly. Besides, I am not gone forever. We will have plenty of time to spend wonderful nights together when I return. Why won't you let me move the company to the capital? While the Fang family is not as dominant as the Gu family, we are large enough to establish ourselves anywhere. Fang Ruoxiu looked at Gu Junqing with a hint of suspicion. She had a feeling he was hiding something from her. Because if you come along, how will I find a new girlfriend? Gu Junqing muttered to himself. If Fang Ruoxiu went to the capital, Li Zixiu and Ye Qingxian might follow suit. He had no intention of dragging a whole group of Luodu girlfriends to the capital with him. Would it not be better if these ladies stayed in Luodu, working hard to build up the city for him? Gu Junqing liked women, but he never let lust cloud his judgment or interfere with his plans. His ultimate goal was to become stronger so that he could deal with the increasingly formidable protagonists. Sister-in-law, I am not confident I can protect you in the capital. The situation there is far more complex than in Luodu, and I fear you might suffer. Gu Junqing stroked her wet hair, combing it out as he spoke nonsense with complete sincerity. In any case, Fang Ruoxiu did not know that his mother came from the prestigious Xia family in the capital. Furthermore, he was the only male descendant of the third generation in both the Gu and Xia families. His 2 uncles, the younger brothers of his mother Xia Ying, only had beautiful little cousins for him. It could be said that Gu Junqing would be the young master of the Xia family in the capital, just as he was the young master of the Gu family in Luodu. Moreover, his grandfather had long been urging him to come to the capital as soon as possible. He was a man of immense power and wealth, a true aristocrat of the highest order. Therefore, Gu Junqing's claims about not being able to protect Fang Ruoxiu were merely benevolent lies. Junqing, I am not afraid of suffering, Fang Ruoxiu whispered. No, you may not be afraid, but do you not know how much it pains me? Ever since the first time I saw you cry, I swore that I would never let you shed another tear. Junqing continued his deception, committed to the philosophy of not quitting until the person was well and truly fooled. Of course, tears of pleasure did not count. Otherwise, Fang Ruoxiu had already wept many times last night. Junqing. Fang Ruoxiu was so moved she could barely speak. For the first time, she felt truly important in his heart. Ding. Host has stirred the heart of the female lead, Fang Ruoxiu. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Ding. Host has stirred the heart of the female lead, Fang Ruoxiu. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Ding. Host has stirred the heart of the female lead, Fang Ruoxiu. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Sister-in-law. While it is still early, Junqing left the sentence unfinished, leaving everything unsaid. You always know how to tease me. Fang Ruoxiu looked lovingly at his handsome face, her eyes glazed over. She felt that Junqing was like a toxic poison. The more she experienced him, the more addicted she became. She knew she could look at his face for a lifetime, and never grow tired of it. Water splashed like pearls, stirring up the humid heat and rising steam of the bathtub. Amidst the hazy mist, a soft moan pierced through the air. Chapter 454. Gentle sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting golden dapples of light upon the ground. In a quiet corner of Lodu, inside a modest house, Zhao Hao sighed. The floor was littered with cigarette butts, his eyes were bloodshot, and his chin was covered in thick stubble. He had truly believed that after acquiring the system, his life would be smooth sailing, unobstructed by any challenges. Yet, last night had played out completely differently than he had imagined. After the beating by Zhou Chen and his gang was cut short, he had returned home in deep misery. The hotel the system had awarded him was bought by a stranger just minutes before he could show it off. To make matters worse, his $20 million luxury car had been stolen. He had felt like vomiting blood from pure frustration at that moment. In truth, the items rewarded by the system had always left him with a lingering sense of unreality. If it was stolen, then so be it, and he was not truly that devastated by the loss. The real issue was that he had intended to flaunt his wealth, but failed to do so. Failing to show off felt just like having gas trapped in his chest. What hurt the most was Mirongwan, his unrequited love, leaving in someone else's luxury car. That was the source of his true agony. He had sat at home all night, chain-smoking because of that very image. The thought of his dream girl lying beneath another man left him feeling suffocated by bitterness. If my car were still here, and my hotel had not been bought out, would there be even the slightest chance that Mirongwan might like me? Zhao Hao sighed, thinking this with utter helplessness. But that was all in the past now. Clearly, he had no chance of winning Mirongwan over at the moment, so he would have to wait until he was truly successful to pursue her again. When that time came, no one would be able to stop him. Suddenly, the tapping sound of footsteps came from the stairs. A young woman approached, dressed in a dark blue blazer over a white blouse with delicate lace trim, paired with a white pleated skirt. She wore black stockings and black leather shoes, exuding a perfect blend of cuteness and sex appeal. Yet, the clothes showed distinct signs of wear, clearly washed many times over by the girl. Brother, why have you been sitting here smoking all night? Zhao Zinyi walked over, her brow furrowing as she saw his sorry state. It is nothing, just some minor matters. Zhao Hao lowered his head, managing a forced smile. You cannot keep doing this, it is terrible for your health. Zhao Zinyi continued. Zhao Hao looked up at his younger sister. Whenever she smiled, she felt like the embodiment of kindness and sunshine. It was as if she represented everything positive in the world. Her eyes were large and spirited, filled with a lively, mischievous gleam when they moved. She had clear, transparent irises, fair skin, and refined features, with silky hair cascading over her shoulders that made her truly radiant. She must be the dream girl of countless young men, just like Warner. Zhao Hao sighed inwardly. All right, I will not do it again. Zhao Hao crushed the cigarette butt between his fingers and forced a smile. He truly cherished his sister. Their parents had passed away early, leaving behind only this house, and he and Zhao Zinyi had relied on each other to survive until now. However, even though he had possessed the system for a long time, he still could not bring himself to tell her. He did not know how to explain to Zhao Zinyi that her brother had become wealthy because of the system. So he had kept it a secret until now. Recently, he had told her he won the lottery, claimed to have bought a car, and given her a few thousand yuan. In reality, he had used much of his money to buy houses. Although his system granted him money just for breathing, it still took time to accumulate. He planned to give the next few tens of thousands of yuan he accumulated to Zhao Zinyi. As for the houses, he intended to tell her about them when the opportunity arose. Brother, you have seemed so miserable since you returned yesterday. Did something happen? Zhao Zinyi asked, her heart aching as she looked at his weary appearance. She and Zhao Hao were the same age, but because she came into the world after him, she became the younger sister. Their mother had struggled to give birth to her, and passed away during labor. Their father was so grief-stricken by their mother's passing that his hair turned white overnight, and he soon died from sorrow, leaving the two of them to fend for themselves. Here, drink some water. Zhao Zinyi poured a glass of warm water, and set it in front of him. Zhao Hao drank the water down in gulps, feeling the bitter taste as it went down his throat. You are dressed so nicely today. Where are you planning to go? Zhao Hao asked, curious about her attire. Oh, I am going to hang out with some classmates. You gave me 5,000 yuan, remember? I thought I would use some to buy a couple of outfits, so thank you for being so generous. Zhao Xinyi smiled adorably. 5,000 yuan was a fortune to her, and the clothes she was wearing were from 2 years ago. By the way, brother, did you not say you had a car? Why not drive me there? Zhao Xinyi blinked and suggested. Her brother had graduated but still had not found a girlfriend, so this was the perfect chance to introduce him to her friends. I have found quite a few pretty girls, she teased, winking at him, clearly trying to play matchmaker. Seeing his sister being so spirited and quirky, Zhao Hao felt a pang of tenderness. However, the idea of meeting new girls was not entirely unappealing. Since Mirongwon had already given her heart to someone else, he would find someone better than her, and make her regret her choice. He stood up, ready to take his sister shopping, but then remembered his car had been stolen. His plan was ruined once again. He had really wanted to drive his car, and let Zhao Xinyi show it off to her friends. I am sorry, Xinyi, but my car was stolen last night. Zhao Hao lowered his head and sighed. What, your car was stolen? Did something happen, and are you hurt? Zhao Xinyi asked, surprised and worried. She did not care about the car, but she would be heartbroken if Zhao Hao had been harmed. I am fine, the car is just gone, so I cannot take you. Zhao Hao sighed helplessly. He really wanted to drive his sister to her date, but he had no vehicle now. You can just ride a bicycle to take me. I do not care about those things. Zhao Xinyi looked into Zhao Hao's eyes and said, she never cared about money at all. She just wanted Zhao Hao to spend more time with her. Besides, her friends were quite curious to see what Zhao Hao looked like. Chapter 455. Zhao Xinyi looked straight at Zhao Hao with her cute, pleading eyes. In the past, whenever she looked at him like this, he would surrender and satisfy her every whim. However, she had no idea that the Zhao Hao before her was slightly different. The old Zhao Hao had never faced the pressure of money, and he lacked the composure Xinyi possessed, feeling quite inferior in front of his classmates. But the current Zhao Hao was different. With the system's help, his wealth far exceeded that of anyone who worked hard every day. Moreover, he had not gained this wealth through labor. He simply completed easy tasks for the system and received valuable items, like cars and houses. It was almost like the system was handing them to him for free. His view on money and the world was quietly changing under the stimulation of these assets. In common terms, he was becoming inflated. When unearned money increases, a person undergoes a drastic change. It can be good, or it can be bad. Zhao Hao was currently at the beginning of this transformation. If he did not go through some trials, he would become a slave to money. But if he weathered these storms, he could undergo a complete metamorphosis and become a master of wealth. There are real-life cases of people winning the lottery, only to squander it all and end up begging on the street. If the protagonist experienced this, some mysterious force would guide them in the right direction. Usually, they would steer toward the better path and become masters of a financial empire. But right now, Zhao Hao had not experienced any such shift and was still in the stage of primitive accumulation. Even his first chance to show off was ruthlessly stopped by Junqing. So, he was in a rather dispirited state. I'm sorry, Xinyi, I don't want to go out right now. You go by yourself, I'll just stay home for a while. Zhao Hao said with a forced smile. If he hadn't experienced driving a luxury car, perhaps he would have been willing to ride his bicycle and take Xinyi to see her classmates. But he had already tasted that life. He had enjoyed the gaze of the crowd, and the way other vehicles dared not approach him, making him feel like the center of attention. He could no longer accept even a hint of a strange look from others. Oh, all right. Xinyi nodded understandingly, though she felt a bit disappointed. Since her brother said he didn't want to go, there was nothing she could do. Then brother, how about I cook lunch for you first, and you can just heat it up at noon. Xinyi was about to leave with her bag, but turned back after thinking about Zhao Hao's lunch. It's fine, I'll just order takeout if I get hungry. Zhao Hao kept his head down, continuing to lament and replay everything from last night. No, takeout is expensive and unhealthy. Even if you have money, you can't just waste it. Xinyi blinked her watery eyes, reprimanding Zhao Hao slightly. It's fine, it's fine. You go ahead, don't worry about me. Zhao Hao was already feeling frustrated, and his tone was naturally a bit impatient. Oh, seeing Zhao Hao's impatience, Xinyi could only nod understandingly. She realized that Zhao Hao had changed. Before, no matter what she said, he would never get angry, and would always smile at her. But now she had only said one thing, and Zhao Hao had snapped at her. Helpless, Xinyi could only walk out the door with her small bag. Outside the lime-washed house, in a hidden corner, Qiju had been watching. Seeing Xinyi leave, he immediately spoke into his microphone. Moving. This is moving 1. Please respond. Move your ass, we are on a continuous line. Do you think this is a radio? The person on the other end, who was linked with Qiju, said impatiently. Qiju's personality was a bit too flighty, but since he followed young Master Gu, who was relatively lenient with him, others didn't say much. Cough, Zhao Xinyi has left the house. Her destination is unknown. Qiju cleared his throat and reported truthfully. He was just joking around. Fine, I will track her phone and sync her movements directly to the young master's phone. You keep watching Zhao Hao. All right. It's just a pity that Zhao Hao stayed in the living room all night, so I didn't get a chance to install the bug. Qiju shook his head with a sigh. Even he felt that Zhao Hao was a bit pathetic. A man had taken away his crush of many years right in front of him. The goddess might even already be someone else's woman. This was naturally heartbreaking for the young Zhao Hao. What's more, he had failed to show off multiple times last night, and was instead slapped in the face. His reputation among his classmates was nearing social suicide. Zhao Hao really was too miserable. Luckily, I'm on the young master's side, Qi Ju muttered to himself. Ring, ring. Gu Junqing was awakened by his phone, opening eyes that seemed to contain the sun. Gu Junqing glanced at his phone, his lips curling into a smile. A little sister, how lovely. Aside from his caring big sister, he also quite liked cute and sensible younger sisters. Of course, that little troublemaker Lin Qingze was an exception. She even dared to disturb his private time. He had recently let Bai Ji teach her a lesson, making her copy complicated characters 100 times every day. If she wrote any wrong, she had to rewrite it. Later, she somehow learned the skill of holding 2 pens in one hand and placed a piece of carbon paper under the sheet, writing 4 copies at once. Later, Bai Ji found out and watched her write every day. Of course, this was all at Gu Junqing's orders. If Lin Qingze didn't write, she would get her bottom spanked. Gu Junqing moved the snowy white arm that was wrapped around him and climbed out of bed gently. Junqing, are you leaving already? Fang Ruoxiu rubbed her sleepy eyes, struggling to get up. The silk quilt on her body slipped off as if it had no friction. He just watched this scene with a smile, his expression full of zen-like detachment. Sister-in-law, sleep a bit more. It's not good to tire your body out, Gu Junqing said with a smile. He then pulled the silk quilt that had slid off Fang Ruoxiu's body back up over her. He finally understood one truth. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. As long as you are empty, you won't have any impure desires. Chapter 456. After lulling Fang Ruoxiu to sleep, Gu Junqing followed the location tracker on his phone. This was the benefit of having a massive family conglomerate behind him, as monitoring or tracking a person was incredibly simple. He had access to vast human, material, and technological resources. Gu Junqing had long planned to raise Zhao Hao, that son of destiny with the god-tier wealth system, just like a pig. He would serve as his future tool for generating money. Nobody would ever complain about having more and more wealth, unless they wanted to act smug, saying things like I have never touched money, and I have no interest in money. Perhaps only when one reaches a certain level of wealth, and lacks the ambition to go further, can one say such pretentious things. In any case, Gu Junqing had not reached that stage yet. His journey was not limited to just one planet. His goals were much broader. He needed enough wealth to support the power required to dominate the entire universe and the galaxy. Naturally, this would involve the contributions of various protagonists. The super scholar system would handle scientific research, the super wealth system would handle financial support, and perhaps more systems would follow to support Gu Junqing's dreams in the future. Whether it was cosmic battleships or immortal cultivators, they would all become tools for him to rule everything. What he wanted was never just a planet, but a star system, a universe, and dominion over the entire multiverse, reaching an ultimate height that no one else could attain. Zhao Zinyi gazed at the century building before her. It rose straight into the blue sky, the towering structure appearing like a majestic giant under the brilliant radiance. This was the most prosperous center of Luodu. She had never dared to come here before. It was only because her brother gave her a few thousand yuan that she dared to come here to shop. Zhao Zinyi sighed. If her best friend hadn't kept pulling her along, she wouldn't have wanted to come here even with the money. Zinyi, over here. A pretty and lovely-looking woman in the distance waved at Zhao Zinyi, accompanied by 2 other women dressed in light, fashionable clothing with soft makeup. They spotted Zhao Zinyi in the distance. They also noticed that the men around were all staring at her elegant neck and her clearly visible collarbones. Her beauty was as bright and pure as moonlight pouring onto the earth. She also possessed an unforgettable pair of sparkling, water-like eyes. A faint smile was enough to capture any man's attention. They glanced at each other, their eyes filled with hidden jealousy and envy. After all, they knew the other girl's family background was poor. Yet, her appearance was far more outstanding than theirs. Even dressed in simple clothes, her pure and clean face displayed her natural grace. She was far more attractive than them. Aside from having better family backgrounds, they were inferior to her in every way, whether it was grades or looks. Yawling, Zhao Zinyi spotted the girl calling her and walked over with a happy surprise. The two hugged each other joyfully. They were best friends, and Zhao Zinyi had originally intended for her to be the person she introduced to Zhao Hao. However, since Zhao Hao did not come, it was clear he had no chance to interact with her. After the hug, Zhao Zinyi noticed 2 other girls standing behind Shi Yaling. She recognized them as 2 classmates from her own class, who usually took advantage of their superior family backgrounds to ridicule her. Yakin, Xiangxiu, why are you 2 here? Zhao Zinyi asked with a curious smile. What, are we not allowed to appear here? Is the century building owned by your family? The girl named Yakin, unable to suppress her jealousy, immediately retorted with sarcasm. That is not what I meant. Zhao Zinyi managed a forced smile. Then what did you mean? Yeah, are you looking down on us? Xiangxiu joined Yakin in targeting Zhao Zinyi. I am not. Zhao Zinyi felt a tightness in her chest. She did not know how to respond to these 2 aggressive people. Zinyi, I just ran into Yakin and Xiangxiu. They said they wanted to join us, which is why they are here. Seeing the tension between both sides, Yaling stepped forward to intervene. She stood in front of Zhao Zinyi to explain for her. At the same time, she whispered, I didn't want them to come, but they are like gum, you just can't shake them off. It is okay, don't worry about it. Zhao Zinyi nodded. By the way, where is your brother? Didn't you say you were going to introduce him to me? Qi Yaling giggled. He did not come. He probably has things on his mind, Zhao Xinyi said distressfully. She did not know what was wrong with her brother. He was secretive every day, tinkering with this and that, and had even taken their family registration booklet to handle various matters. Now, he wouldn't even let her into his room. Zhao Hao had originally said he won a few tens of thousands on the lottery, and even had a car. She had thought their luck had changed, but for some reason, after he returned from the graduation party yesterday, he had been feeling down. Could he be heartbroken? Zhao Xinyi muttered to herself. Things on his mind. What could he possibly hide from you, his own sister who has always depended on him? You are the same age, so you shouldn't be fighting. You have no idea how mischievous my 10-year-old brother is. He turns the house upside down every day, and I have lost count of how many times I have had to beat him. Qi Yaling patted Zhao Xinyi's shoulder to comfort her, sharing her own stories to soothe her friend. She was actually quite envious of Zhao Xinyi for having a brother. She often wondered how nice it would be if she had an older brother. Anything would be better than that mischievous monkey of a younger brother. Is that the one who came to pick you up after school last time, yelling that he wanted a hug from his sister as soon as he saw you? After being comforted by Qi Yaling, Zhao Xinyi felt much better. She stopped trying to figure out why Zhao Hao was hiding things from his own sister. You two sisters are chatting away happily. Have you forgotten about us? Yakin spoke up again with a sharp, sarcastic tone. She simply wanted to follow this girl she envied and discussed her at every opportunity. That is right. What are you talking about? Let us hear it too. You are not talking bad about us, are you? Xiangxia joined in, casting suspicious glances at the two girls. What secret could they have that they weren't allowed to hear? Does it have any business with you? Are you looking for trouble? You guessed right, I am busy cursing you in my heart right now, Zhao Xinyi thought with a light snort. She was not a kind-hearted bodhisattva. How could she not feel angry and talk back after being insulted? All right. We were just talking about other things. We have all been classmates for 3 years. There is no need to make things so awkward. Qi Yaling quickly intervened to smooth things over. The passersby were all attracted to them, though most of the attention remained focused on Zhao Xinyi. Chapter 457. Seeing that they were also youthful and pretty girls, but were completely overshadowed by Zhao Xinyi's beauty, Ye Qin and Xiang Shui felt jealousy burning fiercely within them. They felt like grabbing Zhao Xinyi by the hair and tearing into her. Stop standing around. Since we're out having fun, why not go shopping? Let's go buy some things, Qi Yaling suggested. Her good friend always became the center of attention whenever she appeared in public. Perhaps this was the benefit of having high-tier beauty. Qi Yaling sighed to herself. Her looks could only be described as pure rather than beautiful, and there was quite a gap between her and Zhao Xinyi. Zhao Xinyi ignored Ye Qin and Xiang Shui, taking Qi Yaling's arm as they walked toward the shopping mall. Xinyi, you're so beautiful, I'm actually a bit jealous, Qi Yaling said, half joking. Perhaps it was a universal flaw among women, but even with such a close friend, it was impossible not to harbor some nameless jealousy. Of course, she was sincere in her friendship with Zhao Xinyi, as the two had been best friends who even went to the restroom together back in high school. Is that so? It's fine. Zhao Xinyi touched her face and blinked. I really give up on you. Qi Yaling poked Zhao Xinyi's nose and let out a soft huff. By the way, what does your brother look like? Is he very handsome? Suddenly, Qi Yaling thought that since Zhao Xinyi was so beautiful, her brother Zhao Hao could not be bad either. After all, they were blood siblings and twins at that. My brother? He is definitely very handsome, Zhao Xinyi replied as if it were a matter of course. She was naturally bullshitting Qi Yaling. In truth, while Zhao Hao was not exceptionally handsome, he could be called delicate, at least above average, so she was not technically lying. Oh, how handsome? Qi Yaling asked out of curiosity. Well, he looks just like. Zhao Xinyi looked for a comparison among the pedestrians. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she stealthily pointed at a man sitting on a roadside bench drinking tea. He is about as good-looking as that man over there. What? Your brother is that handsome? Qi Yaling looked in the direction Zhao Xinyi was pointing. A man stood there, easily 1.90 meters tall, with a refined appearance like starlight in the mist, willow leaf eyebrows, and a physique like a jade tree. He was exquisitely handsome yet retained a sense of masculinity, a man who was utterly impeccable. Readers, I wonder if this description of you satisfies you. Does it bring a sense of immersion? Qi Yaling was momentarily stunned looking at the man. How could there be such a handsome man in this world? Your brother is really that handsome? Qi Yaling took another dazed look at the man, gripping Zhao Xinyi's hand with burning eyes. If her brother was that handsome, even if their family background was not great, she would be willing to pay to be with him. Well, he falls short by just a tiny bit. Zhao Xinyi wanted to say Zhao Hao was just as handsome, but she felt too embarrassed to lie in front of such an earnest Qi Yaling. She could only gesture a tiny bit with her fingers. That is nothing to worry about. What is a tiny difference? I will be your sister-in-law soon. Come on, let me buy you some clothes, Qi Yaling said matter-of-factly, pulling Zhao Xinyi toward a nearby clothing store. Zhao Xinyi felt a bit helpless, regretting having bragged about her brother Zhao Hao's looks. What are you looking at? Ye Qin and Xiang Shui, seeing them suddenly get excited on the street, hurried over to Zhao Xinyi's side. They followed their gaze and were instantly shocked. What a handsome man. I want to have his baby, Ye Qin said in a daze, unable to pull her obsessed gaze away. When my child grows up and gets married, I will prepare 200,000 in dowry. Xiang Shui was even more ridiculous, immediately thinking about the dowry money for when she had a child. They felt sure they would have good luck. You two are such fangirls. Even Qi Yaling could not stand it this time, and said helplessly. She did not want to see the looks from people around them. They only saw a stranger, and already wanted to have his baby. Don't you think he is handsome? Don't you want to have his baby? Ye Qin said righteously. Zhao Xinyi did not have many thoughts. She just looked at Ye Qin and Xiang Shui with a complex expression. She originally thought they were hateful and annoying, but now they just seemed like two naive airheads. They did not seem very bright. They might want to have his baby, but the guy actually has to be willing. To tell the truth, I really want to as well, Qi Yaling whispered. She did not know how handsome Zhao Xinyi's brother was, but the man in front of her was the handsomest man she had ever seen in her life. Even the male celebrities on TV, who claimed to be beautiful, were vastly inferior to him. They could not compare to the man in front of them at all. As for this man, he was naturally our old friend, Gu Junqing. He seemed to be living a retired life, sipping the goji berry tea he carried with him on the side of the road. It was sweet and delicious, the #1 tea in the world. Gu Junqing sighed in his heart. He also noticed the young girls watching him from afar, spotting his target, Zhao Xinyi, at a glance. He also identified Zhao Xinyi's identity as a supporting female character. He felt that in an urban power fantasy novel, the protagonist's sister always had a significant role in the original story. Her identity as a supporting character was guaranteed. She would either provoke some wicked young master, or run into some kind of trouble. Some novels would even turn the sister into the heroine, followed by a dramatic, painful romance, ultimately ending with the reveal that they were not blood-related, allowing her to be taken into the harem. If he were to encounter such a protagonist, he would make sure not a single one of those sweet, intimate sisters escaped him. Forget it, stop looking. The handsome guy is looking over. Zhao Xinyi pulled Qi Yaling's hand and hurried away, not daring to look any longer. She felt like she had just made eye contact with the handsome man. What kind of eyes were those? They seemed to contain starlight. Zhao Xinyi's heart was thumping wildly. Ding. Host has stirred the heart of a supporting female character. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Tisk tisk, things seemed to be going a bit too smoothly. Young girls were just young girls, only focusing on a pretty exterior. They never paid attention to his interesting soul. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Older sister types would not just focus on his looks, they cared about his health, specifically his kidneys. They were always looking for ways to nourish him. Too fierce, young girls are better. Gu Junqing sighed as he picked up his quintessential old cotter thermos, savoring the delicious goji berry tea. His stomach felt warm, filling his slightly empty body. As a man, living without a penny to one's name always leaves one feeling empty and exhausted. Forget it, you guys would not understand anyway. After all, which of you readers is not packing 18 centimeters with a pair of iron kidneys? You could not possibly understand this kind of emptiness. Chapter 458. Seeing Zhao Xinyi and Qi Yaling leave, Ye Qin and Xiang Shui felt a sense of lingering resentment. What if I go test the waters, and if I succeed, we can share this man later? Ye Qin whispered to Xiang Shui. Why not me instead? I am better looking than you anyway, Xiang Shui scoffed. She understood Ye Qin's motives all too well. If she really got the man, there was no chance she would share him. What, you actually think you look better than me? Ye Qin opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Am I not better looking than you? Why don't you grab a few people and ask? Xiang Shui was now competitive as well. With Zhao Xinyi gone, they were on the verge of internal strife, an unfortunate flaw in human nature. Without an external threat, internal conflict often erupts. You are as flat as a runway, how can you claim to be better looking than me? Ye Qin pointed at the slightly flat chest area of Xiang Shui, speaking in anger. Is that so? Did you not use padding yourself? Xiang Shui retorted, enraged by the personal attack. Oh miss, that also you used is very revealing, someone in the surrounding crowd remarked. So small and it is padded, no wonder it is called an airport runway. People always love a spectacle, especially when it involves two young women. I did not use padding, Ye Qin argued back. Do you want me to rip your clothes off so everyone can see if you are padded? Xiang Shui was furious. They had been friends just a moment ago, but over a man, they turned into plastic friends. Rip it off, go on, rip it off. If you do not, you are not a citizen of the Xia Kingdom. That is right, rip it off, little girl, do not be afraid. The eyes of the masses are sharp. We will help you see if she really used padding. The crowd's comments brought them back to their senses. They turned around to find the handsome man was already gone, making their fighting pointless. They quickly covered their faces and fled as the crowd grew larger. They felt like they were on the verge of social death. They could handle death, but not social death. Xiang Shui, I am sorry, I should not have said that to you just now. Ye Qin appeared to feel guilty. It is fine. I should not have said that to you either. A fake smile appeared on Xiang Shui's face. Let us stop fighting amongst ourselves. The handsome man is just a fleeting cloud. We should work together to take down that bitch Zhao Xinyi. Ye Qin held Xiang Shui's hand and said sincerely. The two shook hands and reconciled, forming a unified front. It was once again a scene of sisterly bonding. Internal strife often fades when there is external pressure, leading to a reunion. It is like the Three Kingdoms, where Wu and Shu reconciled under the pressure of Wei after a major battle. When Ye Qin and Xiang Shui found Zhao Xinyi and Qi Yaling again, they were already picking out clothes. Seeing them tailing her like ghosts, Zhao Xinyi sighed and covered her forehead in helplessness. She could not understand what she had done to offend them. She did not know how these two followers could persist so stubbornly. She was not a political rival for them to obsess over. Oh, look, our Cinderella finally has money to buy clothes. Indeed, Cinderella, you cannot afford these clothes. If you ruin them, you will not be able to pay for them, and you will be held here. Yaqin and Xiang Shui resumed their sarcastic comments towards Zhao Xinyi. When it came to Zhao Xinyi, they were always united in their opposition. Chapter 459. Zhao Xinyi felt a bit helpless, but everyone knew she was poor. This was a point Yakin and Xiangxiu often used to attack her. Yet, she did not feel inferior about it, believing her own efforts would eventually keep her from falling behind. Besides, her brother had graduated and seemed to have a little money now, so their lives would only get better. Forget it, Yaling. Let's look at another store, as this one is truly too expensive. Zhao Xinyi thought about it and realized she could not afford clothes here. Why are you talking like that to your sister-in-law? Do you think she would really let you pay? Yaling put on an air of a protective sister-in-law, looking at her with mock blame. Piffed, Yaling, you really do have the air of a sister-in-law. Zhao Xinyi burst into laughter. However, she soon hesitated. She had built up her brother, Zhao Hao, so much, and she wondered if Yaling would be incredibly disappointed and angry if she ever met him. She would not even know how to explain it then. But since you do not want to buy here, let's keep browsing. Qi Yaling took Zhao Xinyi's hand and led her out of the clothing store. As they strolled through the mall, they discovered another boutique with beautifully displayed clothes. Xinyi, let's go. We should check out that one. Qi Yaling's eyes lit up as she pointed to the shop ahead. But that looks a bit high-end. Gu Ying Apparel. Zhao Xinyi read the store's name. You want to go there? Yakin, trailing behind, immediately chimed in with a sneer. Why? Can't we go there? Qi Yaling retorted sharply. Hey, right, how would poor people like you know the rules here? Yakin was about to say that this shop only took reservations and did not sell to the public, but Xiangxiu grabbed her arm and pulled her aside. What is it? Why did you pull me? I still want to go mock that little bitch. Yakin said, clearly dissatisfied. Don't tell her. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to let her hit a wall and get kicked out? Xiangxiu whispered with a mischievous grin. Oh right. Why didn't I think of that? Sorry, I must be all chest and no brain. Yakin said happily. Xiangxiu had a complicated expression. What was that supposed to mean? Was she beating around the bush to say her chest was small? Qi Yaling saw them whispering, snorted, and pulled Zhao Xinyi into the store. Upon entering, they were immediately captivated by the array of dazzling clothes. No woman could resist beauty. Xinyi, the clothes here are also pretty. But why aren't there any price tags? Qi Yaling asked softly. I don't know, but they are certainly beautiful. I hope they aren't too expensive. Zhao Xinyi touched the fabric, feeling tempted. Hello, did you book an appointment? A beautiful shop assistant walked over and asked politely. An appointment? We didn't. We just came to buy some clothes. Zhao Xinyi paused for a moment and said with a smile. Then I apologize, but we only accept reservations for custom-made clothing here. We don't sell off the rack. The assistant said politely. We can sell off the rack now. You can step aside. A male voice suddenly interrupted. The three of them looked over. A tall, handsome young man approached from behind the assistant, wearing a gentle and warm smile. The man was Gu Junqing. He had not expected the protagonist's sister to come to his family's shop to buy clothes. Yes, manager. The assistant glanced at Gu Junqing's face and stepped back as instructed. Oh my god, he's so handsome. I only took this job to get a glimpse of the legendary young Master Gu. He is as handsome as the rumors say. This isn't just a man, he's an angel from heaven. The assistant screamed internally. Under Gu Junqing's order, she could only take a few extra glances at his face and physique to satisfy her eyes before leaving regretfully. Isn't this the heartthrob we just saw outside? Qi Yaling whispered into Zhao Xinyi's ear, feeling excited. Yeah, it is. Although Zhao Xinyi was not as obsessed as Qi Yaling, she was at a young, impressionable age and naturally appreciated someone who looked good. This was the very reason Gu Junqing often said young girls were easy to fool. If the face looks good, everything you say is justified. Hello, you two. Our shop usually only accepts reservations. But since you are both so bright and spirited and clearly curious about our clothes, please feel free to look around. I will even offer you both a discount. Gu Junqing said with a smile, his eyes flickering. Okay, thank you. Swayed by Gu Junqing's charm, Qi Yaling and Zhao Xinyi nodded tentatively. Come look over here. This is the section for students. Okay. Gu Junqing gestured in a direction and led them toward it. Handsome, are you a student too? Qi Yaling gathered her courage to ask. I just graduated. Gu Junqing nodded in response. You managed to become a manager right after graduating? Zhao Xinyi asked, showing interest and curiosity. If you had a father who was the richest man in Luodu, you could do it too. Gu Junqing muttered inwardly. He remembered when he was a child, just learning to write. He used I have a billionaire father as a title, and won first place in the entire Luodu composition contest. However, Gu Junqing did not say anything that arrogant. Having gathered enough information about Zhao Xinyi, he knew exactly how to capture this minor female character. He had seduced teachers, masters, mothers-in-law, and goddesses, but he had never targeted a protagonist's sister. This was a fun opportunity to play around. Yes, honestly, my family background wasn't great. I didn't even take the college entrance exam before I went out and started working diligently. Finally, hard work pays off. With a spirit of resilience, I studied and worked hard, and eventually managed to earn the position of manager. Gu Junqing put on a look of unyielding determination, acting as if he was deeply moved by the hardships he had overcome. He wasn't lying. He really didn't take the entrance exam, and instead, he worked diligently on the heroines. On the day of the exam, while students were busy taking tests, he was busy keeping his sister-in-law, Fang Ruoxiu, happy. A peerless, handsome man who also knew the value of hard work. This was an incredibly attractive quality for Zhao Xinyi. Manager, is hard work really that useful? Can it really change a person's destiny? Zhao Xinyi's eyes twinkled with stars. Her lifelong wish was to become wealthy through her own efforts, rise into the upper echelons of society, and never let anyone look down on her again. Chapter 460. Of course you can. Gu Junqing replied with a smile. Through hard work, one can truly change their destiny and become part of the elite. But the odds of that are 1 in 1,000, or perhaps 1 in 10,000. The chance of changing one's fate solely through effort is incredibly low. Of course, he could not bring himself to destroy the girl's dreams. Ding. The host has stirred the heart of the supporting character Zhao Xinyi by giving her hope for the future. You are rewarded with 2,000 villain points. By the way, I haven't asked your names yet. Gu Junqing did not continue that topic, as touching upon it lightly was enough to avoid appearing too deliberate. My name is Zhao Xinyi. I am Qi Yaling, handsome brother. What is your name? You can just call me Manager Gu. Gu Junqing replied with a warm, gentle expression. The two naive girls blushed at his response. Come, these clothes should suit you well. Gu Junqing pointed to a rack of sailor outfits, smiling slightly. Especially this one. Gu Junqing selected a light blue blouse with dark, subtle rose patterns. It featured a stand-up collar with thin, lavender lace trim on the collar and cuffs, paired with a black, sheer midi skirt woven with delicate silver threads. Gu Junqing chose this because his previous girlfriends had worn it. He specifically remembered Yu Miajin, the stunningly beautiful teacher, wearing this student sailor uniform. Thinking back, Gu Junqing could not help but lick his lips, as he had enjoyed her gentle affection immensely. It is no wonder men enjoy roleplay. At the time, they played a role where Gu Junqing acted as the teacher and Yu Miajin as the helpless student. Remembering her cowering in the corner with a pitiful expression, pleading no, Gu Junqing marveled at her acting skills. Teacher Yu is truly impressive, as she is now more adventurous than even he is, surpassing even Yu Ying in her playfulness. Wow, these clothes are so beautiful. I have never seen these styles on the street. Qi Yaling exclaimed as she looked at the gorgeous, vibrant clothing that avoided being garish. She had never seen anything quite like them before. This was normal, as these clothes were custom designed by Gu Junqing for the heroines. Each piece had a unique, beautiful style that stood out from the common, mass-produced designer labels. That is true. Zhao Xinyi, also captivated by the beautiful clothing, touched the fabrics tentatively. Her own family was financially strained, and the clothes she wore had been washed repeatedly and worn for years. Why haven't they been kicked out yet? Is there no shop assistant today? Outside the store, Yakin and Xiang Shui watched the entrance with confusion. I know. Last time we were kicked out, and I was so angry I could have died. Xiang Shui was equally puzzled. They exchanged a look and decided to go inside to see what was happening. Upon entering, they found Zhao Xinyi and Qi Yaling picking out clothes under the guidance of a man. This man was the same one they had seen on the street earlier. After exchanging looks, they regarded each other with suspicion. They had just argued over him, and it was clear they both wanted to compete for his attention. Let's not fight among ourselves. Compared to Zhao Xinyi, our looks are inferior, and she is the biggest enemy. We should defeat her first, then we can see who manages to win him over. Xiang Shui was the smarter one, considering her rival was just a bimbo. Xiang Shui's figure was smaller, but she had more wit than Yakin. Fine. Yakin readily agreed. She believed that if she and Xiang Shui competed for him, she would surely win, as she possessed a more ample figure. Xinyi, you are looking at clothes. Can we join you? Yakin's voice became strange, much softer and more coquettish than usual, clearly intended to attract attention. You need to ask the manager about that. Zhao Xinyi twitched her mouth slightly, as she had never heard the two speak with such infatuated tones. Manager, can we look at the clothes too? Xiang Shui put on a pure and cute act, blinking her eyes as she pleaded with Gu Junqing. Of course you can. Gu Junqing smiled faintly. These two must be female villains, and since they were present, the protagonist should arrive soon. Thank you, manager. You are so handsome. Is the proprietress here? Xiang Shui glanced around the shop like an innocent rabbit while asking, though she was actually trying to find out if Gu Junqing had a girlfriend. She believed men liked pure women, especially young men like Gu Junqing. However, she underestimated him. Gu Junqing's current girlfriends ranged from mature women to young housewives and pure student goddesses, so he appreciated every type. Xiang Shui's question caught the attention of the other three girls in the store. They were also very curious. Even Zhao Xinyi, while pretending to browse the clothes, kept her attention on Gu Junqing. She did not know why, but seeing the handsome and hardworking manager made her feel as if she were seeing her own future. This piqued her curiosity to learn more about his experiences. She did not know that when a woman begins to think this way about a man, it is often the moment she starts to fall for him. Gu Junqing was like a poppy, charming and deadly in his attraction. There is no proprietress for this shop yet. Unless the proprietress is a man, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. His mother, Xie Ying, opened this shop, so she was the owner. His father could not be the proprietress, he would be the proprietor's husband. For some reason, Zhao Xinyi let out a sigh of relief and picked out clothes with more enthusiasm. That is great. Xiang Shui's eyes brightened, and she smiled with an even more innocent and shy demeanor. Since her figure could not attract him, she would have to rely on her pure, lily white persona. Gu Junqing smiled but remained silent. He knew exactly what these young girls were thinking, but he did not care. Young master, that Zhao Hao seems to have arrived. The voice of Kija came through a small earpiece in Gu Junqing's ear. Tisk, a sister, female villains, and the protagonist. The cast for this scene was nearly complete. Gu Junqing's smile became even more profound. Chapter 461. Zhao Hao was on his way to Century Tower, feeling annoyed as he thought about what happened at home. He had been slumped on the sofa, feeling miserable. Then, the system suddenly assigned him a task. He had to follow his younger sister, Zhao Xinyi, to Century Tower. Ding. New task issued. Host, please follow your sister to Century Tower. Act accordingly and show off in front of your sister's friends. Task success reward is a storefront in Century Tower. Task failure, system downgrade. Your earnings will decrease to 5 yuan per second. A storefront in Century Tower? A gleam of light flashed in Zhao Hao's eyes. Century Tower was the most prosperous area in Luodu. The value of a single storefront there was staggering. A direct reward of a storefront was incredible. Whether leased out or used personally, the annual profit would be substantial. Realizing this, Zhao Hao acted immediately. This was the second step to his wealth. Since his car and hotel were gone, he needed to rise again from somewhere else. But why didn't you let me go with my sister just now? Zhao Hao asked, puzzled, while sitting in the taxi. Zhao Xinyi had asked him to go with her, but he had refused to leave the house because he was feeling irritated. However, the system hadn't issued the task then. It waited until much later to give it to him. Ding. System querying. Ding. Query failed. Query failed. System error detected. Ding. System under maintenance. Zhao Hao was speechless. Ever since he asked the system to find his car last night, it hadn't been able to locate it. It seemed to have been malfunctioning ever since. He tried to communicate with the system at night, but found it was in the middle of maintenance. This made him realize his system wasn't invincible. It was like a small computer program, prone to bugs. Century Tower, I think we're here. Looking at the skyscrapers before him, Zhao Hao was just as shocked by this bustling district of Luodu as Zhao Xinyi had been. Let's set a small goal. By this entire plot of land, Zhao Hao set this small goal for himself. He felt that by relying on the system, he would surely own this massive complex and become the supreme elite of Luodu. Piffed, buddy, nice ambition. A small goal, indeed. A passerby overheard him and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hey, how could a sparrow understand the ambition of a swan? Zhao Hao sneered at the passerby and walked into Century Tower to begin his search for his sister. For some reason, as if guided by divine intervention, he quickly found his way to Zhao Xinyi's location within the complex. Store manager Gu, how is this outfit? Does it look good? Zhao Hao, who was walking down the aisle, suddenly heard a voice as clear as a mountain spring, and his eyes lit up. That was his sister's voice. He had planned to just call her if he couldn't find her, but he hadn't expected to locate her so quickly. Zhao Hao followed the sound. When he walked into the shop, he saw that his sister was no longer wearing the clothes she had left in, but had changed into a beautiful, innocent-looking sailor uniform. Beside her, a man seemed to be intimately adjusting her clothes, looking as if he were touching her. He squinted his eyes to look closer. It was that man who had taken Mirongwon away last night. What are you doing? Get your hands off my sister. Zhao Hao shouted, his eyes burning with rage as he rushed forward to stand in front of Zhao Xinyi. He thought this man was harassing his sister, or perhaps had already done so. Why else would she have changed into new clothes? Ask your sister if I've touched her. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, speaking with complete indifference. Brother, why are you here? Manager Gu didn't do anything to me. Zhao Xinyi tugged at Zhao Hao's arm and explained. Why can't I come here? Zhao Hao scolded indignantly. If he didn't touch you, then what was he doing? Store manager Gu was just adjusting my clothes for me, Zhao Xinyi said, feeling rather helpless. She cast an apologetic glance toward Gu Junqing. Adjusting your clothes? I think he was trying to bully you. Zhao Hao continued to eye Gu Junqing with caution. He had disliked this man since last night, and he couldn't believe he had run into him again today. Was he his nemesis? He really didn't, brother. What is wrong with you? Zhao Xinyi had been happy that her brother had come to go shopping with her, but his current behavior made things very awkward for her. You don't know what kind of person he is. How can you say he didn't? Zhao Hao snorted coldly. He just couldn't stand the sight of Gu Junqing. He had taken away his goddess last night, and even now, the thought of it caused him a twinge of heartbreak. Now it was Zhao Xinyi's turn to be speechless. She felt she understood Gu Junqing quite well. He was a young man who, despite a humble background, was motivated, hardworking, and ambitious. However, she didn't voice her analysis of Gu Junqing. If she said it out loud, Zhao Hao might go even crazier. Admitting she understood another man so well after just one day of meeting him would only imply either he was interested in her, or she was interested in him. How could she possibly say that? Store manager Gu, how does this outfit look on me? At that moment, 3 other women walked out of the fitting rooms. They were clearly Zhao Xinyi's best friends and those 2 minor female antagonists who were prone to infighting. In the original plot, these 2 minor female antagonists were just there to be slapped in the face by the protagonist. Gu Junqing almost felt a moment of silence for them. Scenarios like them mocking the protagonist's sister and being overheard, only for the protagonist to casually flash his luxury car keys to shame them, or discovering during a shopping trip that this shop was owned by the protagonist's brother. Generally speaking, these 2 female antagonists existed solely to be ruthlessly slapped in the face by the protagonist. Therefore, Gu Junqing didn't pay them much mind. But now that he was involved, the situation would naturally reverse. He thought these two women would likely unleash their mocking firepower quite aggressively. Upon hearing each other say the exact same thing, the three women glanced at each other, snorted coldly, and then simultaneously walked toward Gu Junqing. When they heard that Gu Junqing supposedly didn't have a girlfriend, their hearts skipped a beat. Such a handsome young man without a girlfriend. Wasn't he the Prince Charming tailor-made for them? Qi Yaling was slightly better off, as she at least had her imaginary best friend's brother as a fallback. As for the two minor antagonists, they were practically fighting to the death. Even Gu Junqing hadn't expected this. The minor antagonists who were supposed to unite to be slapped in the face by the protagonist were now infighting because of his arrival. Chapter 462. Xinyi, who is the man standing next to you? Qi Yaling turned her attention away from the dashing Gu Junqing, looking curiously at the man beside Zhao Xinyi. It had crossed her mind that this might be Zhao Xinyi's brother. Yet, compared to Gu Junqing's breathtaking appearance, it felt like an insult to even compare them. He is my brother. Zhao Xinyi felt a pang of guilt for having misled Qi Yaling. Who is she? Seeing the crowd, Zhao Hao managed to calm himself down. He looked at the pretty young woman before him and asked Xinyi. She is my best friend, the one I wanted to introduce to you. Xinyi whispered, her face growing increasingly flushed with embarrassment. Had she not met Gu Junqing today, she might have confidently introduced her brother to Qi Yaling. But with Gu Junqing setting such a high bar, she found herself at a loss for words. You wanted to introduce her to me? Zhao Hao's eyes lit up, and he cleared his throat before extending a hand toward Qi Yaling. Ahem, I'm Zhao Hao, Xinyi's older brother. Qi Yaling forced a polite smile, wanting to save face for her friend. However, she found it impossible to bring herself to shake his hand, especially with Gu Junqing watching. She felt that Gu Junqing was the only person worth her attention now. Any thought of dating a best friend's brother had withered and died the moment she saw him. It felt like a disastrous blind date. In her friend's descriptions, Zhao Hao was supposed to be a handsome, dashing man who, despite lacking money, was ambitious and hygienic. But what was Zhao Hao actually like? He reeked of cigarettes. His hair was a messy disaster, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was covered in stubble. His clothes were disheveled and unkempt, and he radiated a strange, off-putting odor. The image she held of her best friend's brother had been completely shattered. I'm sorry, Xinyi, I just can't bring myself to hold this hand, she thought, forcing a bitter smile. Hello, I'm Xinyi's best friend. Qi Yaling did not reach out, choosing instead to offer a polite nod toward Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao had no choice but to awkwardly retract his hand. His confidence crumbled a little. It couldn't be right. Even if he wasn't exactly a male model, he wasn't repulsive enough to make women shrink away in disgust, was he? And who are these two? Zhao Hao asked Xinyi, trying to save face by turning his attention to Yakan and Xiang Shui. Them. Xinyi hesitated, unsure how to introduce them to her brother. It wouldn't do to badmouth them right in front of their faces. We are also Xinyi's good friends. The two women acted with uncharacteristic restraint in front of Gu Junqing, putting on a show of sisterhood for his benefit. They were acting like perfect little angels, after all. Yeah, that's right. Xinyi offered a strained smile. Inside, she was screaming at how shameless these two were, switching attitudes as fast as flipping a page when they were supposed to be her enemies. Well, nice to meet you both. Zhao Hao extended his hand toward them again. However, these two did not share Qi Yaling's polite restraint. Tisk, tisk. You reek like garbage and you want to shake my hand. Exactly. You're so ugly that there's a recycling plant right outside. Why don't you go back and get remade? It's one thing to be born ugly, but it's wrong for you to come out and terrorize people with your face. I've seen ugly people before, but never anything this bad. You look ugly at a glance, but even worse when you look closer. Their insults came out like machine gun fire. They had held back earlier to maintain a good image for Gu Junqing, but they had no such qualms about tearing Zhao Hao to shreds. Ding. Protagonist Zhao Hao's mental state has collapsed. Rewarding host with 2,000 villain points. Ding. Protagonist Zhao Hao's mental state has collapsed. Rewarding host with 2,000 villain points. Ding. Protagonist Zhao Hao's mental state has collapsed. Rewarding host with 2,000 villain points. Tisk, tisk. Letting them stay was a good decision. Their firepower is impressive, Gu Junqing mused as he watched the scene play out. Zhao Hao stood there stunned, staring blankly at the two women who were berating him. His hand trembled as he pointed at them, unable to form a coherent sentence. He wanted to snap back, but they didn't give him an opening. What's more, they managed to insult him without using a single curse word, leaving him with no grounds for a comeback. You're ugly too, was all Zhao Hao could manage. Oh sure sure. You bunch of ugly freaks. Oh sure sure. These responses made Zhao Hao's face twist with rage. His eyes burned with fury. Hey, watch your mouths. Zhao Xinyi stepped forward, finally speaking up for her brother. They could insult her all they wanted, but she wouldn't allow them to attack her brother. Fine, fine. You're right, Xinyi, we'll stop. Yakan giggled and glanced toward Gu Junqing. Seeing his pleased expression, she knew they had made the right choice in attacking Zhao Hao. Brother, are you okay? Xinyi asked tentatively, watching Zhao Hao tremble with indignation. Do I look like I'm okay? Zhao Hao snapped. He knew that whenever this man was around, nothing good ever happened. He immediately realized he shouldn't be snapping at his own sister. I'm sorry, Xinyi. I shouldn't have yelled at you. Seeing her hurt expression, Zhao Hao quickly apologized. He had been pushed to his limit, having been humiliated last night and mocked again today. It was all too much, and he had taken it out on her. He had never even raised his voice at Xinyi in his life, let alone shouted at her. How could you yell at your own sister? It was time for Gu Junqing to take the stage. While he couldn't destroy their relationship, he was always happy to make things difficult for the protagonist. Don't you know that a younger sister is meant to be pampered and spoiled? Gu Junqing scolded. What the fuck does it have to do with you? Who do you think you are, interfering in family business? Zhao Hao exploded, his temper ignited by Gu Junqing's words. Brother. Hearing his increasingly rude tone, Zhao Xinyi's voice grew sharp and commanding. Feeling that Xinyi was genuinely angry, Zhao Hao shut his mouth and retreated into silence. I'm sorry, shopkeeper Gu. Please don't take my brother's words to heart. Xinyi felt a surge of guilt that Gu Junqing had been yelled at while trying to help her. Why are you apologizing to him? He hasn't done anything to deserve it. Zhao Hao barked, unable to stand the sight of Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing couldn't be bothered with such a clown, simply telling Xinyi that it was fine. In the eyes of everyone watching, he and Zhao Hao formed a stark contrast. Chapter 463. Although Gu Junqing said it was fine, Zhao Hao had clearly angered everyone. Not only were Ye Qin and Xiang Shui berating him, but even Zhao Xinyi's best friend, Qi Yaling, had joined Gu Junqing's side. Xinyi, your brother is going too far. Shopkeeper Gu does not even care, so why are you being so aggressive? Ye Qin and Xiang Shui's accusations did not bother Zhao Xinyi much, but hearing it from her best friend made her realize her brother was truly in the wrong. Brother, stop it. Why do you keep targeting shopkeeper Gu? Zhao Xinyi quickly pulled Zhao Hao aside to prevent him from harassing Gu Junqing further. Ding. Host has caused protagonist Zhao Hao's mindset to become unbalanced. Reward. 2,000 villain points. Ding. Host has caused protagonist Zhao Hao's mindset to become unbalanced. Reward. 2,000 villain points. Zhao Hao looked at his sister in disbelief. The sister he loved most was standing on the side of an outsider. I am making a scene. You did not even know this guy before today, and you do not know his character, yet you are speaking up for him. Zhao Hao said this while fuming. He never imagined his sister would betray him like this. Did Gu Junqing look like a good person to her? So what if I did not know him? I know him now, do I not? Brother, what is wrong with you? You have been acting so strange since yesterday, Zhao Xinyi said, now getting angry herself. Even though it was her first time meeting Gu Junqing, she found him very kind-hearted, and nothing like a bad person. His gaze was incredibly pure, unlike other men who always looked at her with disgusting desire. It was her first time meeting a man who felt like a refreshing breeze. When Zhao Hao kept targeting him and her friend got angry, she could not help but feel resentful toward her brother. Yeah, why am I acting like this? Zhao Hao muttered, his thoughts suddenly calming down as Zhao Xinyi's words struck a chord. He had never been this emotional before, but his mood had been erratic ever since the blow he received last night. He did not know the reason was that Gu Junqing had been draining his luck. Under the influence of his luck, he had always made the right choices. However, his declining luck recently caused him to lose that keen sense. Simply put, without the protection of his luck, he was just exposing his true nature. I understand. I will not target him anymore. Zhao Hao calmed down, suddenly realizing his ultimate purpose for being here was to satisfy his sister, not to fight with Gu Junqing. He could slowly let his sister and the others know what kind of person Gu Junqing really was, without needing such aggressive actions. I am glad you understand. Remember to apologize to shopkeeper Gu later. Zhao Xinyi said this earnestly. Fine. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and said it very reluctantly. Zhao Xinyi and Zhao Hao walked back together, and she apologized to everyone on his behalf. Xinyi, you do not need to apologize. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Junqing replied with a smile. His gentle demeanor toward Zhao Xinyi made Ye Qin and Xiang Shui feel a tinge of jealousy. Watching Gu Junqing, Zhao Hao could not help himself. It was like seeing a natural predator, his hair standing on end, as if he wanted to declare war on Gu Junqing again. Brother, what did you promise me? Zhao Xinyi whispered, pulling on his arm. Ha, I am sorry. Zhao Hao exhaled and forced out 3 words. What was that? Gu Junqing said, sounding playful. You. Zhao Hao became agitated again, wanting to curse. Can your apology be sincere? Can you bow? Can you speak up? Ye Qin said, acting as if she were lecturing him, though she was actually reveling in his misfortune. I am sorry. Zhao Hao said, his fingers clenched into tight fists. Ding. Protagonist Zhao Hao has voluntarily apologized to the host. Plundered 200 points of protagonist luck. Villain luck plus 200. Ding. Host has slightly altered the plot. Reward. 1,000 villain points. Making the protagonist bow his head and admit his mistake was quite difficult. It seemed this protagonist still valued his sister. It is fine, I forgive you, Gu Junqing said, his smile deepening. Zhao Hao approached Gu Junqing and whispered fiercely in his ear. I know what kind of person you are, and I will find a way to expose you. Also, where did you take classmate Mirong last night? What does that have to do with you? But I can be merciful and tell you that water is very smooth. Gu Junqing's playful words made Zhao Hao feel worse, and the bloodshot veins in his eyes became more prominent. He envisioned Mirong Waner, with her cascading black hair and crystal-clear skin, drifting further away from him. He also saw his goddess, who once picked up an eraser for him, sobbing under Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing, I will definitely take revenge on you. I want you to be ruined. Zhao Hao gritted his teeth, wishing he could swallow Gu Junqing whole. Heh, good luck. Gu Junqing curled the corner of his mouth, finding the protagonist's determination somewhat amusing. He still did not understand the situation. He was just a wealthy protagonist, a small character being played in the palm of Gu Junqing's hand, posing zero threat. These threats were laughable. Even a legendary king of soldiers, who dominated abroad, had fallen to Gu Junqing, let alone a wealthy protagonist with no combat power. Seeing the two men whispering, the young girls walked away to look at the clothes. Zinni, this outfit really lives up to the reputation of being chosen by Boss Gu himself. It looks beautiful on you. Qi Yaoling looked at Zhao Zinyi's attire with envy. The set accentuated Zhao Zinyi's pure temperament, making her look like a lyrical poem. With her youth and clear, lake-like eyes, it felt as if the world was perpetually immersed in bright spring sunlight. Is that so? It is all right, Zhao Zinyi said, feeling inexplicably shy. Chapter 464. Is that so? It is all right, Zhao Zinyi said, feeling inexplicably shy at Qi Yaoling's praise. Why bring up Manager Gu? Zhao Zinyi's heart, having never been stirred before, began to race like a deer crashing into things. You little vixen, you only know how to play the innocent act in front of the manager. If you have the guts, compete with me fairly, Yakan said, a hint of jealousy in her voice. Zhao Zinyi was the only one whose clothes were personally selected by Gu Junqing. The others had to pick their own outfits, and this massive disparity made them feel deeply unbalanced. This was why they were being slightly polite to Zhao Zinyi in front of Gu Junqing. They did not lash out at her like they usually did. Playing the innocent act? Zhao Zinyi looked amused. As long as you wash off that makeup and style your hair properly, you could look innocent too. Really? What else do I need to do to become as beautiful as you? Seeing Yakan getting sidetracked, Xiang Shui quickly pulled her hand to snap her out of her daydream. Zhao Zinyi, your brother is here, so stop shopping here. Why do you not go with him instead? Xiang Shui said, taking the lead because Yakan was acting so pathetic. Exactly. Did you not brag about how handsome your brother was, saying he is as handsome as Manager Gu? So leave the manager to us and go play with your brother, Yakan said, realizing their top priority was to eliminate Zhao Zinyi. Zhao Zinyi was their biggest rival, both because of her beauty and Gu Junqing's attitude toward her. They were a bit slow, but they at least had some self-awareness. If they did not think she was so pretty, they would not have targeted her all this time. I came here to pick clothes, so it is none of your business where I go. Besides, the clothes here are so nice, why should I not stay? Zhao Zinyi said, trying to sound confident despite her weak position. Tisk. You manipulative little bitch, you have finally shown your true colors. Do you dare say you do not have any feelings for the manager? Yakan scoffed. I do not. Why would you think that? Zhao Zinyi turned her head away, murmuring to herself. She had been very confident at first, but for some reason, she started to feel guilty as she spoke. As long as you do not fight us for him, you little bitch. Both women breathed a sigh of relief. Only Qi Yaoling's eyes flickered, then dimmed. Having been close friends with Zhao Zinyi for years, she could slightly sense the lack of confidence in her words. Since her little friend liked him, she obviously could not fight for him. Besides, she would not be able to win, so she might as well just wish her well. Qi Yaoling looked at Yakan and Xiang Shui with contempt. Could they not tell that the manager had no interest in them, as he did not even look their way? She even doubted if they would have been able to enter the store at all if it were not for Zhao Zinyi. She looked at Zhao Zinyi's pure face and slender figure, feeling both envy and affection for her. At any rate, she was much better than her brother. By the way, Zinyi, were you adopted? Or maybe your brother was? Qi Yaoling leaned on Zhao Zinyi's shoulder and whispered. How could that be? Zhao Zinyi laughed. Why would you think that? Look, the difference between you and your brother is huge. You look so beautiful, but your brother is, well, hard to describe. Qi Yaoling said, looking speechless. Actually, my brother is fine. Even if he is not as handsome as the manager, he is still above average, Zhao Zinyi said, defending her brother. Maybe he was just upset after the graduation party last night, so he did not groom himself before coming out. Perhaps. I just really think that when your brother stands next to the manager, the difference is like heaven and earth, forming a stark contrast. Qi Yaoling pouted. She had harbored some fantasies about Zhao Zinyi's brother at the beginning, but now she was fully awake from that dream. You are wrong. Actually, it would be the same for any man standing next to the manager, Zhao Zinyi muttered, trying to defend him. She did her best to salvage her brother's image in Qi Yaoling's mind. That is true. So, tell me, has our little Zinyi fallen for him? Qi Yaoling giggled. No. Two blushes appeared on Zhao Zinyi's delicate face. Oh, blushing already? Still trying to hide your little secret? After giving up her own fantasies about Gu Junqing, Qi Yaoling teased her friend to her heart's content. Even if her little friend did not end up with him, it was still better than those two bitches, Yakan and Xiang Shui, getting him. If either of them snagged him, they would definitely show off in front of everyone every single day. So, she would rather her little friend be the one to get him. Hey, you are mean, Zhao Zinyi said, acting spoiled and pouting. Zinyi, is there anything you want to buy? I will buy it all for you, Zhao Hao said after finishing his conversation with Gu Junqing. He was here because of the system's request. He needed to shock Zhao Zinyi and let her know how rich he had become. Oh, did you pick that outfit up from a street stall? Is it even worth 20 bucks? Yakan sneered. Exactly. You are unkempt and ugly, and you know what they say, clothes make the man. Just look at you. Even a dog would shake its head at you, Xiang Shui added, refusing to be outdone. Gu Junqing was somewhat impressed from the sidelines. No wonder these two small villains were destined to get slapped by the protagonist. Even a clay figure would be angry after hearing these words. Hey, you two are just gold diggers. I will make sure your jaws drop and slap your faces swollen soon enough. Zhao Hao sneered. From the moment they started attacking him, he confirmed that these two were not good people. They did not just mock him, and they were not even close to being good friends to Zhao Xinyi. Sorry, we are not gold diggers. We are just look chasers, Yakin and Xiang Shui said with a sigh. Exactly. I have finally realized that money is not everything. Good looks are the only immutable truth. As soon as they said that, everyone knew what they were referring to. Zhao Xinyi stole a glance at Gu Junqing. As luck would have it, he was looking back at her. Zhao Xinyi immediately retracted her head like an ostrich, her little heart pounding in her chest. She is still such a shy little girl, Gu Junqing thought with a smile. This type of girl is the easiest to handle. She is at that stage where she is transitioning from naivete to maturity, believing in love in the future. She just needs someone to lead her down the sweet path of love. Gu Junqing felt that this was a responsibility he could not shirk. Chapter 465. Little sister, whatever you want to buy, I will pay for it all. Gu Junqing caught these words from Zhao Hao and his eyes flickered. Following the typical tropes of these tycoon novels, Zhao Hao's first move was to act tough, play the fool, and slap the faces of women and elites to elicit constant gasps of amazement. There was a process to this, where villains would naturally throw themselves at the protagonist like moths to a flame just to be humiliated. This was all part of the act of playing the pig to eat the tiger. He wouldn't tell anyone how rich he was or how many mansions and cars he owned. In fact, the people closest to him were often the last to know. Just like right now, where Zhao Hao desperately didn't want Zhao Xinyi to know the truth. Even Gu Junqing found the logic of these tycoon protagonists baffling. He had already confirmed that Zhao Hao had several properties under his name in Luodu. This child of luck actually had some investment sense. There were others with only a signature and no visa paperwork, which Gu Junqing suspected were rewards from the system. He just wanted to raise Zhao Hao like a pig. Like butchering a pig during the holidays, you feed it until it is plump and fat before you slaughter it. This way, you get the most meat. Zhao Hao, possessing neither power nor military might, was under zero pressure in Gu Junqing's eyes. He was even less of a threat than the protagonist from the Golden Eye story. It was like a child walking down the street holding $1 million check, the kind that could be cashed directly at the bank. Seeing it made one's mouth water. Lacking power and connections, Zhao Hao was like a child flashing gold coins in front of Gu Junqing. Of course, this protagonist had contributed a very lovely sister, a point Gu Junqing was willing to applaud. Gu Junqing glanced at Zhao Xinyi, who had shrunk into an ostrich, and a strange smile appeared on his face. To others, it looked distinctly like the smile of a villain. Brother, there is no need. You have already given me so much money. Zhao Xinyi deliberately looked away from Gu Junqing and up at Zhao Hao, terrified that Gu Junqing might be watching her again. Every time she stole a glance, he caught her, which was incredibly annoying. What are you afraid of? Your brother might not be the richest man in Luodu, but I am certainly among the wealthy. Zhao Hao boasted. In truth, his system gave him 10 yuan per second, 600 per minute, and 36,000 per hour. As long as he could keep breathing for a day, he would possess hundreds of thousands in assets. To an average person, this was an unimaginable fortune. He could also complete various tasks through the system to obtain all kinds of items. That was why he wanted to show off in public. The road to the pinnacle of life was right before his eyes. Piffed. Everyone present, except for Gu Junqing and Zhao Xinyi, burst out laughing. Xinyi, does your brother have some kind of delusion? Exactly, maybe something is wrong with his brain. My dad has a friend who is a doctor at a psychiatric hospital. You look so pitiful, I will introduce you to him. Yaqin chuckled. Brother, what nonsense are you spewing? Zhao Xinyi blushed and stared at Zhao Hao in disbelief. Did you drink last night, and haven't woken up yet? That must be it. Zhao Xinyi tried her best to explain, not wanting the people around her to know she had a brother with delusions. I didn't drink. I was just about to drink when I was kicked out, Zhao Hao said with dissatisfaction, stopping just as he mentioned being kicked out. He did not want to lose face in front of his sister by admitting he was kicked out after failing to act tough. Humph, I won't argue with you. You don't believe your brother. Then I will show you. Zhao Hao hummed. Zhao Hao turned to Gu Junqing and said arrogantly, I don't know what kind of background you have, but when it comes to money, I Zhao Hao have never lost. Oh, what a coincidence, neither have I. Gu Junqing replied with a smile. Not to mention the Gu family's current assets in Luodu. Even the former Gu family was something Zhao Hao could never hope to catch up to. He suspected that even if Zhao Hao brought in hundreds of millions a year, it would still be a drop in the bucket for the Gu family. When it came to money, Gu Junqing was not afraid of anyone, let alone a tycoon protagonist who had not even fully developed yet. He guessed the system had not awakened that long ago. Otherwise, there was no way he would only have that little bit of property under his name. He had no interest in butchering Zhao Hao now for a few properties, so he would just keep him as a steady source of wealth. Tell me, how much would it take to buy every piece of clothing in your store? Zhao Hao asked Gu Junqing. Although it was clear from his car last night that Gu Junqing was wealthy, Zhao Hao was the host of a super tycoon system. How could an ordinary person compare to him? He would become a dragon above the 9 heavens sooner or later. Buy them all, Gu Junqing said with a hint of interest. Of course, Zhao Hao's expression became even more indifferent. Any observant person could see he was showing off. Moreover, his goal was to show off in front of Zhao Xinyi, and this was just an appetizer. All right, how could I turn down such business? Conservative estimates for these clothes are about 150 million. Let us call it 150 million, and I will waive the loose change. Gu Junqing mused, sounding hesitant. These clothes had little to do with him, and he did not manage them, so he only offered a rough price. However, he felt he might have actually quoted too low. 150 million. Are you fucking robbing me? Zhao Hao's mouth hung open, unable to believe what he was hearing. He had expected a few million, enough to buy a wardrobe for Zhao Xinyi with a wave of his hand. He had not expected a price tag of over 100 million. His system had not been active long, and he had not saved that much. Even if he had, most of it was invested, and he could not pull out that much cash. Every piece here is a masterpiece by a top master in their field. The labor costs alone are in the billions. Plus, the style and fabric of every piece are made to the highest specifications, all natural fibers and silk fabrics. You do not think it is worth it? I think selling it to you at this price is already a massive discount. Gu Junqing showed a look of disdain. He had partnerships with local banks and easily knew exactly how much money Zhao Hao had in his account. Toying with Zhao Hao was easy for him. Chapter 466. Gu Junqing's quoted price not only shocked Zhao Hao, but also gave the group of girls quite a fright. Comparing it to the number of clothes in the shop, it was easy for them to conclude that the outfits they were wearing were worth hundreds of thousands of xia currency. This realization made them afraid to twirl their skirts around as freely as they had before. If they accidentally damaged anything, there was no way they could afford to pay for such expensive clothing. So, are you still buying? Gu Junqing sat in his chair and asked casually. He knew exactly how much money was in Zhao Hao's account. The man could not possibly come up with that much money right now. In fact, if Gu Junqing gave the order, having Zhao Hao's account frozen would be the least of his worries. Someone is asking you a question. Weren't you being arrogant earlier? Didn't you say you never lose when comparing money with others? Everyone knows what kind of family you come from. The clothes on your back don't even add up to 50 yuan, yet you have the nerve to speak. Yakin and Xiangxu mocked him with even more enthusiasm. They felt that if they performed well, they could win Gu Junqing's favor. They had not expected Gu Junqing to be so wealthy on top of being so handsome. He was a store manager with a net worth of at least 100 million, tall, handsome, and rich. Which girl would not be tempted? I can't pull out that much money all at once, but I can manage to buy 10 sets. Unable to stand the provocation, Zhao Hao gritted his teeth and decided to buy 10 outfits for his sister. If he completed the mission, he would receive a reward, and the price of a storefront was clearly worth more than 10 outfits. This was owning a storefront in Lodu, where every inch of land was worth gold, especially in the city center. The value of that far exceeded these 10 measly outfits. Brother, it's not necessary. I don't need to wear such expensive clothes. Seeing that Zhao Hao was actually going to pay, Zhao Xinyi quickly grabbed his arm to stop him. Brother, you don't have that much money, so don't pay. Save this for when you get a wife. She whispered this quietly into Zhao Hao's ear. She was not a vain person, and did not need expensive clothes to make her look better. She was also worried that Zhao Hao was pretending to be wealthy, as his lottery winnings would not cover even one outfit, let alone 10. Don't worry, little sister, I know what I'm doing. Zhao Hao said comfortingly. I have money now, so naturally I want to buy you some nice clothes, and I'll treat you even better in the future. His sister clearly cared about him, even thinking about his future marriage prospects. He decided that once he finished putting on this show and developed his strength, he would treat her like a princess. 10 outfits right now were just a small token. Zhao Hao thought to himself happily. This statement moved Zhao Xinyi, as it was the first time her brother had ever spoken to her like this. Then go ahead and swipe your card. Gu Junqing picked up the card reader and handed it to Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao pulled out his bank card, which was the account given to him by the system. He always used this card to transfer money from his system account. After entering the password, a notification sound echoed through the shop. Your account has been frozen. Please go to your local bank counter to unlock it. Zhao Hao could not believe what he heard and swiped the card several more times, but the message remained the same. This cracked Yakin and Xiangxu up. Zhao Hao, didn't you just take out your card with such confidence? Why is it frozen now? Exactly. Did you use your card for something shady? You were all talk about your sister earlier, but don't tell me you can't even afford to pay for these clothes. Yakin chuckled, admitting that she had been nervous when Zhao Hao actually pulled out his card. She had been afraid that she would be wrong, and that Zhao Hao was actually rich. Fortunately, the outcome was exactly as she had expected. He was just a poser and a loser. Not having money was one thing, but liking to show off was what made him pathetic. Wait a moment, let me call the bank and ask. After a moment of panic, Zhao Hao calmed down and answered calmly. He refused to believe that his account could really be frozen. This was a VIP account given to him by the system, so how could a bank freeze it? Hello, is this the Construction and Agricultural Bank? My account has been frozen. Could you check why? Zhao Hao asked the customer service representative on the other line. Certainly, please provide your ID card number. A sweet voice from a female customer service agent replied. While there was nothing wrong with the request, it caused Zhao Hao to freeze up inside. This was a system-provided account not linked to his ID card, so he could not use it to verify the status. Is there any other way? Zhao Hao asked with a strained smile. Then please provide the phone number you registered with the bank. Zhao Hao was embarrassed again, as he did not know what phone number was registered. Ahem, can I use the bank account number instead? Yes, that's fine. 1 6 5 3 5, 7. Zhao Hao read off the numbers from his card. Please wait a moment while I look that up. The agent replied in the same sweet tone. Stop pretending, Zhao Hao. You're just using this method to avoid buying the clothes, right? I know your plan now. You're just making excuses about a frozen card, so you don't have to buy the clothes. Zinyi, does your brother actually have any money? Qi Yaling whispered to Zhao Zinyi. I don't know, he never talks to me about these things. Zhao Zinyi shook her head anxiously. She then grabbed Zhao Hao's hand worriedly and said, Brother, don't buy it, I don't want them. It's fine. I refuse to believe that I can't even buy one piece of clothing for my own sister today. Zhao Hao comforted Zhao Zinyi and made an arrogant declaration. He was determined to keep up this act today. Otherwise he would not be able to complete the system's mission. I have checked the status, and your card has been frozen by the Law Enforcement Bureau. The Bureau is currently investigating criminal activities. And because your card has had suspicious fund movements with suspected money laundering, you just need to visit the Bureau and register with Officer Ling. The agent's voice remained sweet. However, the content of her words left Zhao Hao feeling numb. What kind of bad luck was this? Even if he went to the Bureau and proved his money was legitimate, how was he supposed to complete today's mission of showing off? Why is this happening? Zhao Hao muttered to himself with his head lowered. Had he encountered a ghost in the last 2 days? Why did everything go wrong for him? He failed to notice the expression of hidden accomplishment on Gu Junqing's face just inches away. Chapter 467. Zinyi, it turns out your brother might be a criminal. He even gets mixed up in money laundering. We should stay far away from him, or he might kidnap pretty girls like us. Yaqin and Xiang Shui stood to the side, making snide remarks. They did not know why they felt such a strong urge to mock Zhao Hao, to the point where they could barely control themselves. Mocking him gave them a great sense of satisfaction. Of course, part of this involved Zhao Zinyi, since stepping on her brother was no different than stepping on her. I would rather go after a pig than look at either of you. Zhao Hao finally lost his temper. Since he could not use facts to prove his point, he decided to lash out at these two ignorant women. Oh look, someone is agitated. I wonder who that could be. You should go with the pig then. I think only a pig is good enough for you. Zhao Hao was seething with rage, his face turning from red to blue. His neck bulged as if he were about to explode. He clenched his fists, staring daggers at Yaqin and Xiang Shui, clearly ready to strike. Yaqin and Xiang Shui retreated, intentionally ducking behind Gu Junqing. Manager Gu, look at him. He is so aggressive, I am terrified. Manager Gu, since he is so fierce, you will protect us, won't you? They spoke in a coquettish, coy tone. They did not sound like they were asking for help, but rather acting flirtatious. Gu Junqing's mouth twitched slightly. He was just an observer, yet these two female villains were really causing trouble for him. The scene made Zhao Zinyi feel a slight sourness in her heart. Although she did not quite understand this emotion, she hurriedly grabbed Zhao Hao's hand. Brother, it is okay. If we cannot buy it, we just cannot buy it. Please do not be angry with them. That is just how they are. Zhao Zinyi tried her best to explain to Zhao Hao. Stay out of this. Zhao Hao shook off Zhao Zinyi's hand, shoved her aside, and roared. Seeing Zhao Zinyi looking aggrieved, a flash of reluctance crossed Zhao Hao's eyes, but his rage ultimately took control. He turned his gaze toward Gu Junqing and the two female villains behind him. Brother, please do not be angry. Zhao Zinyi was so anxious she began to tear up. Qi Yaling hurriedly pulled Zhao Zinyi aside to prevent her from getting hurt. Seeing Zhao Hao shove his own sister, Gu Junqing realized this was not about the clothes. It was likely because he was failing a mission given by his system. Are you going to protect them? Zhao Hao stood before Gu Junqing, his face grave and furious, his eyes locking directly onto his. Failing the mission meant he would not get the storefront, and his system rewards would be halved. This made him incredibly frustrated. Combined with the relentless mockery from the two women, he felt like he was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He could no longer control his emotions, evident by how easily he had shoved his adorable sister. I run a small business here, and fighting is not allowed. What if you break something you cannot afford to pay for? Gu Junqing said with a smile. Honestly, Gu Junqing put himself in the protagonist's shoes. If he were in this position, he would have exploded too. He had encountered more bad luck in these 2 days than in his entire life combined. Facing constant, all-encompassing mockery regarding his wealth and character, one would have to be a saint to stay calm. I have hated you for a while now. Since you want to protect them, let's settle all our scores at once. Zhao Hao lunged, clenching his fist as he struck straight toward Gu Junqing's face. The crowd screamed, shocked that Zhao Hao actually dared to make a move. Manager Gu, watch out. The women closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight of the impending bloodshed. A loud bang rang out, followed by silence. Yaqin and Xiang Shui trembled as they opened their eyes, finding Gu Junqing standing perfectly unharmed in front of them. Zhao Zinyi looked back and saw Zhao Hao lying in the distance, rushing forward to help him up. Brother, what happened to you? She asked anxiously. Zhao Hao lay on the ground, eyes fixed on the ceiling in disbelief. How is he so strong? He did not even know what had happened. He only remembered throwing the punch, then suddenly flying backward as if struck by a massive force. Brother, are you all right? Hearing Zhao Zinyi's voice brought him back to reality. He struggled to sit up, looking at Gu Junqing, whose expression remained unchanged. With a sense of fear, his body had been strengthened by the system. Just last night, he had fought off dozens of men without sustaining a single scratch. Yet, he had not even been able to react. He had not even seen how Gu Junqing moved before he was already slammed to the ground. How did you do that? Zhao Hao asked with a dry throat. He understood now that this man was someone he could not afford to provoke. Gu Junking's strength was far superior to his own enhanced body. I had not even reacted yet, and you just went flying. I should be asking you how you did that. Gu Junqing shrugged, sounding somewhat helpless. Zhao Hao's face was dark. He felt that ever since he met this man surnamed Gu, nothing had gone his way. I don't care how you did it. Do not cross me, or I will not let you get away with this. Zhao Hao threatened, though his voice lacked conviction. Ding. The host has caused the protagonist Zhao Hao to feel fear and suffer a mental breakdown. Reward: 2,000 villain points. Ding. The host has caused the protagonist Zhao Hao to feel fear and suffer a mental breakdown. Reward: 2,000 villain points. Ding. The host has caused the protagonist Zhao Hao to feel fear and suffer a mental breakdown. Reward: 2,000 villain points. Tisk, tisk. Finally learning to be afraid? That is rare. Gu Junqing thought to himself. Making a protagonist feel fear was almost impossible, yet Zhao Hao had actually been broken. Brother, what is wrong with you today? How am I supposed to face people like this? Zhao Xinyi looked at him with teary eyes. Zhao Hao looked at his sister, momentarily tongue-tied, not knowing how to explain himself. He had already been furious and muddled since meeting Gu Junqing today. Seeing him protect those two women who had been mocking him only fueled his desire to take them all down. Zhao Xinyi, you should take your brother home. His mental state clearly isn't right, and I suspect he has some form of mania. Stop saying that. Zhao Xinyi finally snapped, shouting at Yaqin for her sarcastic remarks. Chapter 468. Fine, I will stop, Yaqin said. Seeing Zhao Xinyi's agitated state, she wisely kept her mouth shut to avoid further trouble. She knew Gu Junqing might defend her against Zhao Hao, but if Zhao Xinyi decided to confront her, his support was far from guaranteed. I am so sorry, Manager Gu. Zhao Xinyi approached Gu Junqing and bowed deeply, her voice filled with apology. My brother was traumatized yesterday and has not recovered, which is why he was so impatient. I am truly sorry. It is fine. Just take care of yourself and keep an eye on him, Gu Junqing said with a gentle smile. Zhao Xinyi felt a wave of warmth wash over her as she looked at his sunny expression. Thank you, Manager. You truly are a good person. She felt immense gratitude that he held no grudges against Zhao Hao. Do not be so polite. Though, you are not wrong. Everyone who knows me thinks I am a good person, he replied with a laugh. Internally, he felt a strange sense of satisfaction, as if he had found a kindred spirit. He was, after all, seen by everyone as a saintly figure. Then I will take my brother home now, Zhao Xinyi said, expressing both gratitude and regret. She wondered if she would ever cross paths with him again, hesitating in place as she contemplated her next move. Gu Junqing was an expert at setting women's hearts ablaze. He read her thoughts instantly. He patted her head with one hand while slipping her a business card with the other. By the way, the clothes you are wearing are a gift. Keep them, he whispered into her ear. Zhao Xinyi quickly stashed the card in her pocket like a thief, her face flushing crimson. She spun around and fled like a startled rabbit. Helping the fallen Zhao Hao to his feet, she left without even daring to look back. Qi Yaling hurriedly followed, realizing that Gu Junqing's interest lay solely with Zhao Xinyi. She had no desire to stay and embarrass herself further. Ugh, finally gone. Annoying, right, Manager Gu? With Zhao Xinyi gone, Yaqin breathed a sigh of relief and tried to play the innocent flower to catch his attention. Her companion, Xiang Shui, was even more aggressive. She acted as if she had tripped, going limp and throwing herself into Gu Junqing's arms. Yaqin gritted her teeth in jealousy. She suddenly decided Zhao Xinyi was not so bad after all. At least she was not as fake or desperate as Xiang Shui. But Gu Junqing was a man of integrity. If these two were not useful tools in sabotaging the protagonist, he would not have bothered with them at all. People were strange, chasing those who did not care while ignoring those who did, Gu Junqing mused. He sidestepped, letting Xiang Shui tumble face first onto the floor. It hardly mattered which way she landed, as there was nothing left to bruise. Please have some self-respect, miss. I am not that kind of man, he said with a straight face, playing the part of a cold-hearted scoundrel. He strode out the door, leaving them behind to handle his other business. Yaqin and Xiang Shui stomped their feet in frustration. They had expected to snag this high-quality man once the threat of Zhao Xinyi was gone, but they had failed. A moment later, the sales assistant returned and smiled at them. Our master has personally instructed that the clothes you are wearing are a gift of thanks. You may leave now. A gift? We did not even do anything, the two whispered to each other. They did not realize that if they had not constantly provoked Zhao Hao, Gu Junqing would not have been able to squeeze him for everything he was worth. Still, they gladly accepted the offer. They had scored clothes worth tens of thousands without lifting a finger. Imagining the look on their friends' faces when they bragged about their expensive outfits, they felt a rush of excitement. They hurried home, relieved they had tagged along with Zhao Xinyi. They remained oblivious to the fact that without Gu Junqing, Zhao Hao would have slapped them senseless long ago. Time passed, and evening fell. In a villa in Lodu, the room was in disarray. Items were swept to one side of the wooden table, leaving just enough space for someone to lie down. The bedsheets were tangled, hinting at the intensity of the earlier skirmish. Clothes were strewn across the floor in a chaotic mess. From the bathroom, the sound of splashing water filled the air. Steam billowed, obscuring the tub which was covered in a sea of floating red petals. It was more like a small pool than a bathtub. Gu Junqing reclined on the edge, easing the lingering soreness from the earlier battles on the table and bed. Master, you said you did not want this, but are you not enjoying it now? he asked softly. He turned to the stunning, icy beauty beside him. She was submerged, with only her exquisite face visible above the water. Through the mist, she looked ethereal, though to a master like Junqing, the vapor was nothing but window dressing. She acted so proper and cold, yet she had been even wilder than him earlier. Junqing chuckled internally at Jizuyu. He did not dare say it aloud, or she would surely fly into a rage, and one battle would not be enough to smooth things over. Get out, she huffed. Master, it is getting hot out. I put you on the table earlier, because I was worried you would get heat stroke. Junqing declared with indignant righteousness. He sighed, lamenting that his pure act of filial piety had been so terribly misunderstood. It was truly heartbreaking. Chapter 469. Master, the weather is getting hotter. Am I harming you by placing you on the table? I'm just afraid you will get heat stroke in bed. You rebellious disciple. Jizuyu was almost infuriated by Junqing's words. They were already 8th rank experts, their physique and strength far exceeding that of ordinary people. With their bodily regulation and resistance, they would not even feel heat lying under the sun, yet he told her she would get heat stroke in an air-conditioned room. Any random excuse would have been more reliable than that. The bathroom was steaming with hot water, and mist blurred the glass walls. Under the lights, the atmosphere was filled with an indescribable ambiguity. Master, a rebellious disciple usually means the disciple acts against the master. But master, you were clearly underneath just now. How can you call this me acting against you? Junqing argued plausibly, completely twisting the meaning of her words. Jizuyu slapped the water in irritation, splashing it all over his face. Master, you're returning kindness with ingratitude, which really breaks my heart. I suppose I'll have to make up for it in another way. Junqing laughed while wiping the water from his face. He was not one to take it lying down. Slipping into the large pool, he reached out with a long arm, pulled Jizuyu down, and held her in his arms. She gasped as he pulled her down. Master, this time I'll let you know what it really means to act against my master. Hey! The water began to churn violently, as if someone were struggling to break free from an embrace. It looked like a large fish about to be caught, making one last struggle before death. The surface soon grew calm again, like the quiet before a storm. Then it suddenly surged once more, and sounds that would make one blush began to echo. Waves rippled outward in a rhythmic pattern, striking the edges of the pool. Circle after circle of ripples shook the boundaries. The scene was truly heart-pounding. After a storm of passion, the water gradually calmed. A soft pop, like an opening beer bottle, echoed in the room. Junqing lifted Jizuyu up. He wiped her skin, which felt smooth as if soaked in milk, with a towel before carrying her out. The two lay on the bed, exhausted and unwilling to move. As martial artists of the same rank, they could explore the pleasures of life to their heart's content. Junqing did not need to worry about whether others could withstand the intensity. Thus, every time they engaged in such acts, the commotion was significant. It involved grand movements and deep exploration. Master, I think I've realized something. Junqing buried his head in the bedding, inhaling Jizuyu's faint scent, and muttered with satisfaction. He felt he could spend his whole life smelling this refreshing, soul-pleasing fragrance without ever getting bored. What have you realized? Jizuyu asked, sounding utterly drained. Every time her disciple used this position, she felt a sense of collapse. It was simply too much to handle. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form. Junqing, suddenly struck with Buddhist wisdom, sat up and assumed a lotus position like an old monk. Kidneys weak, feeling drained after excessive labor. Form is emptiness, emptiness is form? I think you just mean you're lustful whenever you have free time. Jizuyu retorted indignantly. Her rebellious disciple was always like this. He would spout insightful wisdom one moment, only to turn into a wolf the next. Cough, master, you're slandering me again. Junqing felt insulted. I'm lustful even when I don't have free time. Okay, forget it, I'm done talking to you. If I keep talking, you'll surely be the death of me. Jizuyu turned away, covered herself with the quilt, and prepared to sleep. She was truly exhausted today. Master, have you thought of a way to deal with Lin Fan? Junqing stopped teasing her, rolled behind her, and pulled her into his embrace. At the same time, his fingers gently combed through her long, dark hair. Because so much time has passed, I don't know if he has covered his weaknesses and flaws. Jizuyu did not resist his proximity and spoke with a hint of deep thought. Our individual strength is currently inferior to his, so we can only target his weaknesses one by one. Jizuyu sighed and continued. Her peaceful life had been disrupted by Lin Fan again. Just like when he defeated her despite being weaker back when she was the senior disciple. If given another chance, she certainly would not be so kind to him again. It would be best if she never saw him again. Wouldn't it be better if he just spent his whole life honestly tending to horses? Junqing played with Jizuyu's hair, breathing in her delicate fragrance, while internally mocking Lin Fan. A woman like Jizuyu was extremely serious about her feelings. How could she ever marry him just because of forced marriage? He completely failed to understand others' hearts, his brain likely replaced by nothing but muscle. However, he also had to thank Lin Fan. Otherwise, how could he have successfully won Jizuyu over? The small hands Lin Fan had never touched were now constantly caressing his little Junqing. The treatment between the two was worlds apart. Junqing held a distinct psychological advantage over Lin Fan from the start. Master, even if we know his weaknesses, it's useless if the gap in strength is too great. Junqing said slowly. That's true. Jizuyu understood his meaning. Their priority must be to improve their own strength first, then study the opponent's weaknesses to be more effective. Do you know where he is now? Jizuyu asked. Her most pressing concern was how to handle Lin Fan, this ticking time bomb. Only by eliminating him could she truly enjoy being a homebody. Gu Junqing thought for a moment before replying. He is powerful, and ordinary means cannot track him. However, I know he is still in Ludo and hasn't left. He is likely looking for something to help him break through. I just hope he doesn't find it. Ji Zuyu turned around to face Gu Junqing and said seriously, "Disciple, if there is any accident, Master will protect your safety even if it costs me my life." It seems I gave Master a bit too much anxiety. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. He only wanted to give her a sense of urgency so she would rely on him more. He did not expect Ji Zuyu to say something so heart-touching, which left him feeling genuinely moved. "Don't worry, Master, that day will never come." Gu Junqing reached out with a long arm, pulled Ji Zuyu into his embrace and comforted her. "By the way, Master, I am about to enter the 9th rank," Gu Junqing suddenly said. "Really? How much is left?" Joy appeared on Ji Zuyu's face. "Just the final bit. Let me be the one to break through it." Gu Junqing's smiling voice echoed in Ji Zuyu's ear. Before she could react, Gu Junqing rolled over and covered her. She was no longer clear about what happened next. Chapter 470. Zhao Hao lay in bed, thinking all night, but he still could not understand how that man surnamed Gu could be so terrifying. Even with his strengthened body, he had been completely unable to fight back. He carefully replayed the events in his mind, like a projector looping the same scene over and over. Yet, he still could not figure out how Gu Junqing had knocked him down with a single blow. It seemed like he just flicked his finger in the air, and I went flying, Zhao Hao thought, feeling helpless. He could not comprehend how terrifying such strength truly was. "System, did you scan any information on that guy surnamed Gu?" Zhao Hao asked his system in a deep voice. "Ding. Host's strength is too low. The gap between you and the target is too vast." Zhao Hao felt a tightness in his chest and sat up, feeling rather depressed. After a night of recovery, his body had not fully healed, but it was mostly there. That is impossible. Even if that guy is fierce, the gap in strength should not be that huge. Who encounters a boss fight right at the beginning? Zhao Hao muttered to himself in frustration. He had played progression games before, but encountering a boss like Gu Junqing usually required a high level of development. He had just started, yet he had already run into such a terrifying enemy. That was basically suicide. He checked his system account again and saw that his earnings had dropped from 10 yuan per breath to 5 yuan per breath. He knew this was the punishment for failing yesterday's mission. "System, I faced a terrifying enemy yesterday. You could not cut me some slack." This had nothing to do with me failing, as it was entirely due to external factors. Zhao Hao wanted to see if the mission failure could be wiped clean. Ding, the mission failed. The system does not have the excess luck to support providing you with more resources. Then is there any other way to improve my strength? Zhao Hao continued to ask. To defeat Gu Junqing, he had to rely on this mysterious system. Otherwise, his own strength and financial resources were no match for that man. If he wanted to reach the pinnacle of life, that man surnamed Gu was the main obstacle right now. Ding, once the host completes the missions issued by the system, you will naturally grow stronger over time. The system's reply made Zhao Hao sigh. He did not even know when the system would issue tasks, so who knew when he would get another one? Like yesterday's task of showing off in front of his sister. By all accounts, that should have been very simple. But he just had to encounter his bank card being frozen and run into that monster, Gu Junqing. His combat prowess should have been the key to showing off too. He had not expected that man to be so powerful. Forget it. Asking you is useless. I will just get my bank card unblocked first. Zhao Hao got out of bed, feeling sullen, and headed to the bathroom to clean himself up. He did not want to go out looking as defeated as yesterday, even though the blow he received was much worse. As he stepped out, he noticed his sister sneaking around cautiously, trying to leave. Zhao Hao did not pay much mind to her small antics and just greeted her casually. "Zhao Xinyi, are you trying to sneak around and do something shady? Why are you being so careful?" No, I am not doing anything. Yaling just asked me to go hang out again." Zhao Xinyi retorted in a panic before mentioning her best friend. She did not dare tell her brother that she had a date with Gu Junqing today. Turning back to last night, after Zhao Xinyi had helped Zhao Hao home and checked on him, she realized she was not needed anymore and returned to her room. She took the business card Gu Junqing had handed her from her pocket. She had clutched it tightly the whole way home, terrified of losing it, and finally breathed a sigh of relief now that she was back. Zhao Xinyi's heart pounded as she stared at the 3 characters Gu Junqing and the phone number printed on the card. She hesitated over whether to call, but she worried it would be too abrupt, so she gave up on calling and decided to send a text message instead. Of course, if she had called Gu Junqing at that moment, he would not have been able to pick up. He was currently busy with an intimate encounter with Ji Zuyu, so he had no time for phone calls. Her fair, delicate fingers typed and deleted in the text box. She just did not know what to write. Should she just say, "Hello, why did you give me your card?" Or should she just call him Mr. Gu? Would that be too forward? Zhao Xinyi thought about it, distressed, and knocked on her head. In the end, she sent a single line with an emoji. "Hello, Manager Gu. I am Zhao Xinyi, who came to buy clothes this afternoon." After sending it, Zhao Xinyi tossed her phone away and rolled around on her bed in embarrassment. It took a long time for the shyness to subside. She hugged her small blanket and lifted her head. Her eyes were bright and crystalline, and her eye sockets were misty with shyness. 2 blushes slowly crept onto her youthful, pure face. She tapped her head, blaming herself for being so embarrassed just from sending a message to Gu Junqing. How was she supposed to be friends with him in the future? She finished tapping and giggled stupidly. She thought she was acting so silly. What is wrong with me? She wondered, feeling like she was behaving like a fool. One moment she was happy, the next she was sad. Soon, Zhao Xinyi stopped wondering why she was acting so strangely, and just stared blankly at her phone screen. Oh, why hasn't he replied yet? Is he busy with something? Zhao Xinyi hugged her phone and retreated back into her blanket. She watched the glowing screen, staring at the chat box with Gu Junqing, waiting for his reply. She worried that she might be disturbing Gu Junqing's work. Would doing this make him dislike her? She let her imagination run wild and started to wallow in self-pity. What if he just gave her the card out of politeness, with no other intentions? Wait, what are you thinking? What kind of intentions could you possibly want? Zhao Xinyi was in the middle of a mental storm, filled with the poetic, sentimental feelings of a young girl. Several hours later, on the other side, Gu Junqing had put his master, Ji Zuyu, to sleep. He picked up his phone to check for messages. He finally discovered the text the young girl had been waiting hours for. Gu Junqing replied with a smile on his face. Zhao Xinyi felt like she had not waited long, or at least that was what she chose to believe. Just as she was falling asleep holding her phone, it suddenly vibrated. Zhao Xinyi quickly grabbed the phone and saw that it was indeed a reply from Gu Junqing. She excitedly wrapped herself completely in her blanket and secretly read the message he had sent. Chapter 471. I am sorry. I was busy with something earlier and did not see your message. No worries at all. I had to get back to work right after I sent my message, so please do not give it another thought. Zhao Xinyi saw Gu Junqing's reply and quickly responded. She was worried he might feel guilty, so she made it clear she had not been waiting for him. At the same time, she felt a pang of regret. She had no idea what to talk about with Gu Junqing. She had acted on impulse when she sent that message. Now, she had not even figured out what to say. Oh my, what should I do? Zhao Xinyi felt a wave of anxiety. She had started this conversation, yet she was clueless about how to carry it forward. On the other end of the screen, Gu Junqing looked at her rapid response. He knew perfectly well that she had been waiting for him the entire time. A smirk tugged at the corner of Gu Junqing's mouth as he typed back. What are you doing right now? Oh, I am just watching television, Zhao Xinyi replied, feeling guilty. She would never tell Gu Junqing that she had been waiting so long for his reply that she was nearly falling asleep. That would be too embarrassing. In that case, play a recording of the TV audio for me. Gu Junqing sent a voice note. Seeing that he had sent a voice message, Zhao Xinyi guiltily hid under her blanket. Gu Junqing's gentle, magnetic voice drifted out, making her heart pound wildly. It was her first time feeling this way about someone, and she felt a surge of excitement. She even wanted to jump up and dance. Her drowsiness vanished instantly. I told you I was watching TV, but I have turned it off now. Zhao Xinyi sent a voice note back. Gu Junqing, however, hesitated to listen to it. His earlier voice message had almost woken up Ji Zuyu, who was sleeping nearby. He did not want to get caught by Ji Zuyu. Having a beautiful woman sleeping right beside him, while he flirted with a young girl, felt risky. He started to wonder if his behavior made him a scumbag. But he quickly corrected himself. How could he be a scumbag? A scumbag is someone who is irresponsible with women. Look at how he took care of every single girl in his life. That was not the behavior of a scumbag. He was just an adult male who lacked love. Having rationalized it, he went back to teasing the young girl with a clear conscience. Seeing that Gu Junqing did not reply immediately, Zhao Xinyi felt a bit nervous again. She quickly sent another message. I am very sorry about how my brother acted today. Thank you for your tolerance, store owner, and for not holding us responsible. It is fine. However, your brother seems to suffer from a manic disorder. Please remember to keep an eye on him and make sure nothing happens. Yes, thank you, store owner. Are you still going to call me store owner? You know my name by now. Our age difference is not that large, so you can just call me Junqing. Oh my god, why are we already at the name-calling stage? I do not dare do that. Zhao Xinyi mentally shrieked when she saw his message. She was panicking internally and holding her breath out of pure tension. Her slender fingers trembled as she typed. Junqing, Junqing. She repeated his name over and over in her head, and for some reason, it felt sweeter each time. I must be going crazy. Zhao Xinyi took a deep breath, exhaled, and felt a little better. All right, I will call you Junqing from now on. You can call me Xinyi. Got it. I will call you Xinyi from now on. Zhao Xinyi smiled happily after sending those two characters. She did not understand why she felt so flustered after only meeting Gu Junqing today. Since she had never felt this way before, she assumed it was simply awe towards someone of high status. This girl is trying to hit on me, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Generally, a single implies indifference, while shows enthusiasm. He could tell from that extra character that Zhao Xinyi wanted to keep the conversation going. Xinyi, does the outfit I gave you today fit well? Gu Junqing typed, changing the subject. It fits perfectly, and it is beautiful. I want to thank you again for the gift. I will treasure it forever. I am glad you like it. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. I will give you a 90% discount. Their relationship had not yet reached the point where he could give her gifts casually. That was why he only mentioned a discount instead of offering to give it to her outright. Sometimes, when you are interested in someone, you cannot show your fangs too early. Otherwise, you might scare the little white rabbit away. Gu Junqing understood this principle perfectly and knew how to advance and retreat with ease. He had interacted with countless women, so of course he understood these tactics. This was especially true for girls like Zhao Xinyi, who seemed soft and cute on the outside, but were strong-willed on the inside. She might feel indebted to him, which could crush any budding feelings of romance under the weight of that responsibility, even though he knew Zhao Xinyi already had a bit of a crush on him. Okay. But Junqing, the clothes you sell are too expensive. Even with a 90% discount, I cannot afford them. Zhao Xinyi blushed as she replied, adding a couple of cute emojis. Then just sell yourself to me. That way, you will not have to pay. Gu Junqing's comment was meant to sound like a joke, but it threw Zhao Xinyi into a panic. The heat rising on her face felt like it would evaporate her, and she rolled around on her bed, a sweet smile curling her lips. Don't be angry, I was just kidding, Gu Junqing replied, feigning alarm. Zhao Xinyi hurriedly typed back, it is okay, it is okay. He appeared flustered, but he was actually in total control. He had managed to stir Zhao Xinyi's heart without crossing the line of their current relationship. The smile on Gu Junqing's lips deepened. Sigh he typed and sent over. What is wrong? Is something bothering you? Business has been a bit slow lately. The clothes are so beautiful. How could business be slow? Is there anything I can do to help? Zhao Xinyi stared at the screen in surprise. To her, every piece was stunning and highlighted feminine charm, so she could not fathom why business would be struggling. Could I ask you to come to the store and help me tomorrow? You could try on some of the clothes and help me promote the shop. Of course. Since you gifted me such beautiful clothes, I would love to. Can I come by tomorrow morning? Zhao Xinyi's eyes sparkled. She had been struggling to find a reason to see him again. And now that he had personally invited her, she was happy to accept the excuse. Of course you can. The big bad wolf who had lured Little Red Riding Hood out smiled with hidden meaning. Gu the dog is truly Gu the dog. He really knows how to trick young girls. Chapter 472. Can I ask you to come to the shop tomorrow to help out? You could try on some clothes and help promote my store. Of course. Junqing, you gave me such beautiful clothes, so coming tomorrow morning is fine with me. Great. Good night. I have more work to attend to, Gu Junqing typed back. Okay, you get some sleep too. Don't work too late. Good night, Xinyi. Zhao Xinyi looked at the message, beaming as she put her phone away and closed her eyes. She tossed and turned, feeling shy whenever she thought of Gu Junqing. She couldn't help but check her phone again, giggling at his text. After checking his social media profile and finding nothing useful, she drifted off to sleep. This explained why she snuck out in the morning. She was worried her brother would catch her trying to date Gu Junqing secretly. After all, he and Gu Junqing were not on good terms. In fact, they seemed like bitter enemies. It is nothing. Yaling just asked me to go out and play, she said. Going out to play? Then why are you acting so sneaky? If I did not know better, I would think you were a thief. Zhao Hao watched her suspiciously. I was just afraid of waking you up, Zhao Xinyi said with a playful grin. Fine. Be back early and do not wander off. Remember when those punks blocked your path before? Zhao Hao scolded. He was referring to the time some local thugs had targeted her for her beauty, only for him to beat them up. I know, Xinyi replied dismissively. She was not out for fun, but to help Gu Junqing, so she felt no danger at all. Where are you going, brother? She asked, trying to change the subject. She felt it was best not to tell him she was meeting Gu Junqing, or he would certainly stop her. I am going to have my bank card unblocked. You can go now, he said. By the way, your classmate really has no taste, Zhao Hao complained again. He was still bitter about what happened with Yakan, Xiang Shui, and especially Qi Yaling. The look of clear disdain on her face yesterday was something he would never forget. That is because your outfit yesterday really lacked style. Forget it, I am leaving, Xinyi said. Xinyi put on her shoes and left for Gu Junqing's shop at Century Tower. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao headed toward the police station. A short time later, he walked into the lobby and told the receptionist he needed to unfreeze his bank account. He presented his ID card. Soon, a female officer walked out to meet him. Zhao Hao could not help but examine her. She was tall, over 1.7 meters, with stunning features. Her uniform accentuated her heroic bearing, and her skin was fair and delicate. Zhao Hao felt his eyes light up. A sudden impulse surged within him, and he felt as though he had fallen for this female officer. She reminded him of Mirong Wan. She was both heart-fluttering and completely captivating. Are you the one named Zhao Hao? Ling Xuanja asked, narrowing her eyes. She had been puzzled when Gu Junqing asked her to freeze this account. However, upon checking the records, she found the account suspicious. Large sums of money were frequently deposited by untraceable sources. She suspected something was wrong and wanted to question the holder. However, Gu Junqing had only told her to block the account, not to arrest the holder. After a moment of thought, her emotions won over her logic. She felt the situation was not overly serious and decided to follow her lover's instructions. Yes, that is me, Zhao Hao said, feeling anxious. He did not know where the money from his system came from. He worried the officer would find a problem he could not explain. Officer, is there a problem with my bank card? He asked nervously. It is fine. Just sign here, and we will arrange to have it unblocked. Do not worry, there is nothing wrong, Ling Xuanja explained. Oh, thank you, officer. Zhao Hao exhaled, his tension easing, and he felt a spark of interest. Officer, may I have your phone number? In case I need to contact you in the future, he asked, striking what he thought was a cool pose. No. If there is a next time, I will just have you arrested, she said coldly, sparing him a glance. She had seen many men like Zhao Hao. Some even committed minor offenses just to hear her voice at the station. There is no need for that, he muttered, feeling awkward. Do I need to sign anything else? He asked after signing the papers. No. Your card should be unblocked. You will receive a text message shortly, she said, her voice as cold as frost. Even after learning his card was unblocked, Zhao Hao stood there, unsure of how to get her number. Officer, may I invite you to dinner? Just to thank you, he asked again. He wanted to get her out of the station where he felt insecure. Why are you still standing here? Thank me? Do you want to try the jail cells to see if we should investigate you properly? She asked, frowning. No. Zhao Hao turned and left in defeat. This officer was far too cold, and he was afraid to push his luck. It should not be this way. I have so much money in my account. Is this officer really not interested in me? He sighed after leaving. His luck with women did not seem to be very good. He felt he had fallen in love at first sight, because she was so beautiful and captivating. She reminded him of Mirongwan, but she was far too distant and heroic. She had rejected him so clearly. Zhao Hao shook his head, trying to let it go. He did not realize that this officer was already a prize belonging to Junqing. Chapter 473. Zhao Hao walked down the street, feeling somewhat depressed. He had no idea where he should go. The system had not issued him any tasks. He could only wander aimlessly, hoping to stumble upon a situation that might trigger a reward. Earning a few dollars every second was not bad, but it was nothing compared to the direct rewards from the system. The major rewards were what truly mattered, and everything else was just spare change. Zhao Hao casually observed the women around him, using his system to inspect them. He eventually stopped to scan one with decent looks and a nice figure. Age, 18. Beauty, 72. Physique, 75. These ratings were based on his personal aesthetics. Figures that aligned with his tastes would receive higher scores. He had checked both Mirongwan and the female officer he encountered earlier. Their beauty and physique scores were all above 90. As Zhao Hao passed a small alley, he suddenly spotted a pretty young woman being surrounded by a group of thugs. Zhao Hao's eyes lit up. This was the perfect opportunity to play the hero. However, just as he was about to step in to save the damsel, a young man dressed in black walked into the scene. From his angle, Zhao Hao could only see the man's profile, and he felt a strange sense of familiarity. Zhao Hao squinted, trying hard to recall who the man might be, but he could not place him. While he stood there dazed, the man in black effortlessly drove off the thugs. The young woman immediately threw herself into the stranger's arms. Zhao Hao watched this scene with frustration. If he had only moved a little faster, he would be the one holding the girl right now. Zhao Hao sighed and turned away. He did not notice his system flicker and then extinguish. Usually, this indicated the system was about to issue a task. Perhaps the system had not anticipated someone else acting so quickly before a task could even be assigned. The man who had stolen Zhao Hao's opportunity was Qiju, who had been ordered by Junqing to track him. Qiju held the young woman he had just rescued with a sense of satisfaction, silently thanking Junqing for the order. He knew the young master never let his subordinates down. He had just been dumped by a woman who cheated on him, and now he had found a new romance. The girl looked terrified and pitiful, which tugged at his heartstrings. He gently embraced her to offer comfort. He glanced toward the alley exit where Zhao Hao had just departed, the corner of his mouth curling upward. Hero, could I have your phone number? I have not thanked you yet. The young woman looked at Qiju as if he were a hero, which sent his sense of accomplishment through the roof. Here is my business card. Let us meet again next time, but I have other matters to attend to now. Qiju comforted her and turned to leave, exuding an air of selflessness. The young woman watched him go, her eyes practically filled with hearts. Qiju walked out of the alley feeling refreshed and triumphant. How was it, Qiju? The feeling of playing the hero is pretty good, is it not? And this girl is quite a beauty too. The voice of his exclusive handler teased him through his earpiece. It is certainly pleasant. I can see why the brothers who have dealt with these so-called children of destiny look so smug, bragging all the time, Qiju said with a sigh. At the same time, he felt grateful for taking on this mission. He knew Junqing had assigned this task to him specifically, because he knew how painful his recent breakup had been. His loyalty to Junqing was overflowing. He even regretted that he was not a woman, or he might have tried to seduce his own young master. Go ahead and keep following him. He is about to turn at the intersection ahead on the right. The handler looked at the two red dots on his screen. He existed solely to provide Zhao Hao's location to Qiju. He was also responsible for the communication between Qiju and Junqing, reporting any needs or incidents immediately. Received. Understood. Qiju excitedly followed his target. He used to doubt that anyone could be lucky enough to encounter such opportunities for heroism at any moment. Now that he had experienced it firsthand, he finally understood Junqing's profound intentions. However, he felt no pity for these targets. They were all enemies specifically marked by Junqing with red warning signals. They were all loyalists to the Gu family, destined to serve for a lifetime, and would do anything to crush the family's enemies. Wherever Junqing pointed his sword, all the members of the Gu family would face death and danger to execute his commands. Ding. The host sent someone to disrupt the protagonist Zhao Hao's fortune. The protagonist's luck has decreased by 100 points, and the host's villain luck has increased by 100 points. Ding. The host has slightly altered the plot, rewarding 2,000 villain points. Gu Junqing saw the system notification, but felt no emotional fluctuation. This was a common occurrence, as he had drained the luck of several previous protagonists this way. Tracking the protagonist and seizing their opportunities had almost become an end-of-year perk for the Gu family's subordinates. People would fight to the death just to bid for a slot in these operations. Zinyi, you are here. Gu Junqing smiled at the young girl who had dressed up for the occasion, his voice gentle and refined. Yes, Junqing. Zhao Zinyi nodded, feeling a bit shy as she said his name. I do not go by Junqing. Gu Junqing could not help but tease her. Zhao Zinyi did not get angry at his playful remark. She simply blushed and looked at him with watery eyes. She looked at him with pure innocence, like a little fawn. Even Gu Junqing felt a rare moment of shyness under that gaze. He thought to himself that this young girl was simply too pure, though he remained composed on the surface. He had encountered far more awkward situations than this. For example, when he was chatting with Zhao Zinyi last night, he was almost caught by the stealthy Jizayo. He had been so embarrassed at that moment he nearly broke through Jizayo. There was nothing he could do, as his only flaws were his handsome looks and wealth. Everything else was, well, he was quite well endowed. Cough. Do you know why I asked you to come here today? Gu Junqing asked with a light laugh. Yes, to promote your clothing line, Junqing. Zhao Zinyi exhaled, hating herself for being so tongue-tied. She really had too little contact with men. Other than talking to her brother, the most she ever spoke to a male was with the class study committee member when he asked her to collect homework. Chapter 474. Junqing, how are we supposed to promote your clothes? Zhao Zinyi blinked, looking around at the rows of vibrant, glamorous outfits in the shop with a troubled expression. Every single piece here is beautiful, so why isn't business doing well? Because I never intended to sell these clothes in the first place. Gu Junqing muttered inwardly. Maybe it's because we don't have a good model, so people don't know how they look when worn. Or perhaps there's an issue with the designs. Gu Junqing seemed deep in thought. Why don't you try them on for me, Zinyi? I need to see what needs improvement. Gu Junqing suggested with a wink. But there are some clothes here that I can't quite fill out. Zhao Zinyi pointed to some of the more revealing outfits nearby, her smooth face turning a lovely shade of red. Gu Junqing looked over and gave a small cough. The clothes she pointed to were designed for teacher Yu, and there was no way the petite Zhao Zinyi could wear them without them sagging. Those aren't for you. I have something special prepared. Gu Junqing chuckled and handed her a dress he had custom made for her. If you are wondering how Gu Junqing knew her measurements, you are underestimating him. He had reached a level where he could determine someone's measurements at a glance. He had sized her up yesterday and ordered the Gu family workshop to rush produce an outfit specifically for her. The sound of Gu Junqing's laughter made Zhao Zinyi feel teased, so she grabbed the dress and hurried toward the changing room. Oh right, don't forget these accessories and shoes. Gu Junqing handed over the matching items. Zhao Zinyi snatched them up without looking and darted into the changing room. Inside, she looked at her flushed reflection in the mirror, feeling bashful. She silently vowed to eat more papaya in the future. Then, she examined the dress Gu Junqing had given her, and was struck by how stunning it was. Aside from cosmetics, there is nothing a woman loves more than clothing. The dress fit her perfectly, as if it had been custom ordered just for her. She had arrived on an empty stomach, terrified she wouldn't fit into the clothes here. She hadn't expected the dress to contour to her body so flawlessly. It was as if it were made exclusively for her. Gu Junqing didn't have to wait long before Zhao Zinyi stepped out. He looked her up and down, feeling quite satisfied. She was wearing a silver-white knee-length dress trimmed with intricate lace. A crystal-clear, expensive diamond necklace adorned her fair neck. She wore pearl-scent white high heels that showcased her long, slender, and smooth calves. As she walked, her hair flowed behind her, adding an indescribable charm to her youthful spirit. He felt his taste was truly impeccable. Zhao Zinyi, in her original clothes, had looked a bit like Cinderella. Now, she looked like the swan the prince had been searching for all along. As for who the prince was, that went without saying. Zinyi, you are truly beautiful. Gu Junqing couldn't help but exclaim. He had seen countless beautiful women in his time. While the protagonist's sister had been beautiful from the start, Gu Junqing felt she had been missing something that prevented her beauty from truly shining. Now, however, the supporting character was displaying her full allure perfectly. Really? Zhao Zinyi lowered her head, too shy to meet his gaze. When she looked in the mirror earlier, she had felt completely different too. She looked elegant and beautiful, like a dust-covered pearl that was finally revealing its true radiance. That's right, Zinyi. You should be more confident and hold your head high. Gu Junqing chuckled, reaching out to cup her chin and gently lifting her pure, soft face. Their eyes locked instantly. Zhao Zinyi's heart began to race, and her mind went into overdrive. Oh my god, what kind of position is this? Could he be about to kiss me? She wondered frantically. But we only met yesterday. Is it too soon? Should I coyly refuse? She had never experienced anything like this before. She felt like a steam engine, her head practically puffing out white smoke. As for the man in question, he didn't feel even a flicker of emotion in his heart. Ding. You have stirred the heart of the supporting character, Zhao Zinyi, causing her to blush. 1,000 villain points awarded. The notifications kept chiming, indicating just how shy the young girl in front of him was. He was surprised, as this was the first time he had encountered a supporting character who generated so many notifications just from having her chin lifted. To squeeze a bit more out of the system, he decided maintaining this pose wouldn't be so bad. Why hasn't he kissed me yet? I was prepared to play hard to get. She wondered why he wasn't reacting, though his gaze seemed so affectionate and his lips were so enticing. Finally, the internal turmoil ceased, and she just stared at Gu Junqing with a blank, adorable expression. Jae Junqing, what's wrong? She finally regained her senses, realizing he had no intention of kissing her. The bashfulness vanished completely. She even started counting his eyelashes, feeling a pang of envy that they were longer than her own. It's nothing, you look very beautiful, Gu Junqing whispered softly in her ear. Oh, Zhao Zinyi didn't react much. Gu Junqing blinked, realizing he had overdone it, as she was no longer shy even when he whispered to her. He let go of her. Junqing, I've changed. Is there anything I need to do? Zhao Zinyi asked curiously. You don't need to do anything, just come along and have fun with me. Gu Junqing smiled. Okay. Zhao Zinyi nodded at first, not quite understanding, before realizing what he meant. She looked at him in surprise. We're going out to play. I thought you wanted me to be your model? She asked, looking troubled. Chapter 475. Are we going to play? Didn't you want me to be a model? Zhao Zinyi asked, looking troubled. You dummy. If you don't go out, how will anyone see the clothes you're wearing? Gu Junqing gently tapped Zhao Zinyi on the head, jolting the silly girl back to her senses. That makes sense. Zhao Zinyi's eyes curved into crescents as she giggled. So, where are we going? She looked up at Gu Junqing, who towered over her. Looking at him from this angle left her mind blank, save for a line of classic poetry about a handsome, free-spirited youth standing elegantly like a jade tree in the wind. Let's go play a murder mystery game. There's a great place nearby. Gu Junqing's Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he smiled. But is it a popular spot? She blinked, confused as to how a promotional outing had turned into a game. Don't worry about that. Just come along and enjoy yourself. Gu Junqing didn't give her time to react, pulling her straight to the nearest adventure house for a horror-themed game. It was the perfect place to get close to someone, especially a young girl. He was taking her on a date, after all. He wasn't actually going to make her do promotional work. Oh, okay. Zhao Zinyi simply followed him blindly. By the time she got home that evening, Zhao Zinyi still felt dazed. She had been terrified countless times throughout the day, at one point throwing herself directly into Gu Junqing's arms, after which he had held her hand the entire way through the challenges. She had no idea how they ended up holding hands for the entire afternoon. They had only known each other for a few days. She had played these games before and usually, she and her friends could easily shut down the scares once they triggered the mechanisms. For some reason, today with Gu Junqing, he seemed to deliberately seek out the scariest parts, forcing them to explore every single detail of the house. Even the staff were surprised, as it was their first time seeing players trigger every single trap and ghost in the game. She thought they were just unlucky, never realizing it was all part of Gu Junqing's plan. Without all those terrifying encounters, Zhao Zinyi wouldn't have handed her hand over to him so easily. Zinyi, where have you been? Why are you just getting back now? As she tiptoed toward her room, Zhao Hao, who was sitting in the living room, caught her red-handed. Brother, why is it so dark in here? She jumped in surprise, looking toward the voice where only a faint ember glowed in the darkness. She quickly turned on the lights and breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Zhao Hao smoking, though her nerves were already frayed from the day's events. Forget the lights. What have you been doing? Why are you sneaking into the house like a thief? Zhao Hao took a deep drag of his cigarette and asked suspiciously. Brother, I told you to stop smoking. You never used to smoke. Zhao Zinyi wrinkled her nose at the smell of smoke in the air. Don't try to change the subject. I'm the one asking the questions here, not you. Zhao Hao glared, and Zhao Zinyi immediately backed down, not daring to deflect again. Okay. Where did you go? Zhao Hao asked in a low voice. He felt like something was off. Zhao Zinyi had left wearing her own clothes in the morning, so how did she come back wearing something different? I already told you, I went out with Yaling. Zhao Zinyi pouted. Went out? You changed your clothes. Zhao Hao snapped, convinced she had been fooling around given how smug and happy she looked. Besides, the clothes she was wearing looked expensive, far beyond what she could afford. He certainly hadn't given her any money for them. Call your friend right now. Do we have to? She might be asleep, Zhao Zinyi pleaded, hoping to talk her way out of it. Are you going to call or not? Zhao Hao's tone grew increasingly impatient, making her uneasy. Fine, I'll call. Why are you being so mean? Zhao Zinyi said, looking aggrieved as she reluctantly pulled out her phone to dial Qi Yaling's number. Put it on speaker. Zhao Hao huffed. Zhao Zinyi had no choice but to comply. Hey, Yaling. What's up? Came the cheerful voice from the other end. Did I come over to hang out with you today? Zhao Zinyi asked, her heart pounding, hoping her best friend would understand the subtext and not ruin her cover. On the other end, Qi Yaling was confused because Zhao Zinyi had never come to see her. A thought suddenly occurred to her, and her eyes lit up. Under normal circumstances, her friend would never talk to her like that. She realized Zinyi must have been caught by her brother and was looking for a cover story. Yeah, what's wrong? Zinyi, are you silly? Didn't we just part ways? Have you forgotten already? Hearing Qi Yaling's voice over the speaker made Zhao Zinyi let out a sigh of relief. She felt grateful, knowing her best friend was sharp enough to play along. Nothing. I was just asking. Bye, Yaling. Zhao Zinyi hung up the phone and glared at Zhao Hao, demanding, did you hear that? Did I go see Yaling or not? I'm sorry, Zinyi. I was just worried, Zhao Hao said, also exhaling in relief and smiling apologetically. Worried? What are you worried about? I'm only a few minutes younger than you. Do you really need to worry about me? Zhao Zinyi was in the right and felt empowered to lash back, which helped mask her underlying guilt. I'm sorry. Your big brother apologizes. I really was worried about you, I just thought it was him. Zhao Hao caught himself and stopped talking. Him? Who is him? Zhao Xinyi eyed him suspiciously. Her female intuition told her he was talking about Gu Junqing, as there was no other reason for Zhao Hao to react so strongly. It's nothing. Go on upstairs. I'm going to sit here for a bit longer. Zhao Hao waved his hand, shooing her away. Zhao Xinyi didn't get an answer. She feigned annoyance, but was actually relieved to get away from him before she slipped up again. Once she was upstairs, Zhao Hao returned to smoking alone and let out a deep sigh. He had the worst luck today. He hadn't encountered a single mission while walking the streets. Not only was his chance to play the hero and save a damsel in distress stolen, but even his attempt to help an elderly woman cross the street had been beaten to the punch by someone else. The entire day had left him feeling speechless. Even the money he earned just by breathing didn't provide the same thrill it used to. He decided he couldn't keep being so decadent. He had to keep trying tomorrow, or he would never be able to take down that terrifying man. Chapter 476. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, shining directly onto Gu Junqing's face. Another beautiful day for a date, he thought silently as he opened his eyes. He suddenly realized that all 5 of his limbs were occupied, each playing its own part. Wanting to get up, Gu Junqing had to gently pry away Yu Ying, who was clinging to him like an octopus. Sister Yu, are you awake? Gu Junqing asked with a raised eyebrow, a look of satisfaction on his face. He had to admit that his mother-in-law, Yu Ying, was truly different from other women. Much like a temperate maritime climate, she was always warm and moist, with constant rain, and lacking a sense of security, she would bury herself in him even in her sleep. Moi. Yu Ying's expression seemed to show a hint of distress as the previously full feeling turned into emptiness. This caused her to open her charming eyes, and she immediately wrapped her arms around Gu Junqing's neck, unwilling to let him leave. A soft, stifled groan echoed between them. Sister Yu, why are you even clingier than your daughter? Gu Junqing asked with a bitter smile. You bad boy, if you came over every day, why would I be like this? Yu Ying lightly brushed his ear, her eyes filled with seduction as she spoke. Ever since this rascal dragged her into this mess, he had been coming over less frequently to help her quench the fire. When you do something often enough, you naturally stop feeling shy. She had felt extremely guilty and stimulated by this at first, but after doing it so many times with Gu Junqing, she no longer felt that initial sense of guilt or loss of morality. It was mainly because this guy, Gu Junqing, knew exactly how to wear her down. Whether this grinding was a verb or a noun, that was something to ponder. She had become addicted to it, yet Gu Junqing didn't take responsibility for watering her garden often enough. Before, she had desperately wanted to chase Gu Junqing away, but now she wished he would never leave. Until she had drained every last bit of his resources. Sister Yu, I still have things to do. Next time, maybe next time, because your little brother has been weak and prone to kidney issues since childhood, so I really can't keep going. Gu Junqing wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and gave a sheepish smile. Big sister has never felt that your little brother is weak. Yu Ying traced circles on Gu Junqing's chest with a slender finger, laughing dotingly. Ahem. Gu Junqing ignored her demands and, in an unguarded moment, managed to escape from the octopus's grasp. Sister benefactor, I have now attained enlightenment. Let us keep in touch next time. No need to see me out. Gu Junqing pressed his palms together, bowed to Yu Ying, and turned to leave with a flourish. He arrived full and left empty, without taking a single cloud with him. This remark made Yu Ying giggle, and after lying on the bed for a while, she also wanted to get up. Ouch. Yu Ying rubbed her slender waist, the kind that thousands of people would love to support. Even though her physique was no longer what it used to be, the overnight labor made it difficult for her waist to hold up, and it was extremely sore. This bull, and he says he's weak. Yu Ying giggled to herself again. She understood now why Gu Junqing had no interest in continuing. He must have been considering her well-being, knowing she couldn't take any more exercise. Such a thoughtful and warm man is rare to find in 1,000 years. Luckily, he went to my daughter, and I also got the benefit, Yu Ying muttered to herself. She had no intention of getting up today, feeling tired, sleepy, and sore, so she lay back down to sleep. But she didn't notice that her daughter, who had finished her classes and was now on summer break, was also still in bed. Clearly, both mother and daughter had been treated equally. Gu Junqing had played no favorites. Zhao Xinyi, why are you sneaking away again? Zhao Hao had woken up early to find opportunities for missions, but when he opened the door, he discovered Zhao Xinyi trying to sneak away again. Brother, why are you up so early? Zhao Xinyi gave a sheepish smile. She had woken up at the crack of dawn, intending to leave before Zhao Hao so she wouldn't get caught again. But she hadn't expected Zhao Hao to be up just as early. Where are you going to play? With your best friend? Zhao Hao continued to ask. Yeah, brother, I'm on vacation now, so stop worrying about me. Just relax. Zhao Xinyi quickly smiled, trying to butter up Zhao Hao. Fine, just be careful, Zhao Hao said helplessly. His sister was growing up, and as her brother, he couldn't control her anymore. Watching his sister walk out the door, Zhao Hao felt a sudden sense of panic for no apparent reason. It was as if he were watching his sister drift further and further away from him, until she was completely out of sight. Hey, Xin. Zhao Hao was about to call out to Zhao Xinyi, but realizing she was already far away, he let out a sigh and didn't try to stop her. My sister is gone, so where should I go? Zhao Hao sighed and stood there, lost in thought. Wandering around aimlessly looking for mission opportunities like yesterday didn't seem to work. He checked his WeChat step count yesterday, and it had reached 53,224 steps, yet he hadn't encountered a single minor opportunity. Perhaps he had, but they had all been snatched up by strangers. This made a sliver of doubt arise in his heart, but he quickly dismissed it. Who could know that he was actually a multimillionaire? Not to mention that he possessed a mysterious system. He didn't believe anyone would be coming to target him right now. By the way, why not go to a bar and look around? Zhao Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. Bars were the most chaotic places, and it could be quite dangerous for young women to go there, as they could easily be drugged or forced to drink. Once they were drunk, naturally, one could do whatever they wanted. He intended to act as a champion of justice and save some wayward young women. Then he realized it was still daytime, and that anyone who was going to be picked up already had been, so he abandoned the idea. He decided to spend the next 2 days looking for opportunities, and if there were really no system missions to complete, he would then decide whether or not to go. I'll just wander around some more today. Zhao Hao sighed and headed out again, searching everywhere for his opportunities. When he finally returned home, Zhao Hao threw his bag aside and collapsed onto the sofa, feeling depressed. He had gone out and wandered all day, yet he had nothing to show for it. The most outrageous thing was that he had been about to pick up someone's dropped wallet, intending to return it and do a good deed. But just as his hand was about to touch it, someone else had suddenly grabbed it first. That person had shouted to a nearby police officer, "Officer, someone dropped a big wallet here," while shooting him a look of mild disdain. He hadn't cared much at the time. It was just a wallet. But when the owner finally appeared, he discovered it was a little beauty who had lost the wallet. He had been so angry he beat his own chest, but there was nothing he could do. He wanted to go up and strike up a relationship with the beauty, telling her that he had seen the wallet too. But clearly, the little beauty hadn't even bothered to acknowledge him, focusing entirely on thanking the person who had found the wallet. They were even discussing going out to eat together. It made him so regretful that he wanted to challenge that man to a duel. That was clearly supposed to be his opportunity. Chapter 477. Little sister, are you home? Brother wants to talk to you. Zhao Hao knocked on Zhao Xinyi's door, hoping to share the heavy burden of his heart. He was in so much pain, his heart aching because a golden opportunity had been snatched away. He just needed his sister to cheer him up. However, there was no sound from Zhao Xinyi's room, and it was clear she was not inside. Not back yet? It's even later than yesterday. Zhao Hao frowned, as it was rare for Zhao Xinyi to return home so late. Brother, what are you doing in front of my door? Zhao Xinyi's voice suddenly came from the stairwell, and Zhao Hao looked over with a darkening expression. He noticed that the clothes Zhao Xinyi was wearing today were not the same ones she had left in. What on earth was she doing every single day? Nobody changed their entire outfit every time they went out. What is going on with these clothes? Why did you change your outfit again today? Zhao Hao asked in a deep voice. He was determined to get to the bottom of this today. Oh no, she had had too much fun with brother Junqing and forgotten to change back. Zhao Xinyi's heart pounded against her chest. She had gone to the amusement park with Gu Junqing today, and it had been delightful. This morning, seeing Gu Junqing arriving before her and waiting in place made her heart melt. You still haven't told me why. Zhao Hao's voice grew louder, pulling Zhao Xinyi out of her fantasy. What did you say? Zhao Xinyi finally came back to her senses. I asked you why you have changed your clothes every time you've gone out these last 2 days. Zhao Hao said with growing impatience. He was already feeling distressed, and now Zhao Xinyi was adding to his troubles. He was having a terrible day, after all. Oh, I went swimming with my best friend. My original set of clothes got wet, so I wore my friend's clothes home. Zhao Xinyi said this with feigned confidence, though she felt guilty inside. She did not dare to say that Gu Junqing had given them to her. Swimming. Zhao Hao cast a suspicious look at Zhao Xinyi. Yes, am I not allowed to play in the water? Can't I even go swimming? Zhao Xinyi curled her lips, speaking in a questioning tone. She felt a sudden sense of urgency, as she hadn't told Gu Junqing that she had arrived home yet. She felt the bond between her and Gu Junqing was progressing rapidly, especially because of everything that happened today. Or do you want to call my friend again? Do you want to ask her if we went swimming? This confrontational statement left Zhao Hao feeling stunned. Zhao Xinyi had never blamed him for anything, never in her life. Even when he had embarrassed himself at Gu Junqing's shop, Zhao Xinyi had not criticized him and simply told him to let it go. Now Zhao Xinyi was actually daring to snap at him. I am your brother, and I cannot even ask. I have no idea what you are doing all day. Zhao Hao snapped with genuine anger. He had been busy all day without achieving anything, and he was already furious. Now that the normally submissive Zhao Xinyi was arguing back, Zhao Hao became even more enraged. He disregarded the fact that she was his sister and shouted at her. He poured all his negative emotions onto Zhao Xinyi. In fact, their relationship had always been this way. Whenever Zhao Hao felt slighted or suffered setbacks outside, he would always bring his negative energy home and vent it on Zhao Xinyi. Zhao Xinyi, however, always felt for her brother and never mentioned the grievances she faced outside. Much like with Yakan and Xiangxiu, Zhao Hao could not even endure their sharp tongues for a single day, often wanting to lash out at them. Yet, Zhao Xinyi had endured it for 3 years without ever complaining to Zhao Hao. She swallowed her grievances silently and always kept a smile for Zhao Hao. Brother, I have grown up, and I do not need you to control everything I do. Leave me alone, I don't want to talk to you right now. Zhao Xinyi looked at Zhao Hao with disbelief, wondering if she was really doing anything wrong. Zhao Xinyi walked into her room and locked the door, as she had no desire to deal with Zhao Hao anymore. She was so angry. It was far more interesting to chat with Gu Junqing. Someone like Gu Junqing would always coax her, make her laugh, and gift her clothes and presents. Compared to Zhao Hao, Gu Junqing seemed more like the thoughtful brother, who would protect her from the wind and rain. Zhao Xinyi decided that she would not deal with Zhao Hao for the time being. Her phone suddenly rang with a message from Gu Junqing, which instantly improved Zhao Xinyi's gloomy mood. Xinyi, are you home yet? Let me know when you see this, I am very worried. I'm home. Don't worry, I just got here and am messaging you now. I'm glad you're home. Remember to message me whenever you can, I worry about you. Seeing the message Gu Junqing sent, Zhao Xinyi's heart felt warm. Zhao Hao would never send such messages to her, nor would he ever say such things. His tone was always one of ordering her around. She was beginning to feel like a maid rather than his own sister. So, Zhao Xinyi silently typed out a line. Brother Junqing, can I ask you a question? Is there anything you can't ask me? You can ask me anything. Seeing this, Zhao Xinyi could almost visualize the doting smile on Gu Junqing's handsome face. She felt a bit shy. Then Brother Junqing, why did you kiss me on the cheek before you left today? Because of a very special reason. Gu Junqing offered a vague explanation, leaving Zhao Xinyi itching with curiosity, as she desperately wanted to know the truth. Was it just a simple kiss, or did he actually have feelings for her? Because of what, Brother Junqing? Gu Junqing sent a 2-second voice message, and Zhao Xinyi felt her heart flutter as she watched it. She wondered if the voice message said I like you or I love you, and pondered how she should respond. Zhao Xinyi made up her mind and clicked on the voice message, only for 2 words to play. Guess. These 2 words caused Zhao Xinyi's nervous anxiety to instantly collapse. You big jerk. Zhao Xinyi sent a voice message back, her voice sounding sweet and coquettish with the emotions of a young girl in love. The image of Gu Junqing kissing her cheek couldn't help but surface in Zhao Xinyi's mind. She felt as if she had fallen into the ocean, surrounded by pink bubbles, with a feather-light touch brushing against her cheek, soft and deeply moving. She felt as if she was about to explode, her heart overflowing with youthful sentiment. Chapter 478. Gu Junqing, you big jerk. Gu Junqing smiled knowingly as he saw the message Zhao Xinyi sent. At his level, he had reached the point where he simply enjoyed the entire process of engaging with beautiful women. This innocent student naturally required a special approach. Hadn't anyone heard that women love a bad boy? Go to sleep, I will take you out to play tomorrow. Okay, good night. You aren't allowed to steal kisses tomorrow. Good night. Then I will kiss you openly from now on. After seeing Gu Junqing's last message, Zhao Xinyi hugged her quilt and rolled around wildly on the bed. A shy, uncontrollable smile spread across her face. She finally understood why love made people act like moths to a flame. She did not fear being scarred, only craving a lifetime together. In just a few days, she felt she had already fallen too deep to pull herself out. Zhao Xinyi was so busy jumping for joy in her room that she did not notice her own brother eavesdropping outside. At that moment, Zhao Hao was pale with rage and absolutely furious. His sister was actually dating someone. She even used such a shy tone to call him a big jerk, so it was clearly not just starting. She had not even mentioned such an important matter to him. Did Zhao Xinyi have any respect for him, as her brother left in her eyes? What made him angriest was that she must have been going out with that guy, yet she lied to him at home, which made him feel humiliated. Being kept in the dark about the most important things by the person closest to him made it all the more painful. Impossible. My sister is usually so obedient and listens to me, so how could she possibly keep this from me? It must have been that man's instructions, and her being so fierce today must also be his influence. Zhao Hao returned to his room and sat on the bed in deep thought. The more he thought about it, the more he felt his sister had been manipulated by that man to ruin their relationship. Furthermore, his sister changed her clothes every day when she came home, and Zhao Hao dared not imagine what had happened between them. He did not know how angry he would be if his sister had already crossed the line with that man. No, I have to find out who that person is. Zhao Hao muttered to himself, deciding to skip his quest for opportunities tomorrow, to secretly follow his sister instead, and expose the man who had stolen her heart. The next morning, Zhao Xinyi woke up early and carefully crept out of the house. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hao's bedroom door creaked open slowly as if on its own. Zhao Hao stared at Zhao Xinyi with a vicious, darkened expression. Zhao Xinyi, where are you going? Zhao Hao asked in a cold, icy tone. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Seeing Zhao Hao's attitude, Zhao Xinyi's anger from yesterday flared up again, and she snorted before walking out the door. You don't need me to care. Ha, I will care regardless. Zhao Hao muttered to himself, his eyes glinting ominously as he watched her leave. He stealthily followed behind Zhao Xinyi, not realizing that someone else was tailing him from a distance. He did not even notice the surveillance system above his head turning to follow him, ready to report his location at any moment. This was the extent of Gu Junqing's power, as monitoring someone in Luoda was incredibly easy. Young master, Zhao Hao has been following Zhao Xinyi. Someone reported to Gu Junqing. I know. Keep watching and report his location at any time. Gu Junqing displayed a peculiar smile. Yes. The person responded and signed off. Xinyi, over here. Gu Junqing muted his mic and waved at Zhao Xinyi, who was looking for him in the distance. Hearing him, Zhao Xinyi walked over with a pout, her pure face flushed with a faint red hue. Her lips were pursed tightly, making her look like an angry little pufferfish. She had intended to stop being angry with Zhao Hao, but since he had been so fierce to her this morning, she decided to extend her silent treatment. This thought only made her more irritated. What is wrong? You look so angry, your face has puffed up. Gu Junqing poked her puffed up cheeks with his finger, as if letting out the air. It is all my brother's fault. Zhao Zinyi was so angry that she did not notice how intimate Gu Junqing's actions were. All right, stop being angry, and I will take you to breakfast. Gu Junqing gently stroked Zhao Zinyi's head. Zhao Zinyi was still deep in thought, so she absent-mindedly climbed into Gu Junqing's car. Zhao Hao, who had arrived from afar, witnessed the entire scene, but could not see the man's face due to the angle. Seeing that man not only touching his sister's face, but also stroking her hair, Zhao Hao's eyes burned with rage. He wanted to rush over to intercept them, and see who exactly this man was. It was already too late, however, as the car engine started shortly after Zhao Zinyi got in. Zhao Zinyi, stop the car. Zhao Hao chased after the car, shouting Zhao Zinyi's name while running, but he could not catch up. It felt as if he were watching his sister drift further and further away. Why does it sound like someone is calling my name? Zhao Zinyi tilted her head in confusion and looked at Gu Junqing. You probably misheard, Gu Junqing said with a smile, his eyes carrying a strange glint. Oh, okay. Zhao Zinyi listened to the surroundings, and since the voice seemed to be gone, she stopped worrying about it. She did not notice her brother in the rearview mirror, chasing after her car like a dog. Driver, catch up to that car. Zhao Hao flagged down a taxi and commanded the driver. Why catch up to that car? I think I have seen this plot on television. Is this a stakeout to catch a cheater? The driver became interested, looking at Zhao Hao with amusement. Something like that. Just start driving. That is a sports car, and if you do not hurry, we will lose them. Zhao Hao did not have time for small talk and urged the driver to go. All right. Why are you young people always so anxious? It is not that big of a deal, and sometimes to get through life, you have to accept a little green on your head. The driver sighed with some sentiment. Just drive. Fine. What are you afraid of? I am an experienced driver, and today I will show you what real street racing looks like. The driver floored the accelerator and chased after Gu Junqing's sports car. After Zhao Zinyi finished her internal musings, she suddenly remembered the intimate gestures Gu Junqing had made toward her earlier. It felt just exactly like what a boyfriend would do to his girlfriend. This realization made Zhao Zinyi feel lightheaded as she fell into a pink bubble of infatuation. Chapter 479. It must be said, an experienced driver is truly something else. He did not fall too far behind Gu Junqing, arriving just as Gu Junqing was heading upstairs to the hotel with Zhao Zinyi. Keep the change. Zhao Hao tossed a wad of $100 bills to the driver and hurried toward Zhao Zinyi's location. He failed to notice the driver's look of pity, or the way he touched his ear. Young master, I have delivered him as requested. Isn't this the Yuehua Hotel, the one the system once rewarded me with? Zhao Hao didn't dwell on it for long. What mattered now was that Zhao Zinyi had come to a hotel with another man. They're here at the hotel, first thing in the morning? Zhao Hao glanced at their destination in disbelief. Zhao Zinyi, oh Zhao Zinyi, if I catch you getting a room with another man, I will rip your skin off, god damn it. Zhao Hao snarled, his face contorted in rage. He realized only now that he had a bit of a sister complex. He couldn't stand the thought of another man holding his sister. It felt as though something that belonged to him had been taken by someone else. His possessiveness could not tolerate such a thing. Zinyi, I've already ordered for you. There is no need to rush out. You could have finished breakfast first. See how I deal with you if you do this next time. Gu Junqing gently tapped her forehead as if scolding her, but his tone was filled with such indulgence that Zhao Zinyi felt both embarrassed and sweet. Her emotions swirled within her. Even though she had been scolded, a wave of sweetness kept washing over her. I know, Zhao Zinyi replied, acting spoiled. Unfortunately, Zhao Hao, who was falling behind, saw exactly that. Zhao Zinyi, what are you doing with this wild man? Seeing Zhao Zinyi, Zhao Hao let out a sigh of relief. It was a good thing he had caught up. If they had already entered a room, he wouldn't have known how to find them. Brother? Hearing the voice, Zhao Zinyi turned around, looking puzzled. You still remember that I'm your brother? Tell me, why did you come to a hotel with this wild man? Zhao Hao demanded furiously. As he looked toward Gu Junqing, his expression instantly stiffened when he saw the man's face. The memory of being instantly knocked down by Gu Junqing a few days ago flooded back. Fear spread through his heart, as if he were staring at a natural predator. He instantly calmed down, losing his initial sense of urgency. He seemed to shrink back a little. Brother, you were following me. Zhao Zinyi didn't answer his question, glaring at him instead. So what if I followed you? How else would I have discovered you came to a hotel with this guy? Stunned by the question, Zhao Hao ignored who Gu Junqing was and turned to shout at Zhao Zinyi. He dared not be this fierce toward Gu Junqing, but he was incredibly aggressive with his own sister. So what if we came to a hotel? We are just here for a meal, Zhao Zinyi said unhappily. Dinner? You came to a hotel for dinner? And this is the Yuehua, one of the most top-tier hotels in all of Luodu, just to eat? Zhao Hao didn't want to face Gu Junqing, but Zhao Zinyi had stoked his rage, so he just roared back. It's none of your business. Zhao Zinyi was already in a bad mood, and Zhao Hao's words made her snap. I am your brother, you say it's none of my business. Zhao Hao flew into a rage, his anger surging until it clouded his judgment. He raised his hand high and swung it toward Zhao Zinyi's face. He had lost control, acting without reason. A look of disbelief flashed across Zhao Zinyi's face, and she didn't have time to dodge. Slap. Hey now, let's just talk. There is no need to get physical. Gu Junqing sidestepped and caught Zhao Hao's hand, preventing the blow. Then, with a push, he sent Zhao Hao staggering back several meters, completely unable to resist Gu Junqing's seemingly unstoppable force. This only deepened Zhao Hao's fear of him. Brother, you were going to hit me? Who gave you the right to hit anyone? Zhao Xinyi's eyes went wide, and she stared at Zhao Hao in disbelief. Zhao Hao had never struck her before, yet today he had actually tried to hit her. So what if I hit you? I am your brother. Zhao Hao's tone softened slightly as he felt Gu Junqing's unshakable strength. Besides, you've only known him for how long? You are already getting a room with him. If you knew him longer, I don't even know what you would do. Zhao Hao calmed down, feeling that he might have gone a bit too far. He had never hit Zhao Xinyi, yet just now, he had impulsively tried to. He even felt as if he were possessed. But the anger from just moments ago had truly overwhelmed everything, especially the knowledge that Zhao Xinyi and Gu Junqing had come to a hotel. I told you, we are here to eat. Zhao Xinyi tried to stay strong, but tears welled up in her eyes. She looked at Zhao Hao with eyes as red as a rabbit's, wiping her corners occasionally with her sleeve. She could not stand Zhao Hao's distrusting gaze or his fierce expression. It was completely different from the Zhao Hao she used to know. She felt the person in front of her growing increasingly like a stranger, as if she were meeting him for the first time. Heh, who do you think you're kidding? Zhao Hao didn't believe her. He might have believed Zhao Xinyi, but he didn't believe for a second that Gu Junqing had brought her to the hotel just to eat. Young Master Gu, Miss Zhao, your breakfast is ready. Just then, the hotel manager, Han Hua, saw the commotion and hurried over. He had been notified that Gu Junqing would be coming to eat, so he had made preparations early on. See, I told you we were here to eat. Zhao Xinyi challenged Zhao Hao, waiting to see what he had to say now. All right, let's go eat. Don't be angry with him anymore. Gu Junqing walked to Zhao Xinyi's side to comfort her. He then turned to face Zhao Hao and said with a smile, Brother Zhao, why not sit down and have a bite? Zhao Hao didn't want to face Gu Junqing, as he was truly becoming afraid of the man in front of him. His background and strength were a mystery. He was like an enigmatic man. Tisk, if you aren't going to eat, then get lost. Gu Junqing's face suddenly turned cold, and he spoke indifferently. Without waiting for Zhao Hao's reply, he took the hand of the sobbing Zhao Xinyi and followed the direction Han Hua indicated. Zhao Hao finally snapped out of it and hurriedly tried to chase after them, simultaneously signaling Han Hua with his eyes. He figured that as the former owner of Yuehua, he had bestowed quite a few favors upon Han Hua. Hey, Brother Zhao, young Master Gu said you can get lost. Han Hua blocked Zhao Hao, smiling pleasantly. You're calling me Brother Zhao. Zhao Hao looked at Han Hua in disbelief. I am your former boss. Just a while ago you called me Chairman Zhao, and now you call me Brother Zhao? He was caught off guard by Han Hua's face, which showed he had no intention of honoring their past relationship. Well, sorry. My current boss gave an order, and I naturally have to follow it. It's just like my current girlfriend asking me to delete my ex's contact info. Wouldn't I have to delete it immediately? Han Hua shrugged, looking unconcerned. Following Gu Junqing was surely much better than following this Zhao Hao. Chapter 480. What do you mean by current boss? Zhao Hao stared at Han Hua, his expression frozen in a momentary daze. It means that young Master Gu is my new boss, Han Hua replied with a smile. Why is it him? He is the very person who humiliated me earlier, but why? How did he manage this? Zhao Hao felt his mind in chaos, unable to grasp what was happening. He had only met Gu Junqing at a class reunion, so why had Gu targeted him back then? Furthermore, when he went on a mission to Century Tower, various accidents occurred. It seemed that whenever he encountered Gu Junqing, strange things followed. He harbored a suspicion that Gu had been targeting him intentionally. Yet, he did not even know the man. Someone with a face like Gu Junqing's would be impossible to forget after a single meeting. This ruled out the possibility of random chance. He knew now that Gu was working against him in the shadows, but he could not fathom the motive. Enough. Do not just stand there like a wooden stake. Get out. Han Hua waved his hand, tired of dealing with Zhao Hao's muttering. He wanted to return to his office, as he had no desire to get involved in Gu's affairs. He cast a look of pity at Zhao Hao, knowing that people targeted by Gu Junqing never met a good end. Even the powerful Wang family, one of the four old families, had collapsed like a house of cards within months. Before it happened, the signs were barely visible to anyone else. It was only when later observers reviewed the timeline of the collapse that they realized the extent of Gu's influence. Since then, no one in Luoda dared to provoke Gu Junqing. They feared him like a tiger. Zhao Hao hesitated when he saw the security guards moving to force him out. He wanted to storm in and rescue Zhao Xinyi from Gu's claws. However, he was still no match for Gu, and he did not want to die before saving his sister. He sighed and walked out to the curb, deciding to wait for Zhao Xinyi by the entrance. Inside, Gu Junqing approached the girl to offer comfort. Xinyi, stop crying. What are you crying for? Gu Junqing watched as tears streamed down Zhao Xinyi's face, though she stubbornly wiped them away without making a sound. He gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, feeling a pang of sympathy. Zhao Xinyi leaned into his embrace, sobbing quietly as if she had finally found a source of support. Gu rubbed her back to soothe her, while silently expressing gratitude toward his future brother-in-law, Zhao Hao. People always say that impulse is the devil, yet he still ignored the warning. He was practically delivering his own sister into my arms, Gu thought to himself. He used to be different. He was never this violent toward me before, Zhao Xinyi said between sobs. She could not understand why things had reached this point. She never expected Zhao Hao to strike her out of anger. Actually, I know why, Gu said suddenly. You do. Zhao Xinyi calmed down for a moment, tilting her head from his embrace with teary eyes. Her almond eyes were bright and moving, looking even more adorable as she widened them in surprise. Yes, I have looked into his situation, Gu replied, offering a look of apology. You investigated him? Why did you do that? She asked in confusion. Because of you. Are you really unaware of my feelings? Gu gaze turned intense and affectionate. My feelings. What feelings? Zhao Xinyi looked into his deep, bottomless pupils. Her spirit faltered, and her throat felt dry as she stammered. The crushing weight of her earlier distress vanished in an instant. I want to take care of you for the rest of my life. I want to give you warmth and a shoulder to lean on, Gu said with sincerity. His usual playful and cynical demeanor seemed to have vanished. Why do you think your brother suddenly became so aggressive? He saw through my ulterior motives, Gu admitted candidly. It would have been impossible for them to develop a mutual understanding of hidden intentions naturally. Zhao Xinyi was simply too pure, too shy to take the initiative. Therefore, he had to be the one to clarify things. This was the perfect opportunity, especially after her brother had caused such a scene, leaving her defenses down. Naturally, the status of the person comforting her would rise significantly in her heart. If a relationship has not reached the right stage, one can confess during moments of intense emotional fluctuation. It is much like the suspension bridge effect. The suspension bridge effect suggests that when a person is nervous while crossing a bridge, their heart rate increases. If they happen to meet someone at that moment, they mistakenly attribute their accelerated heart rate to the person they met, viewing it as a romantic attraction. Ulterior motives? Zhao Xinyi was left completely dazed. She never imagined this would happen so suddenly. Yes, it means I desire you, Gu whispered into her ear with a soft laugh. Her heart, already racing from her previous grief, now hammered like a drum against her chest. Desire, that is too fast, she murmured weakly. A complex mix of joy, excitement, shyness, sadness, and grief swirled within her. She could not distinguish which emotion was the most important right now. However, she knew one thing for certain, which was that she liked the man standing before her. Memories of their time together this week flooded back. She remembered hiding in his arms when she was scared of ghosts and feeling safe when she held his hand on the roller coaster. Does that mean you have accepted me? Gu asked with a smile. She replied. She stopped crying, the single sound conveying everything she felt. That is wonderful, Gu said, pulling her closer into his arms. Zhao Xinyi buried herself deep into his chest, inhaling his faint, elegant scent and casting thoughts of Zhao Hao aside. Thank you, brother-in-law. I accept your sister, Gu thought coldly as he felt the alluring curves in his embrace. Chapter 481. Are you still feeling upset? Gu Junqing gently stroked Zhao Xinyi's hair, his voice soft and tender. I'm not upset anymore. Zhao Xinyi shook her head in his arms, her voice sweet and content. Let's have breakfast then. After we eat, we'll go see your brother, since I'm officially your partner now, and no longer the wild man he accused me of being. Gu Junqing pinched her cheek affectionately. Zhao Xinyi nodded obediently. Her heart and eyes were completely filled with Gu Junqing. The two enjoyed a sweet breakfast together, even taking turns feeding each other. If Zhao Hao saw this, he would likely be even more furious. Are you full? Gu Junqing gently wiped her mouth with a napkin and smiled. I'm full, but are we really going to see my brother? After the meal, Zhao Xinyi calmed down and asked with a hint of worry. She did not believe Zhao Hao would agree to her being with Gu Junqing, given his aggression earlier. She could tell that Zhao Hao didn't dare to cross Gu Junqing, but that didn't stop him from wanting to fight. Don't worry, it'll be fine. I can see that your brother cares about you, and if you talk to him properly, I'm sure he'll agree. But, Zhao Xinyi hesitated. She had almost been hit by him earlier, and she couldn't understand why he would react that way just because she found a boyfriend. It's nothing. If he truly loves you, he won't make things difficult for you. Besides, you don't want to have to choose between us, do you? Gu Junqing's words gave Xinyi confidence, and she nodded in agreement. If she could, she didn't want any conflict between the two men. If forced to choose, she had no idea who she would pick. Even though she hadn't known Gu Junqing for long, his significance in her heart had grown to rival her brother's. If she were still blindly siding with Zhao Hao, she wouldn't even be contemplating the choice. By the way, you mentioned before we ate that you investigated my brother because of me. Xinyi suddenly recalled his earlier comment and asked, feeling puzzled. That's right. I wanted to know what kind of family could produce such a precious person as you. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow and smiled. Just answer the question. Why are you flirting with me again? Xinyi blushed, her cheeks flushing red, looking incredibly adorable in her shyness. Your brother is very good at hiding things. There's a lot you don't know, and you mustn't be shocked by what I'm about to tell you. Gu Junqing's expression turned serious. I'm his sister, I won't be shocked. Go ahead. Xinyi patted her chest confidently. She didn't believe her brother could be hiding anything truly major from her. The truth is, your brother is a multimillionaire with dozens of properties. Gu Junqing said solemnly. Xinyi took a deep breath, leaned back, and responded seriously. A multimillionaire with dozens of properties? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He can't even afford to buy a single piece of clothing. How could he possibly be a millionaire? Xinyi said, refusing to believe it. Anyone told that their closest relative was a wealthy tycoon wouldn't believe it immediately, assuming it was a joke. Do you think I would lie to you? Gu Junqing sighed and continued. I didn't believe it at first either. If Zhao Hao was so rich, why wouldn't he buy you a single piece of clothing? Even so, with 20 or 30 properties to his name, he could have let you choose any one of them to live in. Yet, he insisted on making you stay in that dilapidated house. Gu Junqing dropped the bombshell. That can't be right. He only said he won a few tens of thousands on a lottery ticket, and even shared a few thousand with me. Zinni muttered, unable to believe it. A few thousand? You're his only family. He has all that money and only gave you a few thousand. Gu Junqing squeezed Zinni's hand, acting sympathetic while enjoying the softness of her skin. It's impossible. I don't believe it. Zinni still refused to accept Gu Junqing's claims. It was too shocking for her. She couldn't imagine her own flesh and blood being that kind of person. Do you know if he has been acting strangely lately? Lately, he's just been going out with our household registration book often, and the rest of the time he locks himself in his room. Zinni tilted her swan-like white neck to think for a moment before answering slowly. Silly girl, he's taking the household registration book out to register those properties under his name. Gu Junqing sighed. Zinni stared blankly at Gu Junqing. The things he said today were too shocking, leaving her mind unable to process the information. She trusted that Zhao Hao wouldn't hide such a major thing, but she didn't think Gu Junqing would fabricate such an absurd story either. Someone was lying to her, and she didn't know who to trust. But, Zinni wanted to find a reason to refute him, but she couldn't find the words. She could only stammer but. She was angry about Zhao Hao trying to hit her and stalking her, stripping away her freedom. But Zhao Hao was her only brother after all, and it wasn't easy to sever blood ties so quickly. She wanted to believe in Zhao Hao, but she was full of apprehension about Gu Junqing's claims. Silly girl, stop overthinking it. Your brother clearly won't give up until he sees you go back with him. Why don't you go home and look for evidence? You could even follow him like he did to you, then you'll see that what I said is true. Gu Junqing patted Zinni's head, appearing sympathetic. In reality, his heart was completely unmoved, his gaze as cold as ice. Protagonists of this god-tier rich trope rarely reveal their wealth until the very end, preferring to play the pig to eat the tiger, slapping faces to navigate their urban lives. Okay, but what if there's no evidence? Zinni's resolve hardened. She would find proof. Regardless of the outcome, she didn't want to dwell on it anymore. If there isn't, I'll grant you one wish. Deal. And if you're wrong, you have to kiss me in a crowded place on the street. Zinni suddenly smirked, having come up with a clever idea. Gu Junqing was so great, she wanted to show everyone that this man was hers. Deal. It's a promise. Gu Junqing and Zinni hooked pinkies to seal the agreement. Was this a punishment? It was a reward. Chapter 482. But what if I am telling the truth? Would you agree to one condition? Gu Junqing lowered his voice, whispering intimately in Zhao Zinni's ear. Fine, I agree to your condition, hee. Zhao Zinni spoke with initial seriousness, but Gu Junqing blew air onto her neck, causing her to giggle uncontrollably. Gu Junqing stared at her flushed face, just inches away, and could not help but plant a kiss on her cheek. Zhao Zinni shyly grabbed Gu Junqing's wandering hand. Although they were now boyfriend and girlfriend, she had never been this physically close to a man before. She felt incredibly shy. Gu Junqing had no choice but to retract his hand, feeling resigned. There was nothing he could do when the little girl was being this shy. He certainly could not force the issue. Unlike his other girlfriends, who would practically shove his hand inside their clothes, she was the type to push him away. Let's go then. It is time to see your brother. Gu Junqing took Zhao Zinni's hand and walked out of the hotel, spotting Zhao Hao crouching on the side of the road. He looked just like a lonely old man. Zinni, you came out. I am sorry, I was just too impulsive earlier, and I want to apologize to you. Zhao Hao had been standing out in the cold for so long that his blood had finally cooled, and his mind had cleared. He knew that he had been in the wrong this time. They were siblings, bound by an unbreakable blood connection. He realized he had no reason to fly into such a rage just because Gu Junqing was standing by her side. He reasoned that Zinni could not be the kind of woman who would give herself away so easily. He must have misunderstood the situation. What is this? Zhao Hao looked at their clasped hands and their intimate demeanor, struggling to believe his eyes. When he was inside, they had been close, but not to this degree. How could they be acting so openly affectionate now? Brother, Gu Junqing is my boyfriend now. Although Zhao Zinni trusted that Zhao Hao would not hide his status as a multimillionaire, her tone remained cold. This was exactly Gu Junqing's goal, as he could not let her remain completely partial toward her brother. A boyfriend? No, I do not accept this. Zhao Hao might have cooled down, but hearing this news made him lose all self-control. He had long viewed Zhao Zinni as his exclusive possession, and while he could not be with her, he certainly would not let another man touch her either. Just the thought of a man pinning her down and doing things to her that he could not made him snap. He erupted in rage, his eyes turning bloodshot with violent intent. He had resolved long ago never to let Zinni be with any man. He wanted to be the only one by her side for the rest of her life. And yet, right under his nose, she had agreed to be someone else's girlfriend. Was fate playing a sick joke on him? Furthermore, the man was Gu Junqing, whom he considered his sworn enemy. His beloved sister was being snatched away by the man he hated most. Thinking of Zinni under Gu Junqing's body made his face turn pale, and his heart ache with agonizing stabs. Brother, I do not care if you accept it or not, because I have already agreed. Besides, you were going to hit me anyway. Zhao Zinni scoffed and turned her face away. She was still angry with him. Anyone is fine, but not him, Zhao Hao said with a cold, hard face. He did not care about Xinyi's feelings at all. Brother Zhao, let us have a private chat. Gu Junqing stepped forward with a smile, addressing Zhao Hao. I have nothing to talk to you about. If you want to talk, leave my sister first. Zhao Hao sneered. Then I suppose your sister does not want to know where the Tianshang Renjian property is, right? Gu Junqing said with a lingering smirk. Zhao Xinyi did not think much of it, but Zhao Hao's expression changed dramatically. That was the location of his real estate investments, and most of his property holdings were within the territory of Tianshang Renjian. How did Gu Junqing know about this place? He felt a chill run down his spine. This person had been investigating him from the shadows. But he was supposed to be just some nobody, so why was this guy stalking him? Gu Junqing did not look like an ordinary person, and he was likely a scion of a powerful family. Otherwise, how could he possibly own a storefront in the Century Building? People like that had absolutely nothing to do with someone like him. He had first met Gu Junqing at a hotel party, and now, this person had managed to uncover even his most secret real estate holdings? He could not fathom how he had offended this mysterious young man. Zhao Hao was completely baffled. Fine, I will go talk to you, Zhao Hao said in a deep voice. He had intended to let Xinyi discover his wealth slowly, but if she found out now, his relationship with her would definitely freeze over. Zhao Hao followed Gu Junqing to a secluded spot where Xinyi could not hear them. However, he failed to notice the complex look Xinyi gave him as he walked away. She was starting to believe the rumors that Zhao Hao was a multimillionaire. What do you want to say to me? Why are you targeting me? Zhao Hao felt timid facing Gu Junqing alone, and after everything that had happened, he was genuinely afraid of him, but he forced himself to ask. Let us make a deal. Gu Junqing ignored his question, as things had reached a point where Zhao Hao was just meat on his chopping block, to be consumed whenever he pleased. A deal? I have nothing to trade with you. Zhao Hao's heart pounded in his chest. Are you sure? Your sister might be interested to know exactly how much property you own in Tianshang Renjian. Gu Junqing remained calm and collected, unconcerned with whether he would take the deal. He wanted to break this protagonist's spirit and leave him with no fighting will. Only then would he be able to keep him fed and use him as his personal money-making machine. This was the godly tycoon trope, where almost every protagonist in the future would be able to command the winds and reign and possess unimaginable wealth. Even Gu Junqing found it hard to resist. To support the grand plans Gu Junqing was currently building, a protagonist with this kind of wealth was essential. You are threatening me. Zhao Hao clenched his fists, and had he not known that Gu Junqing was a powerful expert, he would have attacked immediately. Congratulations, you guessed right. I am threatening you. So, what of it? Do you want to try hitting me? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, delivering these words with pure villainous intent. I will beat the hell out of you. Zhao Hao held back his anger as long as he could, but in the end, he could not restrain himself. Gu Junqing was too vile, causing the fear in his heart to be completely overwhelmed by rage. He clenched his fists and charged straight at Gu Junqing's face, his expression twisted and terrifying, having clearly exerted all his strength. Just a reckless protagonist. Gu Junqing sneered internally. In a single exchange, Zhao Hao was pinned by Gu Junqing, who grabbed his throat and lifted him into the air. Can you speak properly now? Gu Junqing asked with an air of boredom. Even knowing the opponent was vastly stronger than himself, he still chose to rush forward blindly. That was standard behavior for a hot-blooded protagonist. But this was Gu Junqing, so there was no way he would give him even the slightest chance. Chapter 483. Can you speak properly now? Zhao Hao struggled to make a sound, his throat crushed in a vice-like grip. He was unable to speak at all. My apologies, I forgot you could not speak. Gu Junqing released him, looking at Zhao Hao with an apologetic expression. Yet, that look only made Zhao Hao feel even more miserable. You bitch, you bastard, I will eventually grind your bones to dust, and make your whole family die out. Zhao Hao cursed Gu Junqing wildly in his heart. You are cursing me, aren't you? Seeing the hateful look in Zhao Hao's eyes, Gu Junqing's expression hardened slightly. He kicked Zhao Hao directly against the wall. Zhao Hao turned ghastly pale, his eyes bulging as a trace of blood leaked from the corner of his mouth. The intense pain caused his face to twist in agony. He looked at Gu Junqing with an expression of pure, desperate plea. You still dare to curse me? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, surprised that the man did not fear death, and stepped forward to kick him twice more. No, I did not. I was not cursing you, I swear. Seeing the distrust in Gu Junqing's eyes, Zhao Hao flinched while speaking, on the verge of tears. You did not curse me. Really? Gu Junqing looked at Zhao Hao with suspicion. No, truly, I did not. From now on, I will only worship you in my heart. Zhao Hao spoke, his eyes streaming with tears. He felt that if the beating continued, he might really be finished. Not wanting to lose his life here, he had no choice but to beg Gu Junqing for mercy in utter humiliation. He was even forced to say shameful things about worshipping him from the bottom of his heart. Ding, the host has caused the protagonist Zhao Hao to suffer a mental breakdown. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Ding, the host has caused the protagonist Zhao Hao to suffer a mental breakdown. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Ding, the host has caused the protagonist Zhao Hao to suffer a mental breakdown. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Brother-in-law, what are you saying? You are too polite. Just think those worshipful thoughts in your heart, there is no need to say them out loud. Gu Junqing withdrew his foot with a smile and stopped kicking him. He did not want to beat him too severely, or it would be difficult to explain to Zhao Xinyi. Can we talk properly now? Gu Junqing squinted his eyes, his expression turning dangerous. Yes, we can. Watching Gu Junqing's dangerous gaze, Zhao Hao responded in a hurry. Do not interfere with things between Xinyi and me. In the future, I will not tell Xinyi that you possess such vast wealth. Gu Junqing squatted down and looked directly at the weak-eyed Zhao Hao, speaking every word clearly and distinctly. The word future was very important. He had already finished telling Zhao Xinyi everything, but that was in the past, so this statement did not count as a breach of contract. Truly, I am a little genius. Gu Junqing muttered in his heart. Zhao Hao's chest tightened. His blood flow was already disrupted from the beating, and now he felt even more congested. Was his Xinyi, his dearest younger sister, going to be taken away from him? Would Zhao Xinyi's thoughts in the future no longer be about her brother, but about another man? However, he had no other choice. If he told Zhao Xinyi directly, his relationship with her would drop to freezing point anyway. In the end, her choice might still be to leave his side. Endless bitterness surged in Zhao Hao's heart. Eventually, he sighed and agreed to Gu Junqing's request. That is settled then, get up. Do not pretend. Your body's recovery ability is different from an ordinary person's, is it not? Gu Junqing looked at Zhao Hao with interest. Who exactly are you? Zhao Hao looked at Gu Junqing with a trace of fear and distrust. Why was he even aware of something like that? What was his true purpose? Zhao Hao had countless questions in his mind, but he dared not ask Gu Junqing directly, because he had nothing to rely on. If he knew too much, the other party would likely kill him directly, and then it would be game over. That is none of your concern. You only need to know to do what you are supposed to do, and do not harbor any little schemes. Gu Junqing sneered, then walked out of the blind spot. Junqing, where is my brother? Zhao Xinyi poked her head out after seeing Gu Junqing walk out alone. She had just heard a bang, and she was somewhat worried about his safety. Rest assured, your brother will come out in a moment. He will not obstruct our relationship in the future. Gu Junqing comforted Zhao Xinyi's anxious heart. Oh, Zhao Xinyi did not know what method Gu Junqing had used, but it should be related to the millionaire status he spoke of earlier. This also made her feel a bit disappointed, as it seemed to prove more and more that what Gu Junqing said was true. It only remained to be seen if she could find some evidence at home. When you find the evidence, do not forget about that one wish, Gu Junqing said intimately in Zhao Xinyi's ear. Zhao Xinyi said, blushing. The more Gu Junqing emphasized this wish, the more she knew what he wanted. She was not some truly pure, blank slate of a girl. After all, she was a high school graduate, and already an adult. Among her classmates, quite a few had already tasted the forbidden fruit, and several had even gone to hotels with their boyfriends on graduation day. At first, she thought that was not good, and that giving oneself to someone else like that was irresponsible to one's own life. However, after hearing Gu Junqing say he liked her, she felt that she no longer cared about those things. In her heart, there was only this person in front of her. She hoped to stay with him forever and never separate. Of course, she would not tell Gu Junqing all these little thoughts, or else he would get too smug. If Gu Junqing knew what was going on in Zhao Xinyi's heart, he would certainly sigh and wonder. Was this not a typical love-struck brain? She would give her all for the person she adored, placing all her energy and thoughts on love and her lover. Of course, this was also the purest and most innocent moment for a young girl. For instance, a girl at this age would not hesitate to give her first time to her boyfriend, even in a cheap hotel. But when she grew older, she might refuse to let her husband into the room without a bride price of 300,000. It must be said that this is the transformation of a young girl. Fortunately, Zhao Xinyi met Gu Junqing, who would take good care of her feelings. However, if she had met a truly heartless person, she would likely have been hurt beyond recognition and tasted the bitterness of love far too early. Chapter 484. Gu Junqing and Zhao Xinyi chatted for a moment. Zhao Hao walked out, clutching the wall and shielding his chest where Gu Junqing had kicked him. His complexion was deathly pale. Brother. Zhao Xinyi wanted to go over and support her brother, but she hesitated. Thinking of what she now knew, she was unsure how to face him. Zhao Hao offered her a stiff, forced smile. He felt a pang of heartache as he looked at his graceful, beautiful sister, especially seeing her standing beside Gu Junqing, not rushing to his aid. He felt as though he had already lost his sister. Brother, you said you would not stop us, right? Zhao Xinyi asked, feeling hesitant. She found it hard to interact with Zhao Hao as before, knowing he had such an unknown side. Gu Junqing's words had successfully planted a seed of doubt, which would eventually take root. That is right. I will not stop you anymore, but if he ever treats you wrong, you must tell me. Zhao Hao sighed as he spoke. In truth, whether he stopped them or not was irrelevant. He was inferior to the man standing before him in every way. He had been thoroughly woken up by that kick. We are going to have some fun now. You should go back to wherever you belong. Gu Junqing chuckled lightly and opened the back door for Zhao Xinyi, letting her enter first. Gu Junqing, you better treat my sister well. You cannot make her sad. Otherwise, I will tell her about your relationship with Mirong too. I am not the only one with secrets. Zhao Hao leaned in and whispered this to Gu Junqing the moment Zhao Xinyi entered the car. Ha, are you trying to tell me what to do? Gu Junqing sneered, ignored him, and climbed into the driver's seat. This protagonist was truly hypocritical. Even knowing Gu Junqing had other women, he chose to send his sister away to buy himself time to grow. A protagonist with real backbone would never have made such an agreement. They would rather fight to the death, even if it meant Zhao Xinyi's feelings for them vanished, than allow Gu Junqing to keep lying. Instead, he spoke these insignificant words. Once Zhao Hao agreed to let them be together, he had already turned his sister into a chess piece. She was no longer a living, breathing sister to be cherished. He had the audacity to threaten exposure if Gu Junqing did not treat her well. If he truly wanted to expose him, he would have done it already. If he had fought to the bitter end to reveal the truth, Gu Junqing would have respected him as a man. But for the sake of his own reputation and recovery time, knowing Gu Junqing was not a good man, he still agreed. This was pushing his sister into a pit of fire for his own benefit. As for whether Gu Junqing was actually a pit of fire, that was a matter of perspective. Though he certainly did not think so. Hey, Zhao Xinyi sat in the car, staring out the window with no desire to admire the scenery. Her mind was occupied by everything that had happened that day. She felt like the day was a dream. Her brother, who had been poor his entire life, was actually a multimillionaire. Not even a television drama would dare to write such a plot. Sometimes, if you do not pressure your parents, you never know how much power they truly hold. In her case, her only blood relative was a secret millionaire, and she felt a sense of surrealism. Of course, if Gu Junqing was just joking and Zhao Hao was not rich, that would have been better for her. If he truly was that wealthy, she began to doubt why he had hidden it from her for so long. Junqing, if my brother really is as rich as you say, why would he hide it from me? Zhao Xinyi sighed and asked Gu Junqing, who was driving. You will have to find that answer for yourself. Gu Junqing glanced at the rearview mirror and smiled. Forget it, I will not think about it. By the way, my brother does not seem to like you. Did something happen in that alley? Zhao Xinyi lowered her head, resting it against the backrest. Her hair flowed down like willow leaves, smooth and glossy. She sighed and changed the subject. I truly wanted to be friends with your brother, but he seems to have a misunderstanding about me, and has never really cared for me. Gu Junqing let out a small, clicking sound of regret. Never mind, let us stop talking about him. By the way, Junqing, can I see your phone? Zhao Xinyi asked softly. She suddenly remembered she was now his girlfriend, so the power over his phone should naturally be hers. It was only right for a girlfriend to check her boyfriend's phone. This was how she could keep an eye on him. With someone as outstanding as Gu Junqing, she did not believe there were not other women pestering him. Check my phone? Why do you want to see it? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, his expression unchanging. I want to play a game, and my phone is out of battery. Zhao Xinyi was experiencing her first relationship, and with a man as remarkable as Gu Junqing, she was naturally suspicious. Being a new girlfriend meant taking her responsibilities seriously, and a new official needs to make a bold first move. Go ahead and take it. You can download whatever you like. Gu Junqing handed over his phone. Zhao Xinyi blinked, surprised at how easily he agreed. Many of her friends had boyfriends who would fight to the death rather than let them see their phones. She had not expected him to be so accommodating. Zhao Xinyi took the phone and pretended to play a game, but she was actually scanning his contents. To her surprise, the phone was spotless. Even the contacts list was extremely clean, with only a few numbers. He had even set her number as the primary contact. She felt a surge of emotion. She then opened his browser, as the search history was supposedly a common pitfall for men. It only contained a few entries: how to make a girlfriend happy, and how to go on a date with a girlfriend. These perfectly normal search results moved her beyond measure, and her love for Gu Junqing grew even stronger. It turned out he really liked her otherwise. Why would he search for things like any normal man? Ding. Host has stirred the heart of the supporting character Zhao Xinyi. Reward: 1000 villain points. Author note: sigh tears. It was because I did not clear my phone history that I suffered such a social death in front of my girlfriend. Chapter 485. I would rather believe in ghosts than a man's words. The car sped down the road, and Gu Junqing drove his Ferrari with one hand, drawing glances from pedestrians along the way. When he stopped at a red light, a woman in light clothing approached to ask for his number. Zhao Xinyi shot her a fierce, adorable glare, sending the woman scurrying away. Zhao Xinyi hummed, looking like a victorious hen, thoroughly pleased with herself. She hadn't found anything suspicious on Gu Junqing's phone. She handed the device back to him and said with a pout, Brother Junqing, I'm done playing. Why quit now? We haven't reached our destination yet. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, not particularly bothered. It's fine, I just want to lie down for a bit. Zhao Xinyi finally felt the reality of being Gu Junqing's girlfriend. Gu Junqing had always seemed like a god, desirable but unattainable. She had been happy enough just catching glimpses of him from afar. Now that heaven had granted her the chance to be his girlfriend, she was not about to let it slip away. Gu Junqing took back his phone, mentally noting the close call. Young girls in love were dangerous, always wanting to check up on you. Unfortunately, such tactics were easy for him to handle. If he didn't want her to see it, she wouldn't. The information on his phone was locked tight, and no one could see it without his command. He had even installed multiple systems just in case. Unlocking with his left thumb accessed the normal system, while the right thumb switched to an entirely different one. The heroine could only open the most ordinary, clean system. He was completely secure, unafraid of anyone snooping. Actually, few of his girlfriends bothered to check his phone. It was only the immature ones who did. Mature women like Yume Ajin had no time for such things. They were only concerned with how to squeeze him dry. As long as Gu Junqing kept them satisfied, they didn't go looking for trouble. Mature older sisters were the best, he mused. He really lacked enough of that mature love in his life. Gu Junqing lived by a simple rule, worrying less about useless things and focusing more on useful people. Even if he couldn't promise a one and only kind of love, he would fulfill his responsibilities. He would try his best to keep his girlfriends from learning the hurtful truths. Lies don't hurt, he thought. Only the truth cuts like a blade. People say it is better to believe in ghosts than a man's words. Fortunately, Gu Junqing's charm was so immense that even those who knew the truth couldn't bear to leave him. To the average person, this would be impossible. But who else possessed his looks, his wealth, and his special talents? While Gu Junqing and Zhao Xinyi grew closer, Zhao Hao was having a terrible time. He had been severely injured by Gu Junqing. Despite his incredible recovery abilities, he had to clutch his chest and take a taxi. To make matters worse, his sister had been taken away by Gu Junqing. It reminded him of when Mirongwan was taken from him at the school party. Both his white moonlight and his sister had boarded Gu Junqing's car without a backward glance. His heart turned cold, and his ambitions were extinguished until only embers remained. He wondered how much Gu Junqing actually knew about him. Standing before Gu Junqing, he felt completely transparent, as if he had no secrets left. Returning home, Zhao Hao lay on his bed to recover, his mind swirling with thoughts. Fear, surprise, hatred, and shame flooded his brain. For the first time, he felt his own impotence and realized the importance of power and money. If only he possessed a vast empire of his own, he would never have fallen into Gu Junqing's palm. If he hadn't hidden his wealth and had told Zhao Xinyi the truth on the first day he got the system, his sister would not have been snatched away. But in the end, these were all just ifs. The reality was that he was being toyed with, and his sister was becoming a plaything. Zhao Hao clenched his fists, hating his own weakness and Gu Junqing's interference. Suddenly, his phone rang, and his brow furrowed at the caller ID. It was the property manager from the Tianshang Renjian complex. Mr. Zhao, it seems your property has been burglarized. We are investigating now. Would you like to come and take a look? Which unit? Zhao Hao asked indifferently. He owned many properties, but most were empty. What could possibly be stolen? Unit 802 in Building 6, the manager replied. He knew exactly how many properties Zhao owned, so everyone treated him like a god of wealth. What? Zhao Hao was shocked. Ignoring the pain in his chest, he sat up immediately. Other houses being robbed didn't matter, but this one was different. He had been rewarded with millions in cash by the system, and all that money, along with his gemstones, was kept in that specific unit. What the hell are you people doing with the property owner's money? He roared. Didn't you say that was the most secure place? His system was giving him less money lately, and he needed his old stash to make a comeback. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao, but the thief was extremely skilled. It looks like they climbed in from the balcony, the manager explained with a bitter smile. I'm coming over immediately. You'd better pray they didn't steal anything, or I'll make you compensate me. He roared like an enraged lion. He was filled with anxiety, fearing not a common thief, but that Gu Junqing had orchestrated this. If that were the case, he would be completely helpless. He had no choice but to force his injured body to head to the complex to check on his money. Meanwhile, Gu Junqing was watching a movie with Zhao Xinyi when his earpiece buzzed. Young master, the Zhao Hao property you asked us to monitor was burglarized last night. Our people didn't notice a thing. Gu Junqing's eyes flickered upon hearing this. A stranger. Chapter 486. Gu Junqing became interested in this incident. He had not sent his subordinates to rob Zhao Hao's house, primarily because it was unnecessary, and he did not care for such petty cash. The identity of the thief who stole Zhao Hao's possessions was therefore quite suspicious. He wanted to uncover who this person was. He would not overlook any detail regarding the protagonist, no matter how trivial it seemed. He treated everything connected to the protagonist with great importance, as even the most mundane events could unexpectedly turn into the protagonist's opportunity. Protagonists could find miraculous fortunes even after being thrown off a 1,000-foot cliff by a villain. Ordinary matters were even more likely to hold significance. At the same time, those monitoring Zhao Hao informed him that Zhao was currently rushing to that location. Gu Junqing felt the situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. What is it, Junqing? Zhao Xinyi noticed the shift in his expression and asked out of curiosity. It is nothing. Open your mouth, I will feed you. Gu Junqing replied with a smile, grabbing a piece of popcorn to feed her. Whether it was intentional or not, her small tongue reached out and swirled around his finger. It felt quite like she was playing an elegant instrument. Gu Junqing felt the moist, smooth sensation on his finger, and the smile in his eyes deepened. This girl was learning to tease him surprisingly fast. If they hadn't just started dating, he might have even wanted her to kneel and play that elegant instrument for real. Ultimately, he decided against it, as he did not want to frighten her. Ahem, this popcorn is quite delicious. Zhao Xinyi turned her head away, feigning innocence. However, a flush of red spread from her cheeks down her neck, disappearing beneath her collar. This nearly betrayed her inner thoughts entirely. Zhao Xinyi felt incredibly nervous, as if she had just done something illicit. Her best friend, Qi Yaoling, had taught her many tricks to charm a boyfriend. For example, when feeding him by hand, she was told to lightly lick his fingers to create a romantic atmosphere. She was also advised to use subtle body language to pique a man's desire. Tricks included accidentally touching his leg during a meal, or letting their legs brush against each other, while sitting before pulling away, pretending to be shy. She had instinctively used the feeding trick. What Zhao Xinyi did not know was that Qi Yaoling had left out a crucial detail. Those specific tips were ones she had read about for conceiving a child. This realization made Zhao Xinyi so embarrassed she wanted to dig a hole and crawl into it. After a sweet date and a movie, Gu Junqing walked her to her front door. Won't you let me come in for a while? Gu Junqing asked with a look of feigned sadness. Zhao Xinyi hesitated for a moment before nodding. This was the first time she had ever brought a male friend home. She led her new boyfriend inside and tentatively called for Zhao Hao, but no one answered. She realized that Zhao Hao was not home. Xinyi, should we check your brother's room to see if we can find any clues? Gu Junqing suggested. He already knew Zhao Hao hadn't returned. After having his house robbed, Zhao was certainly busy investigating how much he had lost. But what if he comes back and finds out? Zhao Xinyi asked with hesitation. Zhao Hao had never allowed her into his room. It is fine. We will take a quick look and clean up so he will not notice. Do you not want to know if your brother left any clues behind? Gu Junqing tempted the innocent girl like a master devil. But, Zhao Xinyi sighed, still conflicted. Zhao Hao was her own brother, and even though she had Gu Junqing now, she did not want to burn bridges with him. That is, unless Zhao Hao decided to cast her aside. Zhao Xinyi gripped the doorknob, struggling between opening the door or leaving it be. She did not know how she would handle the situation if she discovered Zhao Hao was actually a multimillionaire. Why had Zhao Hao kept his wealth a secret? Most importantly, she feared that if she knew the truth, she would no longer be able to treat him the same way. It is all right. I am here and I will always be by your side. Gu Junqing held her hand and spoke with deep affection. Ultimately, Zhao Xinyi made up her mind to open the door. She truly wanted to know the truth about how much her brother had been hiding from her. She pulled the doorknob, but she quickly froze. She looked at Gu Junqing with a mix of shame and frustration. I am sorry, I forgot his door is locked and I do not have the key. She lowered her head, feeling incredibly embarrassed. It was her first time feeling this awkward. She had prepared herself to enter, only to find the door was locked all along. Gu Junqing shook his head helplessly. He realized that while this girl seemed intelligent, her IQ plummeted whenever the people she cared about were involved. This was the result of anxiety born from concern. Let me handle it. Gu Junqing stepped forward and grasped the handle. He channeled his inner energy into the lock mechanism, and with a soft click, the door swung open. Such a lock was far too simple for him. It offered no real security at all. Even a common thief without inner energy could likely have opened it with a simple bank card. Zhao Xinyi stared in disbelief, blinking her eyes in surprise. She had tried with all her might earlier and couldn't budge it, yet Gu Junqing opened it with ease. If he ever decided to be a locksmith, he would make a fortune. She could not help but let her mind wander. Let us go inside and see what treasures your brother has that he refused to let his precious little sister see. Gu Junqing smiled. Chapter 487. Gu Junqing and Zhao Xinyi pushed open Zhao Hao's bedroom door. The room was somewhat messy, but generally clean. They scanned the room at a glance, finding nothing suspicious. Junqing, it doesn't seem suspicious at all. The layout is exactly the same as before. Zhao Xinyi searched every drawer in the room. She found no property deeds, bank cards, or passbooks, and let out a sigh of relief. It would be terrifying if her brother, who lived right next door, was a millionaire without her ever knowing. Haha, Junqing, you lost. You have to kiss me in public and announce that I am your girlfriend. Zhao Xinyi looked at Gu Junqing slyly and giggled. You'd better invite all your female friends to watch too. She began to fantasize, determined to announce to everyone that this was her boyfriend, warning others not to covet him. Is this young girl really this possessive? Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Going public with Zhao Xinyi was impossible, at least for now. He recalled So An Ran, the queen of the entertainment industry, who once announced that Gu Junqing was her boyfriend. Back then, Hepburn had even come with a small knife, ready to block his door. If he hadn't immediately suppressed the news, released scandals about young actors, and leaked divorce information of entertainment giants to divert public attention, he wouldn't have known how to handle the fallout. If he really went public, he had no idea what kind of trouble Zhao Xinyi would face. It was better to nurture this delicate little flower slowly. She would wither if exposed to too much harsh sunlight. Without sufficient strength, she would never withstand the attacks from his other girlfriends. You really have a wild imagination. Gu Junqing knocked Zhao Xinyi on the head, annoyed that she was never a worry-free girl. It seemed best to avoid provoking this young girl unless necessary. Weren't mature women so much more appealing? Cute just couldn't compare to sexy. Ouch, that hurts. Zhao Xinyi looked at him with teary eyes, pouting her lips in a soft, pitiful display that begged for affection. Gu Junqing's belief that mature women were better was instantly shattered. Apparently, cute could hold its own against sexy. It was quite nice. It seemed he needed to analyze each situation individually, rather than jumping to conclusions. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Seeing Zhao Xinyi's misty eyes, flushed cheeks, and pouting lips, he couldn't resist. He leaned down and stole a kiss. Zhao Xinyi froze for a moment, caught off guard. Soon, however, a deep flush covered her face, and her eyes went unfocused as her whole body felt like it was overheating. Her first kiss. She had finally given away her first kiss, and they were so soft. Zhao Xinyi felt a surge of excitement. She had finally tasted Gu Junqing's lips, and she felt like she was already addicted. Look, this is what we're looking for. Gu Junqing pointed to the bookshelf in Zhao Hao's room. What? Zhao Xinyi didn't really respond. She was still standing there, dazed, her eyes darting around as she lost herself in thought. It was clear that the kiss had left her too excited to focus. Gu Junqing chuckled, took her small, smooth hand, and led her to the bookshelf. Aren't these just books? Zhao Xinyi finally came to her senses and asked, confused. Books. They are books, but there is plenty of content hidden inside. Gu Junqing casually opened one, and several checks fell out. He turned to the last page, where a red bank passbook was taped to the back cover. Zhao Xinyi scrambled to open the rest of the books, finding checks and passbooks from various banks. She stared at the checks in disbelief, counting the 6 zeros behind the numbers in the passbooks, and checked the names. A profound sense of loss washed over her. They really belonged to Zhao Hao. He was indeed the millionaire Gu Junqing had described. There's more. Gu Junqing pulled out some larger books from the shelf. Opening them revealed property deeds for houses. Seeing these documents, Zhao Xinyi finally believed Gu Junqing. But why would my brother? Why would he hide this from me? Zhao Xinyi completely broke down, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. She looked pitiful, as if she were the only person left in the world. Even her own brother, the person closest to her, had kept such an important secret. Was there anything left in this world that she could trust? Even if the nights ahead are filled with 1,000 stars, not one of them belongs to me, she whispered to herself. The home she had cherished was gone, and it would never be the same. Her expression tugged at Gu Junqing's heart. Although Zhao Xinyi had pretended to be optimistic and disbelieving, she couldn't stop the tears when faced with the truth. Even when Zhao Hao was harsh with her, she never truly got angry, just acted out like a typical young girl. However, by hiding such a crucial secret, he clearly didn't see her as his sister. Their parents had died when they were young, and the two of them had supported each other to survive. Yet, Zhao Hao had hidden this from her. What did she even mean to him? Don't cry. It hurts me to see you like this. Gu Junqing pulled Zhao Xinyi into his arms and let her sob against his chest. He took the opportunity to poison her opinion of Zhao Hao even further. Your brother probably got all this money suddenly, and didn't want you to know. He was probably afraid you'd ask for your share. Think about it. If he had 1,000 and gave you 500, but when he had 10 million he still only gave you 500, his love for you didn't change. He still loves you just the same. Doesn't that make you feel a bit better? Gu Junqing pretended to be sympathetic as he offered this consolation. But his words didn't stop her tears. Instead, they made her cry even harder. Cry, keep crying, and wash away every ounce of affection you have for Zhao Hao. Once no one in the world remembers him, no one will ever know he disappeared. Gu Junqing thought to himself with a dark smirk. After a long while, Zhao Xinyi finally stopped crying and lifted her head from his chest. Her eyes were blurry and swollen from the tears. Chapter 488. After a long while, Zhao Xinyi finally stopped crying and lifted her head from Gu Junqing's embrace. Her eyes were blurry and already swollen from her tears. Gu Junqing quickly reached out to wipe the teardrops from her face. Having finished crying, she looked even more delicate and charming, her tear-stained face appearing pitiful and moving. Junqing, will you ever leave me or deceive me? She asked. Of course not, you silly girl, he replied. I certainly wouldn't leave you, but how could I not deceive you? You silly girl, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. He felt almost no psychological burden when it came to deceiving young girls anymore. Perhaps he had just done it too many times. There was no help for it, as he was sailing on a vast ocean. If he were the least bit careless, his ship might capsize at any moment. She hummed softly, pressing her face against his neck in her sorrow. Gu Junqing sat down on a chair in Zhao Hao's room with her in his lap. They nuzzled close together, he nibbling gently on her delicate earlobe, then planting soft kisses on her bright, wide eyes. This finally comforted her, pushing her sadness to the back of her mind. She nestled into his arms, feeling shy but relieved after their intimate contact, which instantly lifted her spirits. If Zhao Hao knew that Gu Junqing was being intimate with his sister right inside his own room, he would likely vomit blood from rage. Shall we see if your brother has any other secrets hidden on his computer? Gu Junqing suggested once he saw that she was no longer upset. For some reason, a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. He already knew exactly what strange things were on the computer, as he had previously ordered his family's hackers to breach it. They had discovered some interesting items and shown them to him, even surprising him at the time. Now, he wanted Zhao Xinyi to see it for herself. He intended to completely shatter Zhao Hao's image in her heart so that he could occupy the most important position there. All right, she nodded, not really caring. She had already searched the entire room, so why worry about a computer? She was incredibly angry that her brother had kept such huge secrets from her. Gu Junqing turned on the computer and skillfully entered the startup password. Focused entirely on the screen, Zhao Xinyi failed to notice how he knew the password. Once the desktop appeared, they both noticed the wallpaper was an image of a scantily clad anime girl. Zhao Xinyi blushed in embarrassment. They noticed the desktop files were quite disorganized, but a folder titled Goodies sat prominently in the center. Gu Junqing opened it, and the contents caused Zhao Xinyi's eyes to widen in disbelief. It contained not only erotic videos, but also adult games, all sharing a common theme. They were all about younger sisters. Zhao Xinyi's expression stiffened, as the titles of these games and anime made her feel extremely ashamed. Fortunately, Gu Junqing quickly closed the computer and gave a light cough. Xinyi, it seems your brother has a sister complex, which explains why he tried to stop us from being together. Gu Junqing sighed, feigning regret. I don't know, she muttered to herself. A wave of nausea surged in her chest, and she felt a sense of disgust and revulsion. Her brother was actually a devoted sister complex? This was beyond a simple crush. He truly wanted to act on these twisted desires with his own sister. Xinyi, let me find you a house. You shouldn't come back here anymore, as I am afraid of what your brother might do to you. Gu Junqing sighed, stroking her head with a look of pity. Oh Zhao Hao, you brought this on yourself, Gu Junqing muttered inwardly. Playing adult games is normal, but not deleting them afterward and waiting for social suicide is truly absurd. He refused to believe that after seeing such disgusting intentions, Zhao Xinyi would have any sibling affection left for Zhao Hao. Fine, I will move out, she agreed. The more she thought about it, the more unbearable it became, and she decided leaving was for the best. She realized she could not live with Zhao Hao forever now that she was a young woman. Perhaps he would even agree to her moving out and hope to cut ties with her completely. After all, he hadn't even wanted her to know about his millions in wealth. Clearly, he had no intention of sharing a dime with her. Zhao Xinyi sighed to herself. It felt as though 10 years had passed in just a few days, and the distance between her and Zhao Hao was growing ever wider. She felt life was a journey of ups and downs, full of separations and reunions, yet never perfect, only beautifully flawed. The memories of her brother and her playing together seemed like yesterday, but everything had changed now. Whether it was Zhao Hao's inappropriate thoughts or his hiding of his wealth, it was enough to change how she viewed him. While she didn't completely despise him, the affection she once held was gone. Then pack your things, and we will move out immediately. Junqing nodded in agreement. Not waiting for her to change her mind, he rose immediately and went to her room to help her pack. Once finished, he led her to the place he had arranged for her. This is the small house you mentioned. Zhao Xinyi tilted her head, looking at the sprawling villa in front of them with an unreadable expression. She wanted to laugh but found she couldn't. How could she ever afford to rent such an expensive place? Isn't it small? Junqing asked, blinking innocently. This is a villa. Even the smallest villa is out of my budget, she said helplessly. Don't worry about that. Do you really think I would let you pay for anything? He asked. She lowered her head, feeling a bit insecure, and replied, but we just got together, and I don't want others to think I am with you for your money. Tisk, if you were truly only with me for the money, my life would be so much easier, Junqing remarked with a sigh. Whether they were protagonists or supporting characters, they usually possessed a tenacious quality that looked upon money as dirt. If money alone could win their hearts, Junqing would have filled his pockets with villain points long ago. But to him, money was merely a tool to manipulate others. Chapter 489. I do not like money. I am not interested in money. I am only interested in you. Junqing shook his head and carried Zhao Xinyi's luggage into the villa, ignoring her protests. He had specifically chosen this area for its beautiful scenery, quiet environment, and vast grounds. The complex was fully equipped and highly secure. Most importantly, keeping a woman hidden here would be impossible to discover. Zhao Xinyi was so far away from where his other girlfriends lived that he did not have to worry about any accidental encounters. Such a great place was simply perfect. The villa was fresh and unconventional, featuring white stucco walls combined with light red roof tiles, continuous arches and corridors, and a living room with high ceilings and large windows. It appeared plain yet exquisite, natural, relaxed, casual, and rustic, integrating seamlessly with the waterfront platform, swimming pool, and corridors in the courtyard. Xinyi, settle in and rest easy, though you need to have a talk with your brother. Otherwise, I am afraid he will report to the law enforcement officers that I kidnapped you, Junqing said comfortingly. Although that was exactly the case, Zhao Xinyi had already been lured away from Zhao Hao by him, both in body and soul. But Zhao Xinyi remained very hesitant. Xinyi, to be honest, this villa was a gift from a family member, and I often come here to relax, so it holds a deep meaning for me. However, because no one usually lives here, you can see that it is quite desolate. So I have a request, as I hope you can make this place feel more like a home. You can tell me anything you need. Junqing pulled the hesitant Zhao Xinyi into his arms and said slowly, how come I feel like I am already married? Zhao Xinyi blinked her eyes. You are not wrong to think that way, but do you not want to marry me in the future? Junqing promised her great benefits, speaking in a seductive manner. As for how long that future would be, he could not guarantee it. Obviously, Zhao Xinyi was moved by his words. Thinking of the temptation of being able to marry Junqing later, Zhao Xinyi made up her mind. She decided to stay here, and besides, the transportation was quite convenient, making it easy for her to travel. Then you can stay here for now, and I will be leaving. By the way, your bedroom is the one on the left on the second floor, and I left something there for you. Junqing saw that Zhao Xinyi had made her decision, and did not linger. He planned to go to Zhao Hao's place at the Heaven on Earth Club to see who exactly had stolen from him. He wondered if this was another one of Zhao Hao's destined opportunities. If it were Zhao Hao's opportunity, he would naturally take it away with feelings of deep gratitude. Are you not staying here? Zhao Xinyi asked in confusion. Xinyi, do you not know how charming you are? Even though you want a long future with me, and I want to get to know every inch of you, there are still some things to take care of today. I will come over to stay occasionally. Junqing sighed. Although Zhao Xinyi did not understand what he meant, she knew he was definitely talking about something indecent. Zhao Xinyi said with a flushed face. All right then, but I still owe you a wish. If you use that wish, I cannot refuse, right? Junqing shook his head and laughed after hearing Zhao Xinyi's words. This little girl was indeed craving his body. It seemed she had truly grown up. It was like a certain beautiful country in his previous life, where the probability of a high school girl still being a virgin was even lower than the rate of a plane crash. One must know that the plane crash rate is as low as 1 in 200,000. It was clear that Zhao Xinyi was indeed a little impatient. She had finally found someone she liked, so what was wrong with craving his body? All right, we can talk about that when you are truly ready. You can also bring your classmates here to play, as this is your home from now on. Junqing touched the top of Zhao Xinyi's fluffy head and turned to leave. His men had reported that the man in black had already appeared. Moreover, since he had already taken Zhao Xinyi, there was no need to keep Zhao Hao around. While he still had some luck left, it was better to deal with him early to prevent any accidents. He was even getting a bit impatient to keep him locked away. On the other side, Xiao Hao, who was still in his own house, did not know that his sister had already been stolen by Gu Junqing. He also did not know that the secrets on his computer and the wealth on his bookshelves had already been discovered by her. He was currently counting exactly how much property he had lost. It is fine, I only lost a few unimportant items. Xiao Hao let out a sigh of relief. When he first heard that his house had been broken into, he ignored his own injuries and rushed over from his home. Fortunately, he had not lost anything important. He kept passbooks and checks, which were his bottom line, at home. This place was used for storing valuable and troublesome items, including gems, calligraphy, paintings, and cash. It was his hidden treasure vault, a backup plan in case of an emergency. Therefore, he valued the things here very much. Fortunately, the thief probably did not know what was valuable, and only took a few insignificant items. I wonder how Xinyi is doing. I do not know if she is with that demon, or if she has already returned home. Xiao Hao thought to himself, feeling depressed. No, I need to call Xinyi to confirm. Xiao Hao took out his phone to give her a call. Why is it not going through? Xiao Hao checked the number and was confused, as the number was correct. Forget it, I will talk about it when I get back. Xiao Hao's expression suddenly shifted. He felt that he must not let Zhao Xinyi continue her contact with Gu Junqing. She was too naive, and she would definitely be eaten alive by that big evil wolf, Gu Junqing. Why do I not take Xinyi and leave Luodu? I do not believe that this person surnamed Gu has the power to reach into other provinces. Even if other provinces do not work, I can go to the Eagle Country or the Bear Country. As long as I have money, there is nowhere I cannot go. Xiao Hao suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he decided to run away. He simply could not face Gu Junqing head-on, so he would just run. Since he had money now, going anywhere would be the same. Even if he could not realize his dream of dominating the Xia country with money, it seemed like a good life if he could just live out his later years with his cute sister, Zhao Xinyi. At the very least, he would not have to see that demon Gu Junqing anymore. He did not want Mirongwan, and he did not want his dreams anymore. As long as he did not have to see that demon Gu Junqing again, he would do anything. Chapter 490. Night descended, and the earth was shrouded in darkness. Darkness gradually filled the sky, and countless stars broke through the veil of night as the dampness of the evening seeped into the air. Xiao Hao was planning how to escape Luodu, and even leave the Xia kingdom. Suddenly, a noise came from the balcony, sounding like someone climbing over the wall. According to property security, the thief had been entering through the balcony. This sound was undoubtedly the thief returning. A flash of anger crossed Xiao Hao's eyes. This thief actually dared to come back. Did the thief really think this place was a private home, somewhere accessible at will? Xiao Hao silently hid in the shadows of the corner. Holding a breath, Xiao Hao waited for the intruder to enter striking range. Although currently injured, handling an ordinary thief would still be effortless. Xiao Hao squinted, observing from the shadows. The thief appeared to be extremely agile, wrapped tightly in black clothing with a black mask covering the face, revealing only a pair of bright, wide eyes. The thief sensed the room's atmosphere first, seeing no light. There was no movement in any of the rooms, so the intruder subconsciously assumed the house was empty, just like the previous visit. I wasn't prepared last time, but I should be able to take everything this time. Robbing the rich to give to the poor really feels good. Is this family stupid? Keeping so much wealth at home surely means the owners are too rich and too greedy. I've heard that some officials buy houses to store ill-gotten money just to avoid the Anti-Corruption Bureau. This family must be in the same situation. The thief muttered a quiet whisper, while exploring the room, looking exceptionally relaxed and completely unaware that the owner of the house was actually present. Xiao Hao watched through gritted teeth. This time, the thief would be caught red-handed and locked up. The intruder, familiar with the layout, quickly slipped into a room. Seeing various treasures still displayed, the thief could not help but smile with delight. This family is truly stupid, but it's all my gain. I know the owners cannot spend it all, so I will be merciful and help out. I really am a saint. These solid-colored gemstones should be worth a lot. Tisk tisk, is this a 5-carat diamond? Things worth millions just tossed aside so carelessly. Forget it, I will take a bit of cash, but the focus should be on loading up more gems and diamonds. The thief took out a sack and began stuffing it with diamonds, gems, gold, and cash, evaluating the haul while working. By the end, the sack was still not enough to hold everything, and the thief could only sigh with regret. The intruder had not prepared well last time, having grabbed only a few items. Although one sack seemed like enough for this trip, the burglar had not expected to still leave so much behind. The thief cast a regretful glance at the remaining valuables. It would not be easy to carry any more than this. This was all the intruder could take, as anything more would make movement difficult and increase the chances of being caught. Finally, the thief whistled in satisfaction and prepared to climb off the balcony. Xiao Hao wore a sinister smile for a split second. Stop, you little thief. I will drag you to the enforcement hall. Xiao Hao struck out in a rage, aiming straight for the thief's face. The intruder had not expected anyone else to be there. Shaken, the thief trembled and nearly dropped everything. Fortunately, the intruder reacted at the last moment, blocking Xiao Hao's attack with one hand. Xiao Hao felt a pang of regret, as the mask had almost been ripped off. If not for the serious injuries inflicted by Gu Junqing, the attack would have been faster and more powerful, easily removing the mask. If the thief's face were visible, the intruder could be reported to the enforcement hall and tracked down. Without dwelling on it, Zhao Hao continued to grapple with the thief, attacking the little crook relentlessly. Bam pow. Facing Zhao Hao's sharp attacks, the thief dropped the loot to the floor, focusing entirely on defense. Zhao Hao was surprised to find that the thief actually knew martial arts. The moves were quite exquisite. If the thief's strength had not been a bit lacking, Zhao Hao might not have been able to keep up. Suddenly, Zhao Hao's expression changed. The internal injuries from Junqing's beating had flared up again. Strength seemed to be draining away in waves. The thief was also barely holding on, secretly shocked by the homeowner's formidable strength. A fight could not continue. If attention were attracted, the thief would be in serious trouble. Fortunately, for some reason, Zhao Hao's attack intensity and frequency began to drop as time passed. Spotting the opportunity, the thief forced Zhao Hao back with a palm strike in a flash, grabbed the sack, and rolled off the balcony to escape. Do not run away from me. Leave my things behind. Clutching a chest, Zhao Hao roared, but the shouting caused immense pain, twisting the face into a mask of agony. Zhao Hao watched the thief run further and further away without even looking back. Zhao Hao was so furious that blood was coughed up. If injuries from Junqing had not been a factor, the thief would never have gotten away. If only the thief had been scared off the moment the intrusion began. Zhao Hao had assumed that with a body enhanced by the system, catching a thief would be a piece of cake. He never expected that injuries would ruin everything at the last moment. Zhao Hao leaned against the wall and slowly sat down on the balcony, gasping for air with bloodshot eyes. With these valuables gone, his dream of fleeing the country to avoid Junqing was shattered. Now, the only option was to take things one step at a time. The thief fled from Zhao Hao's home in a panic and hid in the woods of the Heavenly Paradise community, sitting down against a tree trunk and panting heavily. The plan was to leave the community once energy recovered. That was close. I was almost caught. I did not expect trouble on my first visit to Luodu. Hey, it is just a few gems. Is it really worth chasing me like that? I am doing the owner a favor by helping him spend it. Should the owner not thank me? The thief muttered righteously to the air. Oh, first time in Luodu? May I ask where you are from? A voice suddenly drifted into the thief's ears. The thief replied casually, where I am from is none of your business. The thief froze. Where did that voice come from? The thief stood up nervously, looking around, but saw no one. Who are you? Where are you? The thief felt a sudden chill. It was pitch black all around, and visibility was zero as the cold night wind rustled the leaves. The surroundings were filled with layers of trees, and even the moonlight could barely penetrate the canopy. Memories surfaced from childhood about how places like this were where forest spirits and monsters were most likely to appear. The thief trembled, trying to steady a shaking body. Could it be a ghost? Chapter 491. Who are you? Where are you? The thief heard the eerie voice and shivered, back pressed hard against the tree trunk as the intruder's legs trembled. The thief scanned the surroundings with intense nervousness. I am the tree you are leaning on. Move your feet, you are stepping on me and it hurts. The ghostly voice drifted into the thief's ear, making the body instantly tense up. The thief looked down, realizing it was standing on the tree's roots. I am sorry, I did not mean it. I apologize, so if there is nothing else, I will be going. The thief hurriedly moved away, stepping carefully onto the surrounding soil. The thief put distance between the intruder and the tree with a strained smile. Looking at the tree, the thief could not tell if it was just a vivid imagination, but the wood looked more and more like a person. Fear surged in the thief's heart, and the face, hidden behind a mask, crumpled as the thief nearly burst into tears. The intruder backed away, step by step, preparing to run. However, the tree spoke again. Do not think about running. This entire forest is my territory. If you try to flee, I will turn you into a tree person to stay with me forever. The tree spirit's voice turned incredibly stern, with no hint of a joke. At least, that was how it sounded to the thief. For some reason, the wind picked up, and the branches of the surrounding trees began to sway violently. The boughs swung back and forth, shedding leaves rapidly with a rustling sound. Tree god, please do not be angry. Please do not be angry. I will not run, I promise. The thief was terrified and wanted to kneel and beg for mercy, muttering incessantly. Tree god, what do you want with me? The thief mustered the courage to ask, though the heart was pounding with anxiety. The thief recalled a sister mentioning that mountains were filled with spirits who drained people's life force to replenish their own. The thief wondered if a spirit had really been encountered, silently wailing, no, sister, please come save me. I will never steal again. I have been weak since childhood, suffering from kidney deficiency and premature leakage. My essence is incredibly weak, so you will not get much from me. The thief trembled, blurting this out before the tree god could speak, fearing the spirit might devour the intruder instantly. Is that so? I do not mind. Even a weak man still has a little essence to extract. The tree god's grand, imposing voice echoed, though to the thief, it sounded utterly sinister. Wait, I am not a man. I am really not a man. She stopped hiding her voice, and her tone shifted from a rough, burly man's grunt to a soft, crisp, feminine voice. You. The tree god seemed surprised by the sudden change in her voice. Well, what is it? Does the tree god still think I am not a girl? The thief looked up at the tree, confused. Ahem, nothing. Actually, I knew you were a girl all along. I was just curious why you were doing such things, so I decided to scare you. However, if you truly meant to do this, I would not mind swallowing you. The tree god coughed lightly, his voice drifting in, making it impossible to pinpoint his location. At the same time, something unseen flew out and knocked over the thief's bag. My family is poor, my parents passed away, and I am left to support several useless sisters. I had no choice but to engage in this petty theft. This is truly my first time, and I know I was wrong. Tree God, I will never steal again. Sensing the tree god's voice had become kinder, her eyes lit up. When in doubt, profusely apologizing was never a mistake. Oh, really? Then take off your mask, and let me see what you look like. I will decide then whether or not to punish you. The thief hesitated for a moment, then finally pulled down her mask, revealing a beautiful, oval face. Her faint willow eyebrows were clearly groomed, and her long lashes flickered like two small brushes. Her stunning, large eyes were blindingly beautiful, and remarkably lively. Her flawless, fair skin had a faint pink flush, and her thin lips were as delicate and tender as rose petals. One could not help but marvel at her elegant, spirited glow. The surrounding trees seemed stunned and stopped swaying, the atmosphere instantly shifting from eerie and terrifying to gentle and pleasant. The thief was overjoyed. Lord Tree God, she asked tentatively. What is it? The tree god replied coolly. Can I leave now? Not yet. Continue to explain what happened. Ahem, ahem. The tree god coughed heavily, and the surrounding trees resumed their swaying. The thief felt a slight sense of incongruity, but now that she felt a bit safer, she dared not ask further. Let me ask you, why did you choose that house to rob? The tree god continued asking coldly. I just saw that the house was empty and uninhabited, and my sisters needed money, so I wanted to see if I could steal. Oh no, I mean, just take a few things to support my family, the thief said guiltily. What is your name? Do you really only have several sisters? The tree god's grand voice continued, but the sinister feeling was gone. The thief breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she was not killed, everything else was manageable. My surname is Shi. I am called Shiyushin, the thief muttered. Shiyushin? That is a rare surname, the tree god remarked in surprise. So boss tree god knows human surnames too. Shiyushin decided to curry favor and addressed him as Big Brother, hoping that if things went south, he would not kill her. After all, a big brother would not kill his little sister, right? Although it was not human, she wondered if it followed human principles. She whispered to herself. What are you muttering about? When did I become your big brother? The tree god's voice was quite relaxed. To her surprise, Shiyushin found the sound rather pleasant. It must be my imagination. It must be nothing. I just think that us meeting here must be fate, so I have decided to call you Big Brother. From now on, I will follow your lead. If you tell me to go east, I will not go west, Shiyushin said firmly, filled with enthusiasm. Her tone was like a sworn oath from the heroes of legend. You might as well call me Daddy instead. I prefer that. The tree god's voice came through with amusement. That is not impossible, Shiyushin said reluctantly. Calling a tree daddy. I wonder if my sisters would be angry if they found out, she muttered in her heart. Chapter 492. I am not killing you, so stop trying to force a relationship. The tree god's voice sounded somewhat helpless. It was usually him who tried to force connections, and now, to his surprise, someone was forcing him to be their big brother. No way. I have already finished the ceremony, and from now on, I am your little sister. Shiyushin refused to accept it. She had already performed the rites to become his sworn sister, and now the tree was actually looking down on her. In truth, she thought acknowledging a tree god as her big brother would be incredibly impressive if she ever told anyone. She could brag about it when she eventually met her sisters. Besides, with the tree god as her brother, she could walk around without a care in the world. Looking at the power of this leader among trees who commanded everything with a single call, it was obviously an ancient spirit that had been alive for ages. The sense of security was simply top-notch, Shiyushin thought to herself with a grin. Hearing that he would not kill her, she immediately got carried away. How could this girl be so brazen? The tree god muttered to himself. Naturally, this tree god was Junqing in disguise, as he had monitored the area around Zhao house with countless cameras, and knew exactly where Shiyushin was. He was currently perched on the very tree Shiyushin had been worshipping. Watching her bow and swear an oath to a tree, he nearly laughed out loud. Fine, then you shall be called Little Tree Sister from now on. Junqing used his inner energy to make his voice sound leisurely and grand as it reached Shiyushin's ears. At the same time, he signaled with his eyes to the Gu family members hiding in the surrounding trees, telling them they could withdraw. The few servants nodded and quickly leaped away across the tree trunks, not making a single sound. Those useless fools had nearly given the game away, and he decided to cut their pay in half when they returned, Junqing grumbled inwardly. Shiyushin did not notice that the branches, which had been swaying and twitching like crazy, had finally stopped moving. Even if she had realized it, she would have assumed it was a gesture of goodwill from her tree big brother, meant to stop scaring her. Little Tree Sister. Shiyushin blinked, feeling that the name did not sound very good. Still, considering it was a name given by her tree big brother, she hesitated. Could you change it to something else? Shiyushin said pitifully. Then you can be called Thief Girl. Choose one yourself, Junqing said, showing a moment of mercy. A golden light flashed in his eyes as he did so. Heroine Shiyushin. Charm 94. Affection for host 0. Heroine Halo, 3740. She was indeed a heroine. However, based on her heroine halo, there was no way she belonged to Zhao. Junqing frowned slightly, though he figured she might be a heroine from a different story, who had accidentally wandered into Zhao's book. On second thought, he felt much more relaxed. This world was no longer composed of just a single book, and even Gu Junqing did not know what kind of plot he would experience next. However, as long as his own strength was formidable, he would not fear anything or any challenge from any male lead. Thief girl. Shi Yushin's heart sank, as her tree big brother was still hung up on the fact that she had stolen something. Could it be that the tree was related to the owner of the house she had robbed? Tree god big brother, you had better call me little tree sister, Shi Yushin said with a dejected sigh. By the way, tree big brother, can you move? Shi Yushin asked, her eyes gleaming. I can move over short distances. Gu Junqing made it up on the spot. He was not really a tree god, so how would he know if he could move or not? Short distance? Then can you move from Loida to the capital? Shi Yushin asked in a low voice. No. Gu Junqing glanced at Shi Yushin with surprise, realizing this heroine was from the capital. Oh. Shi Yushin nodded thoughtfully. By the way, tree big brother, what if I return the item, leave, and come back to visit you another day? A moment later, Shi Yushin asked cautiously. Come back another day? I do not think you will ever return. Gu Junqing's voice seemed to turn fierce again, causing Shi Yushin's heart to tremble. How could I not come back? You are my big brother for a day, so you are my big brother for a lifetime. As long as you let me go now, I will break off our relationship immediately, and there will not be a day, she muttered to herself. Although having a tree big brother was very prestigious, it could not move, so what was the point? However, could it be transplanted? Should she try to dig up the tree and take it with her? Shi Yushin did not know what to do about this tree anymore. She was mainly afraid that this tree would really refuse to let her go. I did not bring any gifts for tree big brother this time, but next time I will definitely bring some fresh fertilizer that will surely double your nutrition. Shi Yushin patted her chest and promised. Right now, she just wanted to escape as quickly as possible. If she did not leave now, even if the tree god let her go, the security guards of the residential complex would surely catch her. As for how to deal with this tree big brother in the future, that was a problem for later. Impossible. I will never let you go in this lifetime. Since you want to become my little tree sister, you will turn into one of the saplings beside me. Gu Junqing's voice became gloomy and terrifying, causing goosebumps to rise all over her body. A sapling? Shi Yushin froze for a few seconds. With a trembling neck, she turned her head and saw several smaller trees beside the large one. Are these? Don't tell me, they are all people. Shi Yushin stammered, pointing at the smaller trees. That is correct. The sapling right next to you wanted to acknowledge me as its big brother, just like you, so I helped it turn into that tree. And that tree on your right, just last week, wanted to acknowledge me as its tree daddy, so I turned my goddaughter into a beautiful little tree. Now it is your turn. You can choose whatever kind of tree you want to become. Gu Junqing's voice, leisurely and indifferent, reached Shi Yushin's ears. Shi Yushin shuddered in fright, a look of despair appearing on her face. She hated herself for trying to strike up a relationship with a tree, and she would rather die than turn into one. I will not change, Shi Yushin said angrily, with a sense of heroic determination to face death. Then just go ahead and die. Gu Junqing's voice echoed, and the implication of his words instantly made Shi Yushin lose her nerve again. Tree big, tree god, I do not want to die, and I do not want to become a tree. Boo-hoo, I was wrong. Shi Yushin whimpered and started to cry softly, glancing sideways at the tree trunk. However, seeing that the tree seemed to be motionless, Shi Yushin gave up struggling. If you are going to turn me into a tree, fine. But I must be the most beautiful one, at least prettier than your tree daughter. Shi Yushin completely gave up and sobbed. Chapter 493. I can turn into a tree, but it has to be the most beautiful one. It at least needs to look better than your tree daughter, Shi Yushin said, sobbing. Does this girl not know that animals and plants cannot become spirits after the founding of the country? Gu Junqing muttered to himself. He initially thought she was playing dumb, but he did not expect her to be genuinely foolish. She looked quite dim-wit. Shi Yushin waited for a while and found that nothing had changed. The big tree brother before her seemed to have quieted down, and she rolled her eyes, wondering what she was thinking. Big tree brother, are you still there? Shi Yushin probed, while her small feet secretly shuffled as she wanted to grab her bag and run. She calculated the distance, noting the grove was not large. If she ran fast enough, she might be able to get away before the big tree reacted. She was not stupid, and she certainly did not actually want to be a little sister to this tree god. Plus, having to turn into a tree would be so ugly. Shi Yushin did not hear a reply from the tree god, but her feet had already reached the bag, and she grabbed it with lightning speed before sprinting away. She almost felt like she was in a real-life action movie. Her adrenaline surged, activating all her strength as she desperately tried to run with everything she had. As she ran, she taunted the tree where Gu Junqing stood, shouting, "You are just a dead tree spirit, and you dare to call yourself a tree god. You ugly tree, this young lady is done with you." Shi Yushin noticed there were no branches entangling her, as she had feared, and a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes as she bolted out of the woods in just a few blinks. Gu Junqing stood at the top of the tree, the evening breeze fluttering his robes, giving him the ethereal, detached look of an immortal. Watching the fleeing Shi Yushin, a smile flashed across his face as he leapt through the forest like an agile martial arts master, quickly cutting ahead of her. After stepping out of the forest, Shi Yushin rushed under a distant street lamp, not forgetting to look back. She found none of the pursuit she had imagined. After sighing with relief, she put one hand on her hip, pointed a finger at the big tree inside, and shouted arrogantly. As expected, you are just a stupid tree. You dare to scare this young lady, just watch. tomorrow I will bring fire and burn all your tree children and grandchildren. A male voice sounded, seemingly teasing. Does this young lady not know that starting a forest fire will land you in prison? Hearing this, Shiyushin shuddered. This was exactly how she had been scared by the big tree earlier. Who is there? Shiyushin turned around warily, jumping back in surprise toward the source of the voice. Gu Junqing's face gradually emerged from the darkness under the street lamp, revealing features so handsome they seemed beyond human. He stopped not far from Shiyushin, looking at her with a faint upturn of his lips. Upon seeing that it was a person, and a handsome man at that, Shiyushin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it was not that evil tree, she was fine, especially since it wanted to turn her into a little tree, which was absolutely impossible. So what if I burn the mountain? I want to call a fleet of vehicles to dig up all the trees in this area and pull out all the roots. She added indignantly, it would be even better to add some root killer to make sure nothing grows here ever again. Oh, did you encounter something in there? Why do you hate these trees so much? Gu Junqing was somewhat amused by the girl in front of him. Whatever I say next, please do not be afraid, Shiyushin said seriously. She felt she had to spread the word so the big tree would not harm anyone else. It would be a pity if such a handsome young man ended up becoming a little sapling. Rest assured, I will not be afraid. Please go ahead. Gu Junqing nodded as if he were taking her seriously, his expression turning grave. An earnest Gu Junqing had a distinct masculine charm, which made Shiyushin nod involuntarily, silently praising him in her heart. Even she had never seen such a handsome person before. I was just kidnapped by a tree man, Shiyushin said with a solemn expression. Which tree is that? Gu Junqing replied, acting with great respect as he played along with her. It is not a witch. It is a tree that can speak human language. Its heart has evolved into a human, but it still looks like a tree. In common terms, it is a tree spirit, Shiyushin said with some frustration. A tree man. And it can speak human language, Gu Junqing said with a look of surprise. Yes, it is true, I am not lying to you. Handsome, I advise you not to come here at night. There are tree spirits here, and who knows what else might have turned into a spirit. Shiyushin warned Gu Junqing. If it were any other man, she would not have the energy to convince him. But it was only because Gu Junqing was a bit handsome. Haha. Gu Junqing could not help but laugh out loud. Hey, what is so funny? Shiyushin saw Gu Junqing laughing, and was so angry she wanted to punch something. But unfortunately, there was nothing in front of her. Nothing, I just remembered something happy. What happy thing? Shiyushin said skeptically. I did a 10 pull on my game today, and all 10 were gold, Gu Junqing said with amusement. Hey, I am not joking. The probability of getting 10 gold cards in a 10 pull is even lower than me encountering a tree spirit. Shiyushin's face turned red with anger. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness, with only the light from the street lamp shining down. Tall and stunningly beautiful, this was the first time Shiyushin had encountered such a predicament. The man in front of her actually did not believe a word she said. It was making her furious. Fine, keep talking. What does the tree spirit look like? Gu Junqing suppressed his smile and gestured for her to continue. The tree spirit is the kind of creature with a bizarre appearance. It can control the surrounding trees, shaking them back and forth, while the wind howls and the surroundings remain pitch black. Suddenly, a voice came from the tree behind me, and you have no idea how scared I was. Shiyushin waved her hands, doing her best to describe the scene, her expression still filled with terror. It crazily pursued me, saying I was beautiful, which everyone knows, and then wanted to kidnap me inside to stay with it forever and become its little sapling. Plus, the area was surrounded by its little saplings. Those people must have been transformed by that tree. It was a massive tree spirit with long roots. I felt like it was reaching out to entangle me when I was running away. If I had not run fast, I would have definitely been captured and turned into a little sapling. Haha, this girl was actually making up stories now, which was hilarious. This time, Gu Junqing could not hold back and laughed out loud. Perhaps this laugh caused little actual harm, but it was highly insulting. Shiyushin's delicate, fair, oval face flushed red with anger, and she glared fiercely at Gu Junqing. Chapter 494. Shiyushin's fair, oval face was flushed with anger, and she glared fiercely at Gu Junqing. I am not lying to you. She stared him down, feeling furious that he didn't believe her. She was deeply offended that Gu Junqing refused to believe her story. Yet, she conceded that any normal person would likely find the existence of a tree spirit unbelievable. Even if they did exist, they would surely reside in remote, desolate mountains, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon for thousands of years. How could one possibly appear in a simple neighborhood grove? Shiyushin deflated, realizing that if a stranger told her such a story, she would consider them insane as well. I know, I believe you, Gu Junqing said calmly, suppressing the amusement on his face. You really believe me? Then let's go quickly, it's too dangerous here, she said nervously. Everything feels so ominous. If Gu Junqing were not there to give her courage, she would have fled long ago. Shiyushin, isn't your home in Luodu? Gu Junqing asked, ignoring her concern with a puzzling question. Yes, it is in the capital, she answered instinctively, momentarily stunned. She muttered to herself, wondering how her name had reached Luodu when she wasn't famous. Suddenly, she realized something, and her expression shifted from confusion to sheer terror as she looked at Gu Junqing. How do you know my name? The atmosphere turned eerie, with a cold wind howling through the area. The overhead streetlights began to flicker on and off. After a series of electric crackles, the streetlights plunged everything into total darkness. Everything around them was instantly swallowed by the night. With the last glimmer of light gone, only the terrifying sound of the wind remained. Even the chirping of insects ceased, leaving an unbearable silence. She could barely make out the silhouette of Gu Junqing standing right in front of her. His face was hidden in shadow, but his eyes seemed to glint with danger. A strange, twisted smile spread across his lips. Because I am your brother tree. Ha ha ha. Shi Yushin felt her skin crawl, terrified by the sudden change in Gu Junqing's voice. It was exactly the same voice as the tree spirit. This was no handsome young man. It was the monster from before. Her mind went blank and her vision darkened. Her body went limp, and she collapsed straight to the ground. Dizziness washed over her, and she fainted from sheer terror, losing consciousness immediately. Even Gu Junqing was surprised, as he had only intended to scare her. Her body's natural defense mechanism had triggered, causing her to pass out. A moment after she collapsed, the streetlights returned to normal. Gu Junqing looked down at the unconscious girl, feeling a mix of amusement and disbelief. He had only wanted to leave a lasting impression. He hadn't expected to actually scare the poor girl unconscious. All right, you can retreat now. I will be out shortly, Gu Junqing said into his headset to the Gu family members. Understood, young master. Please be careful out there, even though we have disabled the surveillance. Get lost. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Gu Junqing scolded them. If you make jokes like that again, you won't get a single cent of your pay this year. These were his trusted subordinates. Each one had passed rigorous trials and system checks, ensuring their loyalty was above 95%. Otherwise, Gu Junqing would never have sent them to monitor the protagonist. The few subordinates packed up their lighting control equipment, looking at each other with aggrieved expressions. They truly believed that Gu Junqing had gone to great lengths to scare the girl so he could take advantage of her. Yet, they dared not speak another word. Some things could be said, while others meant death. Gu-si, this is all your fault, one man whispered. Look at the boss. If our pay gets deducted, you're paying for our entertainment next month. Gu-er, did you have no part in this? You were the one whispering about the surveillance cameras. Enough, quiet down and retreat. You have no business questioning the young master's actions, said Gu Yi, the leader of the group. Don't you trust his word? It is time to leave, as there is no longer a need to monitor this place. Gu Yi had been personally selected and trained by Gu Junqing. He had served the young master since the days of previous protagonists. His loyalty to Gu Junqing was absolute. If the young master ordered him to die, he would not hesitate for a second. Because of this, Gu Junqing never joked about life or death matters with him, fearing that the loyal soldier might actually carry out the command. Understood, the group replied in unison. While they rarely submitted to one another, they all respected Gu Yi for his seniority and combat prowess. Furthermore, Gu Junqing favored him, having personally given him the name Gu Yi. The others were merely members of Gu Yi's squad, basking in his prestige. If Gu Yi fell, the squad would cease to exist, whereas if others fell, they would simply be replaced. It was clear that Gu Yi was the backbone of their unit. There were many such squads under Gu Junqing's command. Shortly after, the group packed up their gear and drove off in a vehicle resembling an RV. Gu Junqing picked up the unconscious Shi Yushin in his arms. She seemed to be dreaming, even in her faint. She mumbled, "Sister, I won't sneak out again. Luodu is too scary, with that big tree spirit. I want to go home, Wu." She smacked her lips and nuzzled into his chest, finding a warmer spot as she drifted into an even deeper sleep. Gu Junqing's mouth twitched slightly, and he sat down on a nearby bench, holding her. Zhao Hao was nearly finished, having lost his final opportunity for growth. He no longer had any value to be exploited. Once this was settled, he would need to consider how to deal with Lin Fan, the invincible grandmaster. Actually, it would be easy to handle. Defeating him head-on would likely shatter the protagonist's spirit. The invincible archetype was both easy and difficult to deal with, as everything ultimately came down to one's own strength. Chapter 495. Gu Junqing was contemplating his future path as Shi Yushin slowly stirred from her unconscious state. Although she wore a black night outfit, it failed to conceal the graceful curvature of her figure. Her head rested on Gu Junqing's lap. She opened her eyes slowly, staring out into a hazy blur. Then, the breathtakingly handsome face of Gu Junqing came into focus. Her mind felt like mush, and she had completely forgotten the chain of events that led her here. She stared blankly at him, wondering if she had ascended to heaven, or was simply dreaming. Why else would she wake up to such a handsome man right before her eyes? Oh look, my little tree sister has finally woken up. Gu Junqing noticed the movement on his knees. His gaze remained indifferent, though a playful smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Little, tree sister, she stammered, confusion clouding her voice. Shi Yushin regained her senses as her memories rushed back, piecing together the sequence of events. Her eyes widened in shock. She scrambled to her feet and backed away, putting as much distance between herself and Gu Junqing as possible. The black outfit did little to hide her alluring curves. She exuded a fiery femininity, much like a piece of ripe fruit, with an hourglass figure that was nothing short of perfection. Who is your little tree sister? I have nothing to do with you, and I am going to sue you for slander. She forced herself to suppress her fear, her voice trembling as she addressed him. A sudden thought crossed her mind. She wondered why such a handsome man had appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the pitch-black night. It was obviously a trap to lower her guard with his face. Men were all trash, or rather, male tree spirits were all trash. Even she found it incredible that she had the spare mental energy to dwell on such things. Could it be that he was so handsome she was starting to think being his little tree sister wouldn't be so bad? Is that so? Didn't you just bow to me, asking to be my little tree sister? Have you forgotten so soon? Gu Junqing arched a brow, his expression hovering between a smile and a smirk. This female lead was quite interesting. With no one else around in the middle of the night, Gu Junqing decided he would have some fun with her. A midnight rendezvous, total darkness, a man and a woman alone, sitting on a bench of destiny. Any lecherous man would have probably already imagined the beginning of an adult film. The key factor being that it would be shot out in the wild. I was under duress. Besides, how can you transform into a human? Shi Yushin stared at him, finding that his handsome appearance at least gave her the courage to speak up. Had he remained in the form of a giant tree, she would have had no interest in conversing with him at all. That was why she had been so terrified and tried to run away. Duress? When did I coerce you? Wasn't everything you did voluntary? I even tried to stop you from pledging brotherhood to me, but you insisted on doing it. Gu Junqing's words reached her ears, and the hint of amusement in his voice made her face flush bright red. I only did that to save my life. It doesn't count, she argued in a low voice. So, you don't want your life anymore? Gu Junqing's tone suddenly turned cold, sending a shiver of terror down Shi Yushin's spine. How could she forget that this charming man was a heartless tree spirit, who had turned so many people into his little saplings? Realizing this, she became terrified again, muttering to herself, and not daring to speak up. I am so sorry, she said, on the verge of tears. She wanted to faint again, thinking the world in her dreams was far more comfortable than this. Wait, could I actually be dreaming right now? Otherwise, how could a tree spirit possibly exist? Her eyes lit up as she realized this possibility. Slap. In front of a stunned Gu Junqing, she ruthlessly slapped herself across the face. It was a strike delivered with zero hesitation. Gu Junqing's teeth ached just watching it. That was brutal enough to make her face swell up. Was this girl scared out of her wits? She hit herself with everything she had, Gu Junqing thought with a sense of pity. It was a shame to see such a beautiful young woman reduce herself to this state. Perhaps he had gone a bit too far. Gu Junqing had a rare moment of conscience. Moments later, he decided that she must just not be very smart, and her grasp of materialism was poor. It had nothing to do with him, so he let the thought go. Wah, that hurts. With tears in her eyes from the impact, Shi Yushin clutched her red, swollen cheek, and wailed miserably. Tisk, tisk. Now I believe you are truly sorry. Gu Junqing shook his head in pity. The girl was definitely a bit slow. Her brain clearly wasn't working right. Stop making sarcastic remarks, Shi Yushin yelled, losing all fear and shouting at Gu Junqing. She was terrified of me just a moment ago, but a slap to the face cured her fear. She is definitely crazy. Gu Junqing decided he should not stoop to the level of a foolish female lead. If his current girlfriends dared to shout at him like that, they wouldn't be able to get out of bed for at least 2 or 3 days. I didn't wake up. So, this is all real. I actually met a tree spirit. Sob, I want my sister. Shi Yushin let out 2 pitiful cries. She looked up at the sky and lamented the unfairness of fate. Why did a cute, kind-hearted person like her have to run into such a despicable tree spirit? Heavens, strike this tree spirit down with lightning. She screamed internally. Her eyes darted back to Gu Junqing's face, and she quickly added a mental amendment that they could leave his face behind after he died. It was clear, however, that the heavens did not respond to her pleas. It probably wanted to kill Gu Junqing too, but evidently, it lacked the ability. So, you thought you were living in a dream? I thought you had just gone simple-minded from fainting. Gu Junqing nodded in understanding, pondering the situation for a moment before speaking. You are the one who is simple-minded. Your whole family is simple-minded. Realizing she was not in a dream, Shi Yushin decided to throw caution to the wind and retort. I can give you one chance to take back what you just said. Gu Junqing arched a brow, waiting with calm composure. I am sorry. Shi Yushin's expression crumbled, and she lost her nerve again. She had no idea what to do now. She couldn't escape when he was a tree, and now that he could transform into a human, there was certainly no hope of running away. She felt certain that her fate today was to become a little sapling. Depressed, her delicate features drooped in despair, and she seemed to lose all her usual vitality. Chapter 496. Come here. I am not going to eat you. Gu Junqing watched the girl, who looked a bit disheartened, and amusedly patted the spot beside him. I don't dare. Shi Yushin muttered softly. Come here. Gu Junqing's tone hardened. Okay. With a look of grievance, Shi Yushin sat on the very edge of the bench, trying to keep as much distance as possible from Gu Junqing. That damn man, no, that ugly tree spirit, dared to yell at her. Speak. Gu Junqing leaned back against the chair and said calmly. Say what? Shi Yushin was a bit dazed. Tell me about your family situation. Gu Junqing glanced at her sideways, thinking the girl was quite the liar herself. Didn't I just tell you? Shi Yushin's bright eyes darted around as she spoke craftily. If you dare lie to me again, I will turn you into an ugly, misshapen tree. Gu Junqing threatened her. Clearly, the threat was successful. Shi Yushin began to tear up again. Gu Junqing felt that if he teased her any further, she would really start crying. What do you want to know? Shi Yushin said, feeling wronged. How many family members do you have? Tell me about your family situation in detail. Gu Junqing asked with curiosity. He had heard her muttering about her sisters the whole time, whether she was in danger or unconscious. Clearly, her sisters were extremely important to her. What do you want to do? Hearing his question, Shi Yushin's face immediately turned wary. Can't I just ask? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow. No. Shi Yushin looked at him with vigilance, as if staring at a sinister man trying to kidnap a child. Fine then, prepare to become a tree. Gu Junqing said casually, then stood up and slowly approached her, projecting a sense of oppressive power that filled her with fear. It seemed the girl truly believed he was a tree spirit, which was the perfect angle to pressure her. Shi Yushin felt like a little rabbit encountering a big bad wolf, her heart filled with terror. This only solidified her belief that he was a tree spirit. How could an ordinary person make others feel such fear, as if meeting a natural predator or a demon? Hey, don't come any closer. Shi Yushin watched him draw nearer, her heart pounding in her chest. Are you going to tell me or not? Gu Junqing watched her silently. I'll tell you. Shi Yushin looked at him through teary eyes, terrified. The suffocating pressure radiating from him left her no choice but to yield to his tyranny. Then hurry up and tell me, how many people are in your family? Gu Junqing sat down with a smile and watched her. Shi Yushin felt the oppressive pressure recede like a tide, vanishing in an instant, allowing her to catch her breath. What else could this wretched tree spirit do besides bully her? If she ever got a chance, she would definitely burn this spirit to the ground. If she didn't, she would change her surname. There are 7 of us, including me. Shi Yushin conceded reluctantly under his pressure. 7? What's the composition? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow. 7 was certainly a lot for an average family of 3. 6 sisters and me. Shi Yushin muttered with a pout. 6 sisters. A flicker of intrigue crossed Gu Junqing's eyes. Do you have a younger brother, or an apprentice, or something like that? Gu Junqing's smile widened, deepening into a sinister look. He looked every bit the part of a great villain. How did you know? I did have a younger brother, but he was lost 10 years ago. After saying this, Shi Yushin looked a bit melancholy. So it was a setup of 7 sisters, and a long-lost younger brother. Gu Junqing pondered this, realizing what kind of story arc this was. How was he lost? Gu Junqing asked again. The 7 of us sisters were from an orphanage, and so was our brother. One day, the orphanage inexplicably caught fire. We were rescued, but our brother vanished without a trace, neither dead nor alive. Shi Yushin had given up resisting and answered whatever Gu Junqing asked. It was strange that this wretched tree spirit was so interested in these old, dusty stories. She had expected him to ask about private matters. Since it was just this, why did she have to be so stubborn? So that was it. Their brother must have cultivated some real strength by now. The smile in Gu Junqing's eyes deepened. These were 7 female leads, and the difficulty of capturing them was obvious. However, Gu Junqing was already well versed in the art of capturing heroines. If he could use his looks, he would. If not, he would use his talent. If talent didn't work, he would play the hero to save the beauty. If that didn't work, he would resort to force and coercion. Regardless, Gu Junqing had too many resources at his disposal now. He lacked nothing in terms of money, power, means, or personnel. 7 sisters, the thought alone made him salivate. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Do you still not have any news about your brother? Gu Junqing collected his thoughts and turned back to ask Shi Yushin. None. Why are you so concerned about my brother? Shi Yushin looked at him with suspicion. She couldn't understand why this tree spirit was so interested in her family background. What's it to you? Gu Junqing chuckled. Shi Yushin was so angry she wanted to scold him back, but remembering the identity of this great monster, she dared not. Do you want to live? Seeing her deflated appearance, Gu Junqing felt a spark of playfulness. He had already asked everything he needed to know. With these 6 sisters plus the one in front of him, he would just have to figure out how to win them over when he went to the capital. After all, matters in Lilido were not yet finished. He would only have the time to confront the main character in the capital once things here were settled. Of course I do. Shi Yushin's eyes lit up, and she spoke hurriedly. She was afraid that if she was too slow, Gu Junqing wouldn't give her a chance to live. Then give me a kiss, and I will let you live. Gu Junqing said calmly, as if it were a matter of course. He felt this girl was the type who never learned. Even though she was currently facing a life and death crisis, she might just forget it the moment she turned away. Therefore, how could he let her off so easily? He naturally needed to give her a lesson she would remember for the rest of her life. And he would make sure she remembered him well. Whether it was hatred or love, he didn't care. Chapter 497. Kiss you? Shi Yushin was stunned, her jaw going slack. That is correct. Is that a problem? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow slightly. That is doable. If I kiss you once, you will let me go? Are you sure? Shi Yushin's eyes lit up, clearly plotting something behind that gaze. Seeing her cooperation, Gu Junqing was surprised. Why are you being so compliant this time? Is this not your first kiss? Kissing a tree is nothing. Besides, this young lady has never been approached by a man before. She waved her hand as if it were trivial. She would not forget that despite his handsome appearance, he was fundamentally a large tree. Kissing a person might give her some psychological barrier, but kissing a tree was completely fine in her eyes. She muttered to herself, even if this tree turned into a human, and the human form was quite handsome. With this face, she might even kiss him if she knew he were a pig monster. If an ugly person asked her to kiss them to be set free, she would rather die. Gu Junqing was speechless, but this served his purpose, so he let her think what she wanted. By the way, did you make any promises to your missing brother? Gu Junqing asked suddenly. A promise? Shi Yushin, who was waiting for the kiss, blinked. Let me think, a promise. We might have said something about all of us marrying him, but I do not remember clearly. I was too young then. Regardless, those were just jokes. You cannot take them seriously. She rested her chin on her hand, looking up while she pondered. It was the same old trope. Did this count as cuckolding the protagonist and getting a taste of his fiancé's lips first? Gu Junqing found it amusing. He stopped hesitating and looked at Shiyushin. Even Gu Junqing had to admire her beauty. Her skin was flawless like jade, her lips red like cherries, and her features were exquisite. Most importantly, her bright, round eyes acted as the finishing touch to her stunning appearance. Everything about her spoke of beauty. She was likely the dream of many young men. Why are you staring? If you want to kiss, just kiss. I will just pretend I was bitten by a tree. Shiyushin noticed his gaze and felt a mix of shame and annoyance. She did not expect him to be such a lecherous tree. No wonder he refused to let her go. He was obviously captivated by her peerless beauty. Is that so? Do not regret it. Gu Junqing smiled, his tone calm. Shiyushin was mesmerized by his smile, lamenting that it would be wonderful if he were not a tree spirit. Humph. What I say goes. Oh, just a moment ago you wanted to be my little tree sister, and then tried to run away. It seems you treat your promises like farts. At least a fart has a scent, but your words have nothing. Gu Junqing curled his lips and mocked her. You. Shiyushin was speechless with anger. She cursed him internally, calling him a smelly tree spirit, who possessed a handsome shell but spoke like a dog. Did I say anything wrong? Your speed at changing your mind is breathtaking. Listening to you is like feeling a gust of wind, gone before you know it. Gu Junqing continued his mockery. His expression of nonchalance made Shiyushin lose her composure. Death before dishonor. Kill me or torture me, but how dare you insult me? I will fight you. She reached out, intending to claw at his face. Before her hand could strike, he grabbed her. She lost control and lunged forward, falling directly into his arms. Her soft, pink lips brushed against something yielding. She was completely stunned, as she had been waiting for him to grab her hand, but now she had delivered herself. Since you initiated the kiss, I will not be polite. Gu Junqing whispered against her fair cheek, taking in her fresh, sweet scent. He thought of the poetic line regarding orchids and unspoken words. Shiyushin struggled to get up, pushing against his chest. She could accept being kissed, but she could not initiate it. That would make her look like something else entirely. It was like being bitten by a dog. She could accept being bitten, but she would never willingly bite a dog. This was her last shred of pride, but it was already too late. Gu Junqing was not a fool, and would not let her escape. He tightened his grip and kissed her lips. Shiyushin widened her eyes, staring in shock and anger at the face so close to hers. She had prepared herself to be bitten, but she never imagined how strange kissing would feel. She had only seen it in movies, or with her friends and their boyfriends. Now she realized she was wrong. A tingling sensation flowed from her lips to her limbs, and she tightened her grip on his lapels. She tried to push him away, but felt her strength abandoning her. Her vision blurred, and soon she was embracing his neck, responding with clumsy, inexperienced movements. How could this tree spirit be so good at this? Do trees even have tongues? And these hands, stop that. That was her last conscious thought before her mind turned to mush. Minutes later, Gu Junqing finally released the hand he had held around her waist, supporting her as she slumped against him. Shiyushin gasped for air, her face flushed and her clothes disheveled as she leaned in his arms. She felt dazed. Why was he so good at this? She had heard stories from her friends about kissing, but it was nothing like this. And his hand, where was it still resting? Gu Junqing saw her regain her senses, pulled his hand out from her clothing, and cleared his throat, feigning seriousness. Chapter 498. Ding. You have seduced a naive girl and stolen her first kiss. Shiyushin's fortune -100, Dao Tianyang's fortune -100, villain fortune +200. Ding. You have slightly altered the plot. You are awarded 5,000 villain points. Ding. Shiyushin's affection has increased by 40. Current affection is 10, which is slightly better than a stranger. You are awarded 2,000 villain points. Tisk tisk, 40 points of affection, and it is still only at 10. Just how much did she hate me before? Gu Junqing muttered to himself. It made sense though. Shiyushin had been scared unconscious by him once, and the fact that her affection had not dropped into the negatives was entirely due to his handsome face. You damn tree spirit, let me go and stop holding me. After their kiss, Shiyushin's attitude had subconsciously become more bold. She was currently curled up in Gu Junqing's arms, sitting on his lap. Gu Junqing smiled and opened his arms wide to show her. He had let go a long time ago, even pulling out the hand he had snuck into her collar. I let go ages ago. I do not know who it is that refuses to leave. Some people are just stubborn, and I will not say who it is, Gu Junqing teased. Go to hell, you damn tree spirit, you perverted tree. Shiyushin sat up in a rage and punched Gu Junqing's chest twice. To her surprise, she was the one who ended up in pain. She rubbed her small hand and complained internally that it really was a tree's body. It was so hard that she could not even dent it. Can you let me go now? Shiyushin stood up and yelled at Gu Junqing with her hands on her hips. However, her flushed face and delicate, soft appearance undoubtedly diminished her intimidation factor. It looked like a panda standing with its hands on its hips. Cute and willful. Of course, but I need to leave a mark on you, Gu Junqing said with a smile. A mark? What kind of mark? Shiyushin looked at him with suspicion. Gu Junqing stood up, disregarding her reaction, and tapped his finger gently on her shoulder. A faint, invisible flow of energy seeped through, seemingly ignoring the obstruction of her black nightsuit. The airflow gradually formed a mark on her left shoulder. It is done. You can go now. Gu Junqing sighed with relief, as this was a tracking mark he had exchanged for from the system. As long as he thought about it, the mark would automatically send a signal, allowing him to perceive the bearer's location. If the distance was too great, the inner energy in the mark would enter a dormant state. If he appeared near the mark, he would automatically sense its position. This prevented unnecessary energy consumption. It was a practical little trick. That is it. Shi Yushin looked at Gu Junqing suspiciously, not feeling anything at all. At his gesture, she picked up the package she had discarded aside, tentatively glancing back at him. Seeing that he made no move, she sighed in relief and ran off like she was fleeing from a ghost. She moved like a living rabbit. Heh, does this girl really think she can escape from my grasp? Gu Junqing watched her retreating figure with deep meaning in his eyes, a curve forming on his lips. Shi Yushin ran for a long time, putting a great distance between herself and the residential complex, but she did not stop her vigorous pace. She had been too careless earlier, thinking he would not catch up once she left the woods. Now she was learning her lesson. She did not believe that Tree could catch up to her, even if she ran all the way to her residence. Finally, seeing the Yuehua Hotel appear before her, Shi Yushin almost cried tears of joy. "Young miss, you have finally returned." A white-bearded old man dressed in simple clothing spoke as soon as he saw her. If Kija were here, he would surely recognize this old man as the one who tried to save Zhao Hao before being blocked by him. With Zhao Hao failing to capture the thief Shi Yushin this time, it meant he had lost 2 chances to encounter her. "Young miss, what were you doing out so late?" the old man asked anxiously upon seeing her hurried state. "Nothing much. I went to rob the rich to help the poor, but a small accident occurred," she said, panting and hesitant. She wondered if she should tell the butler about encountering that hateful tree spirit. After all, few people would believe her if she did. "A small accident?" the old man asked worriedly. If something had happened to her, he would not know how to answer to the eldest miss and the others. The young miss was full of chivalrous spirit, and he was not too bothered by her robbing the rich to help the poor. However, he could not afford for any accidents to happen to her. "It is nothing, I said it was just a small accident." Shi Yushin still decided not to reveal the truth, fearing she would be treated like a lunatic. "By the way, help me do something." She was about to return to her room, but suddenly remembered something. "Whatever it is, young miss, just tell me." The old man sighed in relief, as long as she was fine, because not even the eldest miss could control her, let alone him. "Tomorrow, go to a residential complex called Tianshang Renjian. Tell people to burn down all the trees in the woods there," Shi Yushin ordered, gritting her teeth. She hated that tree to death. If not for it, she would not have been so embarrassed, and she would not have lost her first kiss to it. She thought of something else and added, "Also, it is best to bring some firefighters and police officers. Tell them to bring heavy equipment to avoid any accidents. Burn the trees." The old man was stunned for a moment. Although he knew the young miss often did surprising things, this was the first time he had heard of something so bizarre. "Young miss, may I ask why? Is there a tiger in there?" the old man asked after some hesitation. "Because there is a tree in there that offended me." As soon as she mentioned the tree, her state of mind exploded. Even if that human-shaped face was quite handsome, that was no reason for it to scare her. "A tree offended you?" The old man looked at her with a strange expression. He had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had heard such an absurd reason. However, he could not disobey her orders, so he could only nod in compliance. "You damn tree spirit, let us see if you survive the fire this time," she cursed through gritted teeth in her heart. She had completely forgotten that Gu Junqing was supposed to be her big brother Tree. Chapter 499. Right, take these valuables and exchange them for money to help the impoverished people in Loadu. After Shi Yushin ordered the white-bearded old man to burn the trees, she handed him the loot she had stolen from Zhao Hao. The white-bearded man took the valuables from Shi Yushin. Upon opening the package, he saw it was filled with gold, silver, jewels, and cash, and he could not help but smile bitterly. "Young miss, please try to show a little restraint. Back in the capital, many people you stole from were too angry to speak up, but this is Luodu. This is the Gu family's territory, so we should be more careful." "The Gu family's territory? Is it that big?" Shi Yushin asked curiously, her eyes rolling as she plotted to go to the Gu estate and steal something too. The white-bearded man could easily see what she was thinking, and he quickly tried to stop her with a horrified expression. "Young miss, do not get any ideas about the Gu family. They are very different from the wealthy families you have stolen from before. In Lodu, the Gu family has monstrous power, and their influence in the capital is just as significant." This only piqued Shi Yushin's curiosity further. She did not know much about the political landscape of Lodu, having only come for sightseeing and to rob the rich to feed the poor. "Is the Gu family's influence really that great? I remember them being one of the 4 great families, but are all 4 of them that formidable?" "Not necessarily. If it were the old Gu family, they were vast but not enough to make others fear them like a tiger." The white-bearded man sighed and explained, "But things are different now. In the last year, the Gu family's growth has been terrifying, to the point where it would not be an exaggeration to say they dominate Lodu." "They dominated Lodu in just 1 year? That is truly remarkable." Shi Yushin rubbed her smooth, perfect jawline, feeling a surge of interest. What caused them to grow so suddenly? It surely could not be because they just happened to strike gold in a mine. Perhaps it is because of one person. However, the situation is complex and treacherous, and it is hard for outsiders like us to know the details. Because of one person? Who is it? Shi Yushin became increasingly curious. Even with all her sister had been through and her massive company scale, she had not reached a point where she could dominate an entire regional area. "The young master of the Gu family, Gu Junqing." The white-bearded man held the package and spoke slowly with a serious expression. "Gu Junqing? Why does that sound so familiar? I feel like I have heard that name somewhere. Shi Yushin scratched her head, pondering. Perhaps you've heard about his appearance. It is said the young master of the Gu family possesses a dashing and handsome face, the white-bearded man replied. Whatever, I am going to meet this young master Gu to see how capable he is and how handsome he really is. She wondered if he was as handsome as that stinking tree spirit. After saying this, Shi Yushin did not wait for the white-bearded man to try and dissuade her. She said goodbye and headed toward the elevator to return to her room. She desperately needed a bath today to wash away her bad luck. It was incredibly depressing to have encountered a tree spirit. She loosened her clothes and let her black nightsuit drop to the floor. Shi Yushin stepped into the bathtub with her long, fair legs, and as she submerged her fragrant body into the water, she could not help but let out a comfortable sigh. Memories of what happened that night flooded her mind. I have to admit, that dead tree spirit actually looked quite good in human form. Could it be that all monsters turn into handsome guys when they take human shape? It is no wonder so many scholars and legends are fooled by fox spirits. Shi Yushin muttered softly, her voice echoing in the hazy steam. Oh, I need to wash my mouth out. Who knows if that tree had any fungus in its mouth? I heard trees have lots of bacteria and fungi. I hope my mouth does not grow mushrooms tomorrow. I have heard athlete's foot is a fungal infection. If the doctor says I have athlete's foot in my mouth, I will be too embarrassed to show my face. Suddenly struck by this horrifying thought, she plunged her head into the water. Glub, glub, glub. After several bubbles rose to the surface, and repeated this motion a few times, Shi Yushin finally surfaced from the tub. Moments later, she rushed to open the water intake and drainage valves to change the water entirely before she began to wash herself. Damn, my first kiss is gone just like that. But, at least that stinking tree spirit was good looking, and his technique was not bad either. Shi Yushin finally lay back, feeling her body floating on the water's surface. Right, that stinking tree spirit even left a mark on me. She quickly sat up to check the spot between her left shoulder and her delicate collarbone. It really looks like there is a mark here. Shi Yushin could not clearly make out the pattern. She could not fathom how the tree spirit could leave a mark just by tapping her shoulder. Splash! Disregarding the water dripping from her body, Shi Yushin stood up and ran to the large mirror in the bathroom to inspect the mark. Upon closer inspection, she discovered it looked like a small tree tattoo, though it was not as distinct as an actual tattoo. The tree's branches were tied with ribbons, which might mean the tree was female. This made Shi Yushin go crazy. What did that stinking tree spirit mean by this? Did he really take her for a little tree sister? Shi Yushin cursed Gu Junqing furiously in her heart, wishing she could grab thousands of woodpeckers to peck him to death. By daylight, the white-bearded man followed Shi Yushin's instructions. A single phone call had the property management of the Heaven on Earth complex trembling, and they received orders to cut down and burn all the trees in that forest. After her anger subsided, Shi Yushin felt a bit regretful, wondering if burning them all was a bit too extreme. After all, the tree spirit had only scared her yesterday, and had not tried to kill her. Thinking this, Shi Yushin ran to the Heaven on Earth complex, feeling slightly guilty, with several property staff members accompanying her for an inspection. The forest was no longer lush and green, it had become a barren stretch of land. Shi Yushin rushed to the place where she first encountered the tree spirit last night, but that tree was now reduced to nothing but a stump. Where is the tree that was here? When you cut it down, did it do anything unusual, like swaying wildly? Shi Yushin asked the property staff accompanying her. That tree spirit yesterday was incredibly powerful, capable of commanding other trees, and taking human form, so it should not have been that easy to kill. Unusual activity? The property staff member looked puzzled, wondering what kind of unusual activity there could be when cutting down a tree. There was no unusual activity. None. Shi Yushin was surprised. She could not help but mutter to herself, could that stinking tree spirit have actually been killed? Chapter 500. Are you sure there was no unusual activity? Like a tree growing legs and running off? Or seeing a handsome guy running away this morning? Shi Yushin did not believe the dead tree spirit was actually gone. It had been so formidable last night. How could it really be cut down and burned now? Trees growing legs? Running away? The property manager glanced at Shi Yushin with suspicion. The girl looked so refined, but surely something had to be wrong with her mind. Shi Yushin noticed the look of pity in the manager's eyes, causing her face to cycle between pale and flushed. She knew that any normal person would find her words hard to believe. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would have labeled anyone saying such things as insane. Whatever, dead or not, it deserves it if it died, she muttered, turning to leave. She only regretted not being the one to burn the lecherous tree that had stolen her first kiss. To be looked at with such disdainful pity even in its death was infuriating. Hey, the manager thought about stopping her to ask if she needed medical attention, but decided it was not her business. She still wondered why such a beautiful grove was suddenly cut down. Although, there were plans to turn the area into a senior citizens activity center. Should I go meet that young Master Gu? Shi Yushin pondered, curious about the infamous Gu Junqing. Unfortunately, the photos of him online were scarce, and only showed his back. This only intensified her desire to see Gu Junqing's face in person. It felt like a restless youth who, upon seeing a beautiful photo online, felt a sudden urge to search for more. Driven to succeed, they might even pay for a premium subscription just to speed up the download. Afterward, they would feel deep regret as they returned to a state of calm. Shi Yushin felt much the same way, though as a girl, she couldn't truly relate to the agony of a failed search. Just as she was about to investigate the young master, her phone rang. "Hello, third sister? What's up with your dear little sister?" she asked with a playful, sycophantic smile. "Get back here immediately, or I will skin you alive." A roar erupted from the phone. "Third sister, why are you so fierce?" she pouted, acting aggrieved. "Because if you don't return, eldest sister is going to skin me." "Little seven, come back quickly, she already knows you snuck out of the capital." The voice on the other end was crisp and pleasant, but the words made Shiyushin stiffen. With no parents, their eldest sister acted as their mother. Shiyushin feared nothing, except for that eldest sister. "I understand, third sister. I'm leaving now, please stall for me. I'll be there tonight." She hung up and frantically dialed the old man with the white beard, demanding he arrange a flight immediately. She would truly be skinned alive if she didn't. In her panic, she completely forgot about meeting young Master Gu. Even if she had remembered, she no longer had the time. In the distance, Gu Junqing sensed the mark moving away rapidly, and realized the heroine had left. He did not have much of a reaction. She should not have been here in the first place, and their meeting was merely a stroke of luck aided by Zhao Hao's remaining fortune. Zhao Hao's fortune was now just right, enough to ensure no more major opportunities would arise. It was time to keep him under control. A meaningful smile appeared in Gu Junqing's eyes. Meanwhile, Zhao Hao returned to the small house he shared with his sister, and was horrified to find his door unlocked. He rushed inside to find his computer left on, and his books scattered across the floor. He knew someone had been there. He frantically called out for Zhao Xinyi, hoping she had been the one to enter. Realizing she was not home, he tried to console himself by thinking she had just gone out to play. After waiting for a long time, he grew anxious and checked her room. He discovered it was empty, with not a single piece of clothing left in her closet. The cold breeze could not compare to the chilling sensation in his heart. He grabbed his phone to call her, refusing to believe his sister would abandon him. How could everything have changed in just a few days? After a few rings, the call was answered. Zhao Hao breathed a sigh of relief, knowing she was at least willing to talk to him. "Xinyi, where are you? Did a thief break into the house?" Zhao Hao asked with a guilty conscience. He did not know if Xinyi had entered his room. Everything in there, from the money to the contents of his computer, was shameful and could not be known by her. "Brother, let me ask you something. Officially. I hope you will not lie to me." Her voice was choked with emotion. "Sure." Zhao Hao's heart sank with apprehension. He knew it had been Xinyi who entered his room. "Are you actually extremely wealthy?" Her question was phrased as such, but Zhao Hao could hear the certainty in her tone. "Yes," Zhao Hao replied, his expression bitter. "Then why did you hide it from me?" There was a mix of relief and disappointment in her voice. "I didn't mean to hide it, I really didn't. I just had reasons, and I only wanted to make our lives better." Zhao Hao explained anxiously, unable to provide any concrete details. In reality, he didn't have much of a reason. He simply wanted to play the fool to surprise others. He wanted people to think he was poor, only to shock them by revealing his status as a wealthy elite. Everyone yearned for that feeling of superiority, and Zhao Hao was no exception. He didn't know if others would accept it, but he understood the impulse. "Fine, your money has nothing to do with me, and I don't want to ask about it anymore." Zhao Xinyi felt a wave of disappointment, realizing she wasn't as important to Zhao Hao as she had thought. "And those games on your computer, they are real, aren't they?" This was what disgusted her the most, as they were biological siblings. It was incomprehensible that Zhao Hao would specifically play games and read manga about falling in love with one's own sister. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.